Now live.
I'm just building a joint, so.
Yeah, I need to do the same.
Do you know what? I always have to have a joint when I'm on the live. Always.
I'm literally, I'm not ready. But we are streaming apparently. We got a live here. Why ain't it coming up on the live? That's strange. Let me just have a look here. Yeah, it is live. Oh, well, I can see it is live there. Turn the sound down to that. Good evening, everyone. Thanks for tuning in. Long time no see. It's been a while, but I've been busy. I've been busy on other things, and before I even start today, 1 second. Let me just turn that sound back there a bit. That's better. Before I even start today, I would like to give a big thank you to my trolls for subscribing me to the Macmillan Cancer Support. Thank you. Thanks for that. You fucking sick bastards. That's what you are. You are fucking sick in the fucking head. And I mean, really, like, the amount of, I mean, it's not like I don't know who it is. It's obvious who it is, yeah? And I'm going to smash your face in when I see you, yeah? Just know that, yeah? You're not going to push me, yeah? Like that, yeah? Right? With no comeback, yeah? So if it means me smashing your face in, right? And then I have to get arrested, right? If I decide to go that way, yeah? Then that's how the old Bill can get brought into it and investigate everything that you've been doing. Because I swear to God, yeah, you know you are. And when I see you, mate, yeah, it's not going to be good. Yeah, fuck you, you skinny little rake cunt, yeah? You're a fucking prick. And you ain't getting no more fucking promotion, you fucking dickhead. Yeah, that's what I fucking think of you, you fucking knob. And what is it all for anyway? Well, I'm coming to the belief that it's a lot more serious than we're all taking this for. This is about Milly Dowler. That's what this is about. This is about Rupert Murdoch, the news of the world, the phone tapping of a 13-year-old girl, and her murder, the blackmail of the family to become the star witnesses in the Levison Inquiry, and so on and so forth. This tonight, hopefully, I want to uncover a little bit more of the story, the real story, not the one you've been told in the newspaper about Levi Bellfield, because Levi Bellfield is a intel resource, a covert human intelligence resource. And we're going to prove that tonight. And also, timing. The timing that these people do things gives them away. Right? It gives them away every fucking time. And you're going to see that tonight. So, on the line with me, I should have Nikki Cooper. Nikki, you there?
Yeah, I'll be out.
All right, good stuff. Sounds like we got level on you there. I might need to turn you up a little bit. It's going to affect my mic a little bit, but it's all right. Yep. So give us a little test there, Nick.
Hello.
That's it. Yeah, no, that's good. That sounds all right. So, like, obviously, me and you were talking when this came up again, and
Yeah.
why don't I let you take it from here for a minute?
Well, yeah. What it is, I watch a lot of My Five, right? I watch all documentaries on My Five. It's a very good channel for documentaries.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And I see a Milly Dowler one, and I thought, I ain't seen that before. And I was watching it, yeah, and I took my medication. It was after my live. On Friday.
Yeah.
And I took my medication.
Yeah.
But I was watching it, and I'm thinking to myself, like, this ain't right. Like, this, because I've got a lot of the story off of you.
Yeah.
I'm thinking, this, and, you know, they touched on the Walton Hop and Jonathan King and it was about 3 o'clock in the morning, and it was like, I wanted to text you then to tell you to watch it.
Yeah, well, if you ever get that feeling, like, just do it anyway, you know what I mean? Because it's important.
It goes to show you, though, you look at stuff with fresh eyes, yeah?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Because like you watched that documentary and you didn't even remember watching it to start with.
No, I didn't. I didn't.
Yeah.
There was bits that were coming up, especially when they was talking to that Paul Samurai guy, because I remember him sitting at his computer and he had an iMac like what I got, and he was talking about actual phone tapping, and I remember thinking, but fuck, there it is, there they are admitting to the actual phone tapping, not just the hacking that we're all getting told about. Because the hacking is listening to voicemail messages, yeah? Let's just make that clear. Yeah, let's just make that clear. When we say phone tapping and phone hacking, they are actually two different things. Phone hacking...
They did actually touch upon the news of the world in this documentary. They were, you know, it was... But... It was like from the off. You noticed that the symbolism is just. And
it is in there. It is in there. There's no reason for the copper. There's no reason for that copper to just have a black and white cushion in the background. I mean, not that that's the full extent of it, but it is there. They're signalling each other, and the hand signs. You know what I mean? It's there again.
And the swirls.
And the swirls. Yes.
Right?
They are there.
And symbolism, people need to realise this. Like, I swear to God, when I started doing this, I wasn't too sure about symbolism, what symbolism meant. And I'm now 3 years deep into this shit, yeah? And it's their signature. That's what it is. It's like them leaving their signature.
Yeah.
Right? It signals to the other people.
Yeah.
It signals to the people who need to be signalled to.
Yeah, if you know where to look, you will be able to look at a documentary on a murder of someone, and if you're in the know, I'm firmly of the belief the signals are in there to let you know. Okay, I get it now. Someone that's in the know, a Mason, or someone that's involved in that, because this is Masonic. It is Masonic.
It is, but then, like I was saying to you, like loads of people like the black and white, like the black and white.
Yeah, not everyone that's got it is in the club, but let's just make that clear.
No, they don't know. The general population, they don't know. And was it that Manly P. Hall who said that when people realise the significance of symbolism, it'd be like a valve falling, and it is. Because you see it all the time. Yeah, symbolism.
Yeah? The symbolism will be their downfall.
Yeah. And in this programme, this Milly Dowler documentary, it's not just one thing, Brian. Right? It's not just one fucking thing.
No, it's not. Yeah? It's a lot.
It's not. And
it's the inconsistencies in between documentaries. Right, because you've got one with Colin Sutton on it, right, and it's called "His Name Is Evil," which is an anagram of Levi, right?
Levi, yeah.
Right, so he on that documentary not only is DCI Colin Sutton, who Martin Clune played in the serialisation of this for TV, but. I'd never heard of him either. Do you know what I mean? Until that documentary came. I'd never heard of him before. Never heard of him because there's so many other coppers on this case. And what was my original point there? What we were saying about Colin Sutton? Colin Sutton's on it, right? And because he's the one that's supposed to have solved the Milly Dowler case, he's on the same documentary as a guy that claims to be a friend or an ex-friend of Levi Bellfield, who also got attacked. Coincidentally with a blunt object over the head, you know, as if to give a backstory, and well, you know, that's what he's like, you know. So I'm not believing any of it. And this guy, and I'm going to show you this tonight, this guy clearly states that Levi Bellfield had a flat above Walton Bridge, and he used to fish over Walton Bridge sometimes. And he goes on to say that it's no coincidence then that, you know, Millie was taken under Walton Bridge. Now, that's not the story that we've got, and that's got Colin Sutton, who apparently solved the case on that, attached to that. That's not a small thing. Not when you take into account the story we've all been fed is that Millie, on the 21st of March, leaves school, right, goes to the train station, has chips in the station in a cafe.
They left that out in this document.
I know they did. Had chips in a cafe, right? Then calls her dad. Now they make it cloudy again, right? Because on the Millie Dowler Taken documentary, they say that her and her friend borrow the phone off of a boy where there's two boys because she had no credit, right? She had no credit. That's what she says on the Millie Dowler Taken story. When you watch the other one that you pointed out to me that we'd already seen, because it's the one where Kellaway's name was blanked out on it, I ended up realising where we'd covered that before. But watching it again, it brought new stuff to light. And there's conflicting evidence here in between the different documentaries. And obviously, I've gone back to that place 20 years to the day. Now, it don't look no different round now from what it did originally.
Apart from he's got gates.
Apart from that, there's gates there now, and that they knocked down the Bird's Eye building, right? And I don't know whether that is whether that's the car park bit now. But what I'm saying about that story now, the one that we've been fed, right? Now let me recap on it. Millie comes out of the train station 4:08. Right,
it's a different train. It's a different train station. To
and she doesn't usually get off that stop. Right, it's very important to point out. She never gets off this stop. That's not her stop. She gets off. She has only got off at this stop due to a friend and wanting to have a catch up. And they're going to have some chips in the chip bar, which is on the station tracks. You can see from on the Millie Dowler Taken documentary, right? So they say they've gone in now. She's got no credit. We borrow some boy's phone. Well, what about your phone, who she's gone in there with, right? There's no mention of that. So we don't know who this boy is, whose phone she's borrowed, but she calls her dad, right? And that, at that point, is about 3:47 p.m. So it's before she's left the station. She's with her friend, right? And she's called her dad. Now, we know from news articles, which I've got, that the dad was arrested first because they believed he did it, or at least someone called DCI Gibson did, who they got off the case.
And he actually believed it so much.
Yes.
He put him under 24 hours surveillance.
Yes.
Right? That's not no little thing.
And who do you think was doing that? Who do you think Surrey police would have got to do that?
News of the World.
Yes.
News of the World.
And Greg Miskill, the news editor from the News of the World, who's now dead, who you've all heard the conversation, has admitted that he knew the far end of the fart with how Millie was tapped. I don't understand it either. Well, he knows the far end of the fart of the fucking made up lie, basically, is what I would be putting to him. He knows the far. Of course, he knows the far end of the fart because he knows the fucking lie that he's got to uphold. He's dead now. He's dead now because he's admitted that Millie's been tapped. I don't give a fuck what they say. He's dead after that.
But wasn't there at the very beginning? Wasn't there a journalist who told the police?
Yeah.
What was it? What did they tell the police?
I'll have to go back over the news articles, but there was a journalist that came forward on behalf of a victim of Savills. Because don't forget, we're talking about Walton on Thames, and right close by to where all this is going on is you've got Duncroft approved girls' school, where Saville was hanging out. And the Walton Hop. And the Walton Hop is going to become the main part.
It was a teen disco.
It was the first discotheque in the UK, and it was the Walton Hop started doing that in 1958.
And Jimmy Savile used to visit Duncroft, which was like 2 miles down the road.
Just down the road, and you've got Cliff Richard living where Millie went to school in Weybridge. Just it's only not far, a few stops down. And you've also got Max Clifford in the area as well. Yeah. That's facts. Yeah. That's facts. And you've also got, if we're going to go there, Levi Bellfield and the Payne family. Sarah Sarah Michael Payne.
See, this is where I think people are going to get a little bit like, what the fuck?
Yeah, well,
right?
this is true.
But me and Brian's been going over these facts like literally 3.5 hours yesterday because there's something about the Millie Dowler case, that the press they just keep on plugging out documentaries about Millie Dowler. There's even been ones on Levi Bellfield. Yeah.
There's loads.
And they want that case to stay in the public consciousness. That much is
clearly because they still keep pushing it. Maybe they want it. Maybe they want it. Maybe they want the truth to come out. Who knows? Maybe someone's going to hold it against Murdoch before he dies. Who knows? Who knows?
I hope so, because like the bottom line is when you've looked over all the evidence that you've got, all newspaper clippings, everything.
Yeah.
A picture's started to form.
Yeah, man.
A picture's definitely starting to form.
Yeah, I'll say it
even me, the case means much more to you than me, but it means so much to me now because for me, there's 2 murdered children, and that's not. And I'm not. We haven't got no proof that there was any link with Ian Huntley, or I do believe that there was.
I believe. Well, I'll tell you what. I'll just shorten that one for you on the same thing. I believe all of these paedophilic families, including the Paynes, including the McCanns. I'm sorry, it has to be said. All of these paedophilic families, from Billy Joe Jenkins' father to Bob Dowler, to all of these people, they will all be Masons, and they are all sitting there, but with their hands doing the pyramids on mainstream TV, whether it's talking to David Cameron or Trevor McDonald, right? There's checkerboard there, there's swirls, there is symbolism going on now, which is knowledge for the people in the know on the inside. And this is how they mask it. It's true. I mean, the FBI didn't show us the symbols that paedophiles use, for a joke. They're real, them swirls and that. Camilla Batman Jelly, without going off the subject, it's there. It is there.
But with the Sarah Payne, right?
Yeah.
This is what's very confusing, right? We found out, right, newspaper articles again, that Michael Payne was a neighbour of Levi Bellfield.
Yeah. That's in the mainstream. I'm going to bring all these things up, actually. Let me start bringing these things up on the other screen. I'm going to do that in the background.
Yeah. Then, what was I just about to say?
Sarah and Michael Payne, you was talking about.
And then they said, they didn't give the exact date, they said he was friends and drinking partners with Levi Bellfield. Neighbour and drinking partner. Right, neighbour and drinking partner. This is not us thingy, this is in mainstream media. Not us making this up or pulling it out from.
I'm going to show you. Right? We'll show it to you. We will show it to you.
These are facts. Yeah, these are actual facts, and they said that he was in the height of his killing career. In the height of it
as well. Yeah, that they were drinking partners.
So you can narrow that down to like Milly Dowler 2002, like between 2002 2004. Yeah. And also, you found a newspaper clipping that said Levi Bellfield had a stack of Sarah Payne newspaper clippings. Yeah. Right.
I mean, do I believe? I know it's relevant. I mean, I don't believe it though. I think that's a convenient plant because.
It doesn't matter whether it's a plant or not.
No, they've gone mainstream with that. Yeah. They've gone mainstream with that as fact. Yeah.
So this is what they want the public to like.
But I believe it's a lie. Yeah.
But it's now. With over all this time, we have come to the conclusion. I believe that Levi Bellfield was involved, right, from day one. I believed he was a child procurer.
Oh right, I think. Well, he's got shipping companies, isn't he? You forgot about that bit. Yeah. We'll get to that though. We'll get to that.
And I don't understand if he was on the radar from then.
Yeah. Why wasn't Bellfield questioned in connection with the disappearance of Sarah Payne? There you go. If it's well known that they were drinking partners and neighbours, I'd like to know, where were they neighbours? Was that Walton Bridge?
Yeah, this is what I'm saying. Like, there are, and the more you've gone into the case, like, and even me, the more you look into it, it's been bothering me for like 2 days, literally.
Yeah, me and all. But I ain't been the same since I looked at it.
No,
I ain't been the same since.
It's
fucking bothering me, Nick. This is bothering me that we are the only ones that can see it, and fucking we are showing you what is going on here. This is why they cover things up. This is what it is for. The news of the world, we know now, were phone tapping, and that according to Paul McMullen, ex News of the World hack, he tried to make it look like they're still acting now. You know, Rebecca Brooks was on a mission to, you know, expose every bloody paedophile in the country and look like heroes. Fuck off. You were in on it. You lot were in on the paedophile ring. You and Surrey Police. That's why they let you destroy that fucking evidence. Because if it ever came out, if it ever came out that Surrey Police and the News of the World have covered up the real murder of Milly Dowler and what really happened, because I can show you right now, how much that the police thought that Bob Dowler did it. So what fucking changed? What changed?
Now let's go on to the evidence about Bob Dowler.
Yeah, let's go on to the evidence. I'm going to bring that up in the background.
Let me bring that up. What's there against Bob Dowler?
Let me bring that up in the background there. There we go. So on the screen right now, you've got Milly Dowler trial. Bob Dowler tells court of how he had been original suspect in her disappearance, which doesn't get mentioned anymore. It doesn't get mentioned in any of the documentaries, as a matter of fact. There is a reason for that. Oh, just don't go near it. You know, their little plan's working. Just don't ever go there again. We won't mention that bit. It's been dealt with.
Yeah, let's make another video about Millie.
Yeah.
Video about Levi.
Yeah. Let's get a book out. Yeah. Right, so this says, murdered Milly Dowler father told her stunned Old Bailey today that he had been the original suspect in her disappearance after police found bondage material at the family home. Right, so that doesn't make you guilty. I'm not saying that, right? But let's examine further, right? Let's examine further.
That's the least of it.
That's the least of it, mate. Don't worry about that. So let me bring up the right pages here. Just bring it up. Right. So Michael Payne, befriended by serial killer Levi Bellfield, who was a neighbour. Pair had weekly drinking sessions together at a pub in Walton-on-Thames. That is the pub that I go into on the video, Milly Dowler 33 seconds. It's called the Ashley Park Pub. And the guy that was running that pub for a while, a few years ago, ended up in the St John's Church down the end of my road and friends with my old next door neighbour. Strange, isn't it? Very strange, that. Very strange. I couldn't believe it when he said, I've been living in Walton. I thought, what? When I saw him on a YouTube video, I thought, what? That is why I walk in the pub and ask him about Comrade Bellfield. Not Comrade Brown, Mazza Mahmood's partner. Comrade Bellfield, who is some local councillor in Surrey, in that pub. And I went in there and asked for him and if he would have known anything about Michael Payne and Levi Bellfield drinking in there together. Right, which they was. Father said to be devastated. They're referring to Michael Payne here now, who's now dead, by the way, of natural causes. Father said to be devastated when police taped off Bellfield's flat. Bellfield even boasted in prison that he was friends with the Paynes. Mr. Payne's brother, Keith, 53, said it's sick what he did. The 45-year-old died last week after struggling with alcoholism. There's a brilliant one. Blame it on that. It's brilliant. It's brilliant. Daughter Sarah was 8 when she was abducted and murdered in 2000. Now, if you remember the Sarah Payne case, which I know most of you will, little 8-year-old Sarah Payne was killed, raped and killed by someone that they called Roy Whiting. Now, the officer who was in charge of the case, who found Roy Whiting or has constructed this story again, because Roy Whiting will be another police intelligence covert human resource. I guarantee it. In other words, a police informant.
Grass.
Yeah, police informant. Yeah, that's what they are, police informant. So you got Levi Bellfield, police informant, 100%. I believe Michael Payne would have been, and people like that they've used to blame these stories on, like Roy Whiting. Now, the officer in charge of the case that finds Roy Whiting, his name is Jeremy Payne.
And also, there was Payne's involved with Maddie McCann as well.
Yeah, there was two of them at the dinner table. That's right.
That's just that's.
It doesn't matter if they change the spelling of the way that they're Payne, Paine. Doesn't matter.
Payne and David Payne.
I've seen them all the other way round, Nick. I've seen all of these different Paynes with their names spelt the other way as well. All of them.
There's definitely something dodgy about the name Payne, right? And the fact that Levi Bellfield befriended Michael Payne, right?
Yeah.
Like you said, where were they neighbours?
Yeah, where were they neighbours? Where were they? Michael Payne, it says here, Michael Payne befriended by serial killer Levi Bellfield, who was a neighbour. Now, where was you a neighbour? Did the Paynes live in Collingwood Place, whatever the fuck it was called? Did they live there?
Because it is nuts. It's like what, and you know
they are photographed. That when Michael Payne's photograph his daughter in the background when they're sitting, it does say they're photographed in their home in Walton. It does. And
like, to be quite honest with you, one thing that we are both agreeing on, this is about child prostitution. This is about fucking child trafficking, child abuse, sleeping with underage.
Well, I know some people don't like the term child prostitution because children. I know what people are going to say, right? And listen, just get over it, right? Because that is what they're doing to these children. They are prostituting them. Whether they can be, you can put whatever fucking spin on it you like, yeah. But that's what's being done to them. Are they being sold and rented out to higher ups? Well, they're being prostituted then, aren't they? Don't matter if they're 18 or not to these fucking people.
Going back to Jonathan
King. Well, this is where now I stuff that I'd overlooked, right? So I'm going to find that. I mean, look, if you ever doubt these stories now, just on a quick one, Baby P.
We was talking about the evidence against Milly Dowler, Bob Dowler.
Right. So here's a couple of pictures of Bob Dowler. Here's Bob Dowler on Crime Watch. First shot, straight over to him. Look what he's doing with his hands. Now, you may well say, well, I've sit with my hands like that sometimes. Yeah, not on the first shot when you come on TV, right? That there is signalling, right? I don't care whether you believe me or not. That is what they are fucking doing. That is what they are fucking doing, right? And I'm going to show you more of it. Here he is with David Cameron. This is a smaller picture. I've got a more blown up version of this one, right? Hang on. I've just come off the thing now. I've got a more blown up version of this picture, but I want you to see, why is it every picture he's doing this with his hands and she's sitting there with black and white fucking duality stripes on, right? Look at his hands. He's doing what Andrew Ash does. If you want more confirmation of it, he's doing exactly what Billy Joe Jenkins' dad, Sean Jenkins, was doing. Why are they all doing it? Because I believe, my view, my opinion, see all these families? They're all a paedophile network.
Yeah, they're all multi-generational.
Right, multi-generational little paedophile network with Masonic,
paedophile network.
Masonic heads of each family there, just like him, yeah. Right, just like him there. It'd be no different. He'd be a Mason. You think he don't go to the lodge? Do you know who else goes to the lodge in Surrey? Only half of the fucking intelligence services. Sir Mark Rowley. He turned his back on phone hacking in 2005 and got promoted for it. Right? You forget these things. Now, these people are signalling. Why is David Cameron talking to them but he won't talk to me? Why don't no one want to talk to me knowing I've got evidence that could help them if they were real? No, they don't want my evidence because your story ain't fucking real. That's what the problem is. Your story's not real. And they have been blackmailed by Murdoch. They have been blackmailed, I believe, by Murdoch to be the star witnesses in the Levison Inquiry, right, which is the £1 million fraud court case that I was talking about. that everyone needs to come back to court, because I've got Robert Kellaway's police witness statement. I'm going to show it to you all again, right? I emailed him yesterday. He won't like it. Yeah, he won't fucking like that email. I guarantee it. Yeah, it's got the International Criminal Court on it. He's not going to fucking like it.
But
yeah?
Brian, what about in that documentary when they said that the police took the News of the World reporters on
the Bellfield arrest, on the raid?
Like when they went. Now, like that showed me how powerful the News of the World. The News of the World were dictating to the police.
Yeah, it was a cult. The News of the World was a cult. The News of the World was a cult, Nick.
Basically, the police said that they wanted to go and nick Levi Bellfield on the Monday, yeah, but the News of the World was going to run with the story on the Sunday, so it would have been tipping him off.
Yeah, it would have. Yeah, they would have basically ruined the operation. Now, why would you want to do that anyway?
Right, yeah, exactly. And why did the police allow them to do that?
Should have arrested them for that, hampering a case.
They had, because the fact that they was tapping a 13-year-old girl's phone, yeah, and I believe, yeah, they were tapping her phone.
And we know that to be fact. Of course they was. Right, now, this is where it's going to get interesting, because that same prostitution ring, I believe, is going to be this one. And we're going to work backwards from there. Like this, if today's broadcast don't blow your mind, look, there's David Cameron. Look, there he is, right? There's Cameron. Look at the dad's hands, right? So he's held it like that for a few pictures, right? That is not just, oh, he's got his hands like that. You're going to keep saying that for them all. Are you really going to keep saying that for them all? Right, now, let me just show you, right. Well, I keep talking about Levi. I want to just touch on this really quickly. I'm going to move on. I just want to show you this, right? Because you need to see this. The people need to know that this is out of the mainstream by Mike Sullivan, a crime news editor, and this is what the police know of Bellfield. But all along, the maniac, who still proudly signs his letters Fat Gypsy Boy, was registered with Met Cops in Ealing, West London, as a covert human intelligence source. I'll say it again. He was registered with Met Cops, Levi Bellfield, in Ealing. That's where Dr. Jack Chuddy is. That's a coincidence. West London, as a covert human intelligence source. Now, what is a covert human intelligence source? Because they gave him... Go on.
It's basically someone who they're not they don't belong to the police. Yeah, they're normal members of the public, and they offer their services.
Police informant.
But but they're covert surveillance kind of thing, and they never they never come out as being a criminal or anything like that. They just, and there's loads of them. Yeah, there's loads of them.
So basically, what I'm saying when I show you this, right, is that the story of Levi Bellfield, I believe, based on what I'm seeing in the mainstream, which has been forgotten about, because these articles are from back then, in like 2002 or 2003 or whenever it was, right? These articles are old. But there it is. And there's more of that, where they say, I mean, look at his companies. 001 International Moving Services Limited, right? Atlas Ocean Air Limited, Atlantis Ocean Air Limited, right? And on those companies, he's got Joanna Collins on there with him, who appears to be on TV grassing him up like Joanne Magellix did with Ian Watkins.
It's like that.
It's a repeat.
Yeah. They do that a lot. They do, like Joe, like you said, she was like...
I don't, but I'm sorry if I'm wrong. I will apologise up front, honestly, but I'm sorry, I don't believe none of them. I think they're all crisis actors, intelligence, fucking covert, fucking human resource, whatever the fuck you want to call them. And that goes for all of them. Bill Maloney, John Wedger, fucking Andrew Ash.
Oh, let's talk about John Wedger with the Baby P story.
All right, well, it's here. What was we going to just before that, though? What was it you wanted me to show? Was it the Bob Dowler stuff?
Yeah, hang on. No.
Bob Dowler and there's Kellaway. Like, this is a guy He's going to become very prevalent in a minute, but that's what he told the Hacking Inquiry on the 6th of November 2013. Kellaway confirms he knows nothing of phone hacking or Milly Dowler's voicemails being accessed. Bearing in mind, this is the guy, Robert Kellaway, who's bylined on the story that brought down the news of the world. Right? Oh, Cole Stephen Beach. Occupation, NHS. January 1968. Seven Val School. Forgot to tell you that bit in the press, didn't they? Let me just... I think Nikki's battery's gone here, so I'm just going to call her back. See if it goes through. Unavailable. Right, I think her battery's died, so... oh, here we go. Hold on, Nick. Yeah, you there, Nick?
Yeah, I don't know what happened
Oh,
now.
fuck knows what happened now. I ain't got a clue. I just said Cole Stephen Beach. I was just flicking through. I'll come back to that anyway, but there's a company, Seven Val School. See, NHS worker. And look at the time, 13th of March 2017. That's when it was on top for him. Goes prison in 2019. So he was at school. Yeah, there it is. 6 months after Millie's disappearance. No, I'm going to keep going. DCI Gibson, no. See these two here. This police jailed for on-duty sex had catalogue of misconduct, saying that they was having sex with underage whoever they were dealing with. And Andrew Lang and Mark Witcher. Now, I know John Wedger knows a Dave Witcher, but what's interesting is look who the article in the Telegraph is by. A Stuart Payne. See, I believe the Paynes have got Jeremy Payne in the police, Stuart Payne in the media, at the very least. And then the Paynes that are at the McCann's dinner table, I reckon they'll be connected to those Paynes in some way. They're all part of the same sort of conspiracy, so... let me keep going. Oh, and then those same policemen, right, right, get cleared of rape. 2 former Surrey police officers have been cleared of raping and indecently assaulting a woman while on duty. But Mark Witcher, 30, of Drayton, and Andrew Lang, 31, of Whitehall, both in Hampshire, were jailed for 15 months for willful misconduct in public office. Right, cleared of rape, but done 15 months for willful misconduct in public office. 2 former Surrey police officers. What's the date on that? Well, it was last updated on the 7th of March 2005. So I believe, possibly, if there is any truth to Bellfield, that he may have had video evidence of these lot. He could have done. Because I'm pretty sure it's 2006 when they arrest Bellfield for those 2 other murders. Emily de Lagrange and...
I believe they were just a psyop.
Well, listen, I think the whole thing is, so, yeah, it will be, won't it? I mean, I feel bad saying that, but I have to go with what I believe, and even if it sounds wrong, I'm sorry, but I'm going with what I believe.
Whether you're wrong or whether you're right, Brian, which I think you're 100% right, there is a dead girl, there is a dead child.
And that's what I'm doing this for.
A 13-year-old girl.
That's what I'm doing it for. That's what I'm doing it for.
Yeah, because she weren't a psyop. She weren't a psyop. Right, no. She was real. And
she was real.
I believe that Sarah Payne was probably real as well.
Oh no, I believe those kids were real. I'm not trying to say they were made up or, you know, like, because I was saying some stuff about the Sarah Bully case, and I'm sorry, but there's some pictures there that don't look right, and I'm just going with
that was definitely, and that right, Sarah, was it right?
Sarah Everard and that. Yeah, I don't want to come off the subject, but I believe all they're fake. Yeah, that's what I believe. Buying time.
Because they did that. They changed because that Sarah Everard that changed kind of laws. It's like it was all in tune with the Me Too.
Well, this is what happened with Sarah Payne. Laws were changed there.
Sarah's law,
Sarah's law, and
also,
that just makes the news of the world look honourable. But it's not about that at all. Believe me.
I just want to touch on John Wedger for a minute.
Yeah.
Because if people think this Baby P case didn't have no impact, they're crazy. Yeah, what that did, that Baby P case, which I do not believe is real, because I don't believe John's real, so that Baby P case...
No, I'm going to bring the picture up. Hang on, let me bring the picture up as you're speaking about this, Nick, because it's important, this one.
Now,
here he is.
That Baby P case made people trust that, like, social workers. It made it easier for social workers to take people's kids.
Yeah, because they thought they'd been harmed by people like this.
Right, that Baby P story made every social worker right. Yeah, whatever they do, if they're taking a kid, that kid must
give social workers power. Give them too much power.
Another Baby P.
Yeah.
It's,
now, also look who the journalist is on the story.
James Fielding.
Yeah.
Even I know that.
James Fielding, and who did James Fielding put out there recently? Well, a few years ago.
Andrew Ash.
There you go. And Andrew Ash is well acquainted with John Wedger. Used to go to the pub with him when he come down to London, if I remember rightly.
People need to realise all these people, they're all linked.
They are. It is interlinked. It is a one big interlinked web, and it is a big. What Bill Maloney said. I cannot believe as you scroll down that is Wedger on that case. That is now fully for me like these stories ain't right. And when I look at the story, James Fielding and fucking checkerboard in the background. Have a look on the Schofield interview in his passage in the background. You're going to see the same thing, because what they're doing ain't real, right? And I don't care whether you believe it or not. It is fucking what is going on, and you need to open your eyes and notice it. And when you do, everything comes together for you. Because don't judge other people on what you wouldn't do, right? Don't judge other people on what you wouldn't do, because these people do it, and there's a lot of stake for these people. They hide in plain sight with this shit, and the symbolism is what's going to get them caught.
The swell's done me, man. It's like, for fuck's sake.
On that documentary. Well, we're going to show. Let's show some examples of stuff. So let's stay on the subjects here. The bit we really want to get into is where Jonathan King comes into this, because I believe Jonathan King has got something to do with this Milly Dowler story, and I'm going to tell you why I believe that. Here is just some clippings of what I believe, but must mean that Bob Dowler knows Jonathan King. That goes without saying. So convinced were police that Bob Dowler had killed his daughter that they were blind to the possibility of other suspects. Instead of hunting the real murderer, there you go, they've just fobbed it off like he could never have had nothing to do with it. This is how they do it. Just that one sentence there has swayed you right off of, oh, it ain't him then, right? You know that happens in your brain when they do that. Realise it. I'll say it again. So convinced were the police that Bob Dowler had killed his daughter that they were blind to the possibility of other suspects. Well,
and it was actually a DCI, which is a Detective Chief Inspector.
Yeah, Gibson.
Yeah, and and this plays out. They done the same with the Maddie McCann case. Took off the real detective. They done the same in Belgium. That's why the Belgians went fucking mad about them two.
Yeah, there's blunders. They get the person off the case, put someone else on it. It's a tactic. It's a way of.
It's like a tried and tested. It's like out of the fucking rule book 101.
Yeah. It's like do that first. You've done that first, haven't you? Yeah. I get you on that. Yeah. And then they say, instead of hunting the real murderer, Levi Bellfield, they bugged. Now that is tapping, bugging, not hacking, bugging. IT consultant. Oh, he must know Puddick as well then. Mr. Dowler during the crucial early stages of the bungled inquiry. Right, so just from that sentence there, the police were blind to the possibilities of other suspects. Instead of hunting the real murderer, and then it was a bungled inquiry. Just those 3 lines there steer you off of Bob Dowler. And then Bob Dowler's never spoken about it in that way again. If you was accused first and you was innocent, speak about it. It doesn't matter. It's part of the storyline. Why are you leaving that bit out? Well, we're going to show you why.
Right. Listen, my mate's ringing me. You know, the one with the thing. Let me just answer the call.
Yeah, go on, call me back. Yeah, go on, call me back. Call me back. Right, so I'll carry on. Recording and tracking devices were placed in his home and car. This is Bob Dowler that they're talking about. While a surveillance team was on standby 24 hours a day to clock his every move in the belief that he would lead officers to his daughter's body. Right, now, what led the police to believe this in the first place? They may say, well, you know, it's the first point of call. You know, we have to check the father out and the mother and where they come from at home first. Understandably, yeah, like you know, I suppose it's protocol. You know, a lot of these things are a lot closer to home than you think. But recording and tracking devices were placed in his home and car. Now, you're not going to do that, right? Unless you are really like, we think he's done it. We need to get the proof. While a surveillance team was on standby 24 hours a day. Now, that surveillance team would have been the news of the world, right? That would have been the news of the world. And blunders of police who insisted Millie Dowler's dead did it. Right? Blunders, here we go. Yeah? Blunders. All right. Here we go. The guy that was on it, Detective Chief Inspector Stuart Gibson. If you're out there, DCI Gibson, and you want to come forward, please contact me. There's many ways to do it. Just choose one of the social media sites and leave a message. I'd very much like to talk to you, mate. I really would. DCI Gibson was not available for comment. Right, so really, I need to... Let me just find my paedophilic looking glasses. Because they are fucking paedophilic looking. I don't care what anyone says. Pound Shop Paedophilic Enhancers.
Yeah, it's alright, sorted now.
Yeah, sorry. Alright, I'm just trying to find my pedos. Can't find them anywhere. My glasses. Just so I can read this. Me fucking there. Everyone looks like pedos in them Pound Shop glasses. It don't matter who you are. If you get the Pound Shop ones, you look like a pedo. Sorry. Got some PPs, man. Some pedo Pound Shops. Oh, that's better. I can see though. It has all gone very much HD.
When Andrew Ashworth at Panzone.
Panzone Land. I could have got these. Look like his glasses as well. That's the thing. Right. So let me now. Okay. Right. This is something else to do with the Millie Dowler case as well. The review team. So this is obviously after Gibson's gone, right? The review team was led by Detective Chief Superintendent Jeremy Payne, right? And they bring in this guy because he had something to do with jailing Jonathan King. Now, when was Jonathan King jailed? Right, 2001 for 7 years?
Yeah.
Right, Jonathan King, we've all seen the article, was running a pedo ring for VIP perverts. A VIP pervert ring. And we now know people that were in that ring were people like Jimmy Savile, the Get Stars in Their Eyes geezer, Matthew Kelly, Chris Denning, Jonathan King, Max Clifford, I said Savile, didn't I? Loads of people, and loads of other people like these. You know, I'm not saying these people exactly because I'm not accusing anyone.
Bishop Ball, he would have been fucking up in it as well.
Yeah, more than likely, whoever was famous basically and of power and like little boys and little girls. I suppose it was both, right? So what I'm saying,
it does seem to be a lot of little boys.
It's more about boys, mate. It's more about boys than it is girls. I think they give us these girl stories sometimes to even it out. So, the review team was led by Detective Chief Superintendent Jeremy Payne. and Detective Superintendent Alan Ladley from Sussex Police. Both officers had previously tracked down paedophile Roy Whiting. I bet you fucking did. Remember I said to you, Jeremy Payne found Roy Whiting? Well, there it is.
Yeah.
For the Paynes. Yeah. And like the way, look, it's really hot, isn't it? Look at the way they spell Payne. Jeremy, P-A-I-N-E. And then, for the murder of schoolgirl Sarah Payne, P-A-Y-N-E. Like you're not related. Don't give me that. Stuart Payne, about him and all. You know what I mean? The Telegraph reporter. This is a family, load of paedophilic families. A network of them.
They are. They're multi-generational families.
Yeah. So she travelled to Walton Station near her home with friends and went to the Travellers' Cafe to buy chips with friend Cara Dawson. Now look, man, Millie used another pal's mobile to tell her dad she'd be a little late home and started to walk about a mile to the family's £300,000 4-bedroom house. I mean, what's that got to do with it anyway? So there's no footage of this. There's no footage of her in this cafe. The only footage we've got of Millie is in the train station, where the rest of the picture's blurred out in black and white, and they make an oval shape around Millie, and they tell you what happened. But if Surrey police are what we all know them to be, then they would have took the footage from the train station, not leaving any copies there for them. They'd have took everything and all the local CCTV footage, and Millie ain't showing up on none of it.
From the bird's eye building.
Right. So now let me get to that point, right? And let's stay on this now, right? So let's look at their story. Millie comes out the station 4:08, right? And she continues along on the right side of the road, right, which was the bird's eye side building, not the side of the bus stop or Bellfield's entrance. She walks along down the right side of the road, according to these people. One eyewitness, well, the two eyewitnesses, for a start, are both close friends that have probably got the same paedophilic multi-generational families, right? And I find it very strange that the last two people of any eyewitnesses of seeing her happen to be family, or Gemma Dowler's best friend, right? Who's sitting at the bus stop as Millie walks past. Now I've sat there at the bus stop. Millie don't get off that bus stop, get off that train stop ever. It's not her stop. You've got the sister's best mate sitting opposite you. Right, you could have spat on her from now. Millie, where you going? I'm going that way. Come with me. How comes you got off the train here? That's what you'd say.
And also, they said that she was walking home. They said that, but she could have jumped the bus. The bus was there.
Well, the bus was coming along 30 seconds to a minute later. We counted that 33 seconds later, right? So she, like, now check this out. This is why it's impossible, right? Let me tell you. Millie's walking down the right side of the road. The drivers who are driving are on the left side. Now, are you telling me that Millie's walked past Gemma Dowler's friend at the bus stop? The bus has come along a few seconds later, and by the time she's got on the bus, because she would have had to have got on the bus, done her Oyster card, and then looked in the opposite direction. This is the only time frame when you could say, did Millie cross the road at that point? And then was she pulled into that turning? Right? But how would Bellfield have been there knowing she was coming? Because she don't even ever get off that fucking stop. So that's a lie. Right? Now we've got the story. Hang on. Now we've got the story of the car. The fucking red Daewoo. Right? Which I've seen articles of it was never found. Right? Which they say. Or some friend lent it to him. Right? There's no proof of it anywhere. You can't even see if that's him in the car. So let's have a look at the car suggestion. The car comes along then, does it? It must have went round the bus, caught up to Millie on the left side of the road. She's on the right side of the road. What do? Park the car up, get out in front of the oncoming traffic and drag her across the road and put her in the car? No, that didn't fucking happen either. And this all happens, Nick, this all happens as the mate's getting on the bus looking in the other direction and the bird's eye camera's facing the wall for 5 seconds. Please do me a favour.
It's just beyond. But you need to read out that letter because we was talking about the evidence against Bob Dowler, right?
Yeah.
I'd heard you mention a letter and whatever, but I did not realise what that letter said.
Yeah, let's find it and go through it. Let's find that letter.
And also, they found semen in a room, and he said that he'd masturbated
in a bedroom. Yeah, he'd masturbated in a bedroom. He went back and changed his story. In fact, right, and then after he changed his story, all this Bellfield stuff he's created. Right, after that. So and there was something to do with the timing here as well. Levi Bellfield guilty of Millie Dowler murder. Look at the date, 23rd of June 2011. Right, just before we get to the Bob Dowler bit, please keep it in your head there, Nick, because I want to go there next and not jump subjects, but there's so much stuff along the way. Levi Bellfield guilty of Millie Dowler murder, 23rd of June 2011. Right, remember that date, 23rd of June 2011. What comes right after it? I'm going to show you what comes right after it. Just give me a sec.
The news of the world shuts down.
The news of the world shuts down, and they reopen on a Sun on Sunday, which is registered on the day everything goes to fucking press. So they knew at least a couple of weeks up front that they was going to close down the paper, which is what supports the fact that this is the reason for bringing down the paper themselves, as opposed to them being caught out, it's out of order and they've closed the paper. No, it didn't work.
They could never allow the truth to get out.
They couldn't have done, because the truth contains the police with him in on it and everything. It's just a no-no. It just can't happen.
And the fact as well, with like the Savile, it's you know, it's.
Have a look at this, please. Have a look. The sunonsunday.co.uk. This is where Richard D. Hall got it from. So I went and checked it out myself. Just put it in myself and think, right, let me see what comes up. Domain name.
Richard D. Hall, he's very thorough.
No, he was bloody good. Sorry, he was good. I've got to give it to him on this. He was good. Domain name, The Sun on Sunday. This is a screenshot I took the other day. This is not his one. Register, relevant dates. The Sun on Sunday, registered on the 5th of July, 2011. Yeah? Just after the 23rd of June, 2011. He's been done now, is he? It's safe to open the new paper, get rid of the other one, and any evidence relating to anything that we've been doing with these paedophilic families and the blackmail and the police's involvement. Right? That's what's fucking happened. And the Dowlers, I believe, were just another paedophilic family, and they blackmailed them with their phone tapping and bugging evidence, along with the police's knowledge, and made them the star witnesses in the Levison Inquiry to pull on people's fucking heartstrings. It is fucking disgusting.
He did.
I know it did. I'll fucking show it to you. I've got it here. I'll show you.
And that Gemma Dowler being friends with Ian Puddick, you couldn't make that shit up, man.
Oh, man, I've got screenshots of that here. I've got it right here. Hang on, I'll show you that. I cannot believe that. It's like, what? So it does go high up then if Puddick's involved.
Of course it does.
How the fuck does he know Gemma Dowler? You know what I mean? He's even had other people tweeting him saying, what's going on with the Gemma Dowler thing there, mate? I'll show you. I've got it here. It's all in there.
You.
Later. Right, and Robert Kellaway, just while I'm on it, see that bit up there? This is a transcript of him ringing my ex-wife, right? This is during the Millie Dowler time, right? Same time period, 2002, March, April 2002. Right, look at the top of it. That's Robert Kellaway talking to my missus at the time, who's living at her parents in Surrey, 7 miles from the Dowlers. And these parents are on my hacking evidence as well, right? They are. So, Kellaway says to my missus, I'm not far away. Wouldn't mind coming to see you, actually, just to, I don't know, if you'd have any official reaction or anything, or whether you'd give us a photograph. Natasha talks to someone in the background. Sorry, I'm just telling my parents at the moment. So how do you know that he's trying to set me up? That's what Kellaway's going to her with. It's a long story, but basically we've been undercover and he's been asking us to do it to you. What the fuck are you on about? I've never met Robert Kellaway in my fucking life. Natasha, that's evil. Bearing in mind there's an injunction against me right now as well. So this geezer's jumping in the middle like some little weasel trying to create something, right? Which he did. They put me in prison. I know it's evil. That's exactly what I thought it was. What a cunt. Coming from someone who's covered up the death of Milly Dowler. That's fucking rich, isn't it? But he's thinking we're going to do it for him. What? What do I think you're going to do for me, Kellaway? You need to come to court and explain this, because I don't fucking know you. Unless you're trying to tell me Zorba's part of your team. The bloke you paid 15 grand to set me up and you called him a hitman. Right? So this bloke, this is the same bloke, by the way, who I showed you a minute ago saying, I know nothing of phone hacking. All Milly Dowler's voicemails being accessed. Well, listen, this is what he says next. I know it's evil. That's exactly what I thought it was. But he's thinking we're going to do it for him. And all of the time we're, to be honest, we're tape recording him and we're going to the police with it. Yeah? Yeah? That's Robert Kellaway who don't know nothing about phone hacking. And then in a minute, we'll examine his police witness statement. And you will see that Conrad Brown, Mazza Mahmood's partner, gave Robert Kellaway 5 fucking mini discs of recordings of me, illegal recordings of me, phone tapping and phone hacking combined. All of it. All of it. 5. And then they got an extra one. They got a micro cassette. That's what Richard Mallett was telling me about. Oh, they've forgotten about the micro cassette. Really? What about all the rest of it? Yeah? And then the recording in the car. So they got fucking loads. There's loads of it. So, and on the police witness statement, on Conrad's and Kellaway's, Kellaway receives 5 fucking mini discs of illegal, covert, clandestine recordings. Right, so how does he not know anything about phone hacking? And let's face it, look at the top line. I'm not far away. Well, if you're not far away, Kellaway, that means you're near Natasha at that time, and she's in Surrey, 7 miles from the Dowlers. So where are you? Where are you, Kellaway? You're fucking tapping Milly Dowler with Conrad Brown and the fake sheikh Mazza Mahmood. And that was never supposed to come out because you knew all about it. And they're protecting you because when it comes down to it, you have covered up the murder of that girl. By going along with Murdoch's lie to bring down his fucking paper. You are fucking scum, mate. You are fucking scum.
But they've been involved in a lot of the child murders and covering up for
fucking scum cunt.
But the more you look at the case, it just falls apart. It just actually falls apart. And I know I might be but we've got to go to the reason as why you was hacked, Brian.
Yeah, let's. All right, okay. This is it here. So I'll come back to. Yeah, you know what it is.
It's not nice.
Right, so here we go. Jonathan King, ran child sex ring for stars. Now listen, it was like a VIP club for perverts. Now, first of all, Jonathan King was my ex-manager, Tom Watkins, who managed the E17. This was his best mate, and he only lived round the corner in Bayswater. Tom Watkins was in Maida Vale, he's round the corner in Bayswater. Now, check this out. This is what's gone on here. King ran child sex ring for stars. Now, have a look at the News of the World Investigates. Who's the journalist on it? Mazza Mahmood, the fake sheikh. Now, we're only seeing Ben Proctor there on the story with him, right? Now, Ben Proctor and Mazza Mahmood have both worked with Christine Joanna Hart, the first woman to ask me about the Red Rooms. Remember her? Pretending to be my friend and turned out to be Daniela's friend. Right, well, she's worked with both of these two here. She's given me a load of stories on Ben Proctor and Mazza Mahmood. I've got recordings of them. I will play them at a later date. But the important thing is if Mazza Mahmood's on this story, so is Conrad Brown. And this story is 2001. So what I'm telling you is this
How
here.
old was you in 2001?
I don't know, but I want to, Nick, I don't want to come off of it, yeah? I don't want to come off the subject here, right? Yeah? Child sex beast Jonathan King ran a VIP club for star perverts. The News of the World can reveal today. Members included a peer of the realm, a famous family show TV presenter, a household name chart idol, and a player in a huge pop band. King's case is the first in a string of trials of high-profile music industry figures, club regulars passed around underage boys for horrific abuse. Police have already compiled a 700-page dossier seen by our investigators. So seen by Mazen Mahmood. He knows who they are. Why ain't you ever said who they are? An officer working on Operation Arundel. This is the operation that was set up specifically for this. Set up by the Surrey force to investigate the ring. Said you'd be amazed at their identities. They've made their names for being squeaky clean. Right, so what I'm saying to you is now, this is going to be key as to what the fuck is going on here, because I think somehow Jonathan King has got something to do with the Milly Dowler story, because Mazen Mahmood is doing this story in 2001. I believe that his investigations into this paedophile ring and Jonathan King took him to Walton-on-Thames in 2002, and it was Milly Dowler.
The Walton Hop mainly, wasn't it?
Well, let's face it, and I should point out that Jonathan King had he was this place here. This is the Walton Hop, right? And if you have a look on Milly Dowler 33 seconds video that I've done, you'll see us standing outside this place. Now, this place was, I think it was built in 1958, and it was the first discotheque in the UK. And it was there in Walton-on-Thames, and we were standing there 20 years to the day of Millie Dowler's murder that evening talking about this place. Now, Jonathan King used to DJ there, along with ex-BBC radio DJ and convicted paedophile Chris Denning. He was also running a paedophile child VIP ring in Prague as well, yeah? So this is like, it's not just here. It's not just here.
International.
It's international. It's an international paedophile ring. That is true, right? So this is the Walton Hop, right? And in this place here, you would have had Jimmy Savile, Gary Glitter, Max Clifford. We're talking back from the 60s and 70s, you know, from when it opened, the 58, right? Yeah. You probably Bob Dowler would have probably went here. All of these lot, right? So the investigation has brought them to here because of Jonathan King and his circle. Why has it brought them to Surrey, right? So they're in Surrey, and we know that to be true because I just showed you Robert Kellaway at this time is in Surrey because he's not far away from my ex-missus and her parents who are on my hacking details, right? Wonder why they was hacking them and the Dowlers at the same time. Maybe these people know each other. Maybe that's what the shadiness has been from my perspective, where no one seems to want to talk about it because there's something wrong here, I'm telling you. So Mazen Mahmood's investigations took him to Walton-on-Thames, and they investigated this place and everything to do within and around it. And while they're up now, they end up tapping Milly Dowler. Why? Because she's going to be part of a prostitution ring, right? Now you think the dad don't know about it? The dad's at the...
Why else would they tap a 13-year-old girl?
And that's been admitted. It's been admitted by the news editor that done my story and hers at the same fucking time. So there's no getting out of that one, right? There's no getting out of it. There is no getting out of it. She was phone tapped, and that never came out. Although it does say that they bugged the father, but then they've turned that into a blunder, right? Because they're going to protect the father, because the father will be like Michael Payne and all the rest of them.
And he masturbated in her bed.
Yeah, I mean, if you want evidence he's a wrong, and he's got fucking bondage stuff up in the loft, so you've got a fucking seedy side to actually go out and buy leather fucking shit, actually have it as well in the loft,
and
hidden.
You're masturbating in your daughter's
right?
bedroom.
And then you don't say I became aroused on the way home. Want to change my story? I became aroused on the way home, and because he's got to account for it. So you've just accounted for spunk on her bed. If it was on your bed, you wouldn't have to account for it, wouldn't you? Just say, yeah, I had a wank. But because you've got, why is there spunk on her bed? So you've been sleeping with Millie. It's obviously like that, and it's a weird, wonky setup.
Read the letter, Brian.
Right, let me find the letter that was supposedly found. Oh, just on here's a couple of tweets. I'm not a fan of Ratwood either. He had Ian Puddick on slagging off Brian Harvey's evidence on Milly Dowler. Stooge, in my opinion. There's just one of the tweets there. You know, look, they put on the happy family, yeah? There's a picture of them. Yeah? Where's Millie? Poor cow. Yeah? And why did she have to die? Because if she's being prostituted, she was obviously going to say something. She had to die. That's what, that she had to die. And I think the father's got something to do with it. And so did the fucking police in the beginning. Let's fucking face it. Why did Ian Puddick tell Milly Dowler's sister? Why did Ian Puddick tell Milly Dowler's sister not to speak to Brian Harvey? Got something to hide, have we, Ian? To that, Ian replied, good old Gem. Yeah, do you think that's normal? All right, now let's find the letter. Let's find the letter. That's Gemma's letter, that's not the one. There's the two differences on the story. Robert Kellaway, the original person, the bloke that's hacked me, winding up my wife, who was in Surrey. So he's a liar. He does know about phone hacking and he was in Surrey. So what's the chances of him being the one hacking Milly Dowler, which is why he's bylined on the original story, that brought the paper down? That's what they was going to say, because bringing down the newspaper was planned, right? And all of this fitted it. All they done was they just turned it into, I mean, well, really, was that a scandal? You listen to a couple of voicemail messages, not really a scandal, but they turned it into one. And then they just, you know what I mean? They turned it into one because they needed to close the paper because of the connections.
Asking about who the rest of the ring was as well with Jonathan King, right? Why is it just Jonathan fucking King?
And why, when I show you the videos in a minute, do they keep blanking out this document with his name on it? You keep seeing this, Millie Hoax Riddle. Watch how many times you see that on the documentary that I'm going to play you later, right? Watch how many times you see that and tell me if you can see his name there by Robert Kellaway. Or tell me if you see the other one where I just showed you it with Sarah Arnold.
They redacted it. There was a lot like thingy out, blurred out. They blurred everything out, really.
And while I'm on it, David Sherborne, I am accusing you of covering up the truth, and from us finding out the truth about what happened to Milly Dowler, I hold you responsible because you split me and Natasha up. And had you have not done that, I wouldn't have had pages redacted and I'd have been able to see what you've got Natasha paid on. Right, so it's all been a bit of a closed shop round me. So when I turn up screaming and shouting outside the thing and I'm trying to tell Prince Harry he's corrupt, Harry, what I meant to say is David Sherborne has helped cover up the death of Milly Dowler and the truth behind it. That's what I'm saying, mate. And if you don't think that's important, then you don't fucking talk to me. But there's your proof right in front of you on the screen right now that David Sherborne, after receiving Robert Kellaway's statement, he's now heard back from David Sherborne, who said that he thinks he's happy to make a counter offer to Linklaters, Murdoch solicitors of the time of 20 grand. He feels this is the level of offer which is about right to pitch the counter offer. You fucking cunt. You fucking dare ever try and threaten me with lawyers again, you fucking shit cunt. You fucking dare. I'm holding you responsible for covering up the death of Milly Dowler. Yeah? And the fucking, because you were the one who's running it in the court. Yeah? You're representing all the phone hacking victims. You're the fucking gatekeeper, mate. You're the gatekeeper. And you were my barrister, and there's your fucking proof. Yeah? So anyone that's out there who thinks you're going to doubt me, don't ever fucking doubt me again. Because I come with fucking receipts. I come with proof, and there it is. David Sherborne, I hold you responsible, mate. Yeah? You've covered up the death and the truth, yeah, and the corruption behind the truth of the death of Milly Dowler. About she's found in a fucking forest 6 months after a skull and bones. Millie's letter, which I'm about to find. Millie's letter that I'm about to find. I bet her dad made her write that. What's all the as above, so below in that? There's not Masonic symbols throughout all of this. You people are fucking scum. Let me find it. Levi Bellfield's got International Moving Services Company. What's he shipping? I thought he was a wool clamper. Yeah? And a fucking doorman. Lies. Lies upon lies upon lies. Fucking lies. And Bob Dowler, he sets up a fucking company, iNet Consulting. Where is the date on it? I'm sure it's 3 months after Millie goes missing, Nick.
Fucking hell.
Yeah, what's this? Mr. Robert Dowler. 1966, he's a fucking Mason. 12th of June.
God.
12th of June 2002, he's appointed director of a company. Would you be thinking about a fucking company so soon after the death? January, February, March, April, January, February, March, April, May, June. 3 months, you cunt. Before he's worrying about fucking starting companies up. What happened? Did you get paid some money? Then form a company?
They get rewarded. They get rewarded with their own companies or something.
Yeah, well, you had to form a company. That's 3 months after the death of your dad. Look, what the fuck? What's this company for? UK PLC client secretary. Ain't that what Andrew Guyan had on fucking, what's name? On that fucking, whatever that company was called, can't remember now.
Hello, production.
Yeah. I'm sure that UK PLC client secretary's on that as well.
Oh, I've heard you to talk about that at UK.
And Puddick, right? I'll show you Puddick's involvement, why he tweets Gemma Dowler, because he has me arrested on the same day as Levi Bellfield. There it is. 22nd of November. And when you have a look at his company, the other company that he's made, 22 Burford Gardens, yeah, do you know when he incorporated it? 26th of April, my hacking date. What a cunt. So he's not playing games, this bloke. You're going to get punished, mate, yeah? I ain't fucking done with you yet, you fucking piece of shit. I ain't fucking done with you. I allowed you for a minute because your dad died. Now I'm fucking back on you, you fat piece of fucking shit. You're going to get arrested, shit cunt. You understand me? All of you. You are fucked. You are all fucked. You have all been exposed. You're fucked. You're fucked.
Yeah, the Millie story is just...
Right, let's find the letter. Here it is, Nick. 22 Burford Gardens. Ian Puddick, 26th of April 2017. Same year he has me arrested. Do you think that's a coincidence? Or is he just like knowing I'm going to look on there and wants to wind me up in every way that he can?
Well, like I said, Brian, if he's gone from being able to have your computers taken with fake fucking armed police, yeah, he's now had to resort to Paul Le Man.
That's a big come down.
You know.
That's a big come down.
Yeah, that's like a very big come down.
That's right. You couldn't come down any less than that. Actually,
Yeah,
you couldn't actually come down any less than that.
That's what I'm saying. It's like, but you need to read the letter.
Yeah, I'm getting to it. It's just so much stuff all the way through. Same with that.
Yeah.
The Bellfield, guilty. Millie Dowler. Right, we got that one cleared up. Let's do the new company. You know what I mean? They think they're clever, these people, but you just got to, you know what I mean? You can see it. Yeah, look, covering up fucking Kellaway's name there when you Google it. Look, why are they doing that?
But I don't understand why they're trying to keep this case in the public consciousness, because that's exactly what they're doing. Like, Brian, I said to you, there's more documentaries, yeah, about Millie Dowler, and also the wording on, and I know it may be a silly thing, right, but they called it the abduction of Millie Dowler. Well,
that makes you believe that she's been abducted. So I believe the opposite. It's the dad, man. My belief, sir. It's my fucking opinion.
It's like, the wording
My
on
opinion.
that, like, I would never have noticed it before, but because obviously, like, I've learned so much from you and about how the media, I'm starting to get it together now.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it's what I can't even remember.
So it'll come back to you. It always comes back to you. It always comes back.
Do you know what though? It's happening to me more and more. It's my age, isn't it? Really, I think.
No, it's not. It's not your age. It's overload of where the information goes. You're just feeling that one. That's all. That's what I have to deal with every day. That information overload and sorting it out and putting it in order so you can relay it. All I know, Nick, right? All I know, I'm looking at Mr. Levi Bellfield, 6 Strawberry Hill, Twickenham, Middlesex, which is where they align him with the 2 other fake murders. I believe they're fake, right? I'm just going to come out and fucking say it.
Yeah,
Everything to do with Levi Bellfield and this murder is fake. It was always closer to home. This person is a human covert intelligence resource. What fucking more do you need to see? It was in the mainstream, for fuck's sake. Early days.
9 years. 9 fucking years.
Well, no, what I'm saying is as well, is within these companies here, 001 International Moving Services Limited, that's got his ex-bird on it as well, the blonde bird who appears to be doing a Joanne Magellix on him. Atlas Ocean Air Limited, Atlantis Ocean Air Limited. These companies involve, when you go into them further, other investor companies that have got hundreds of companies in them. Now, there is no way Levi Bellfield is running about with a fucking hammer, killing people willy-nilly, when he's got so much companies, with hundreds of companies invested in him. I'm sorry, that ain't real. That ain't real. Here's the address, 6 Strawberry Hill, and there just happens to be a little girl walking past in checkerboard trainers. So Google, you're in on it as well, are you? You're in on the signalling as well. Yeah, look at the duality on the parking bit as you go through there, the black and white stripes. Look at her trainers. Do you think that is a coincidence? Do you? You could do, until you see his fucking doorstep, and then there's the checkerboard doorstep. Door number 6. Couldn't get any more satanic if you fucking tried. Right? This house here was Bellfield's house with Joanna Collins, and they got them companies, International Moving Services. And when you Google it, this is what I mean by signalling to people, if you're in the know. Look at the doorstep, go back, look at the little girl, who's probably about Milly Dowler's age, checkerboard trainers on there, yeah? Right? I'll take you back to the Baby P picture, shall I? Checkerboard background with John Wedger and fucking James Fielding on it. Yeah? There's Conrad Benefield. Look, the Ashley Park pub. Photo January 2022. Right? And then that cunt is in the fucking the church at the end of my road and talking to me next door neighbour. What the fuck is going on here? Yeah, burn her. That's what it says on Sarah Payne's top. In the photograph, in your face, in the paper. Look at that, look. Little chicken. Yeah, that's what they call these little girls, yeah? Little chickens.
They call little boys.
And I don't understand how they've done that cleverly, because it looks like burn. It says burn her, right? But the thing is called Burhill. So that's an H there, but it looks like an N. It looks like it says burn her, chicken. Yeah, that's what it looks like. Michael Payne befriended serial killer Levi Bellfield, who was a neighbour. Says it all, really. Why weren't Bellfield questioned in conjunction with the disappearance of Sarah Payne? Yeah, let's just fucking have it like that.
And wasn't it in the newspaper thing said that his value to the police would have been more than...
Yeah, it was that's what hindered it. His usefulness to the Met may have been how he... look, James Fielding again. There you go, check the ball. John Wedger. Okay, say no more. Proof that Rebecca Wade editor knew I've been phone tapped. There it is. There's this amount of phone tapping. They knew they set me up. That come from Richard Mallet, who's now been done for fraud. Who's on Andrew Ash's list just before Ted Heath, the ex-Prime Minister, as an abuser. There you go. There's Bob Dowler doing the Baphomet. This whole bit with the car, unbelievable. Red Daewoo, you can't see him in now. Yeah, there's the number. Turning into Station Road 22 minutes after Millie was last seen. And he's arrested on the 22nd of November. And then I'm arrested on the 22nd of November. When Bellfield returned after 2,200 hours. Look, it's fucking everywhere. And that bit there, to their flat in Walton. He later got up during the night about 3 or 4. Yeah, what's a documentary? They say 3:30. Yeah, there's your 33. Like, I'm sorry, I'm sick of seeing it. Right, it's just everywhere.
Even I was saying to you, I see it everywhere.
Everywhere. I'll check this. Millie, the police attacked their own inquiry. Chaotic and rudderless. Operation branded embarrassing for the police force. Senior officer is sent back to routine duties. Detective in Jonathan King case takes over. 5 major blunders are highlighted. Jeremy Payne comes on the scene in the Milly Dowler case. I thought it was Colin fucking Sutton that fucking solved it, Nick.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah? This is what I'm saying. This I was like, I never heard of this fucking bloke. Martin Clune.
Like from that documentary, because where I was fucked and I took my medication, I actually thought it was him.
Right, check this. This is how it falls apart. Byline by Susie Boniface and Rachel Tinniswood. The officer in charge of the search for missing schoolgirl Milly Dowler has been axed after his team came under fire from an independent police inquiry, the Sunday Mirror can reveal. Detective Chief Inspector Stuart Gibson, responsible for day-to-day running of the hunt for 13-year-old Millie, has returned to routine duties after the inquiry team branded the investigation chaotic and rudderless. Right? This is what they've done. That's it. That's all it's took to turn it around. That's it. We've got Gibson on it. It's all been running all badly and
Didn't that happen in the Halt de la Garenne?
But what's he done badly? What's he done badly? Arrested Bob Dowler.
But it's like
this is where the
Halt de la Garenne, that guy that was on the first investigation.
Yeah, what's his name? What's his name?
Lenny
Harper. Yeah, it is Lenny Harper. Yeah, it is Lenny
They
Harper.
removed him. And in Belgium, they removed it. It's like...
It's their... You're right. It's their fucking first little trick, their first little move.
It's their MO.
Yeah, man, it's right there in front of you. It's right there in front of you.
It's worked for them so many times.
So,
literally, when you think... It's been literally in every child killing it life.
This is how they play it, right? This is just... None of this is real. This is just how they play it. 5 major blunders could have hampered the 3-month search, say police sources. One said... This is highly embarrassing for the force. The review team were highly critical and made it clear that urgent and dramatic changes need to be made. DCI Gibson has been replaced by Detective Inspector Brian Marjoran, an expert on paedophiles, who made his name bringing Jonathan King to trial. Hang on, I thought it was Jeremy Payne. Fuck's sake. A close source to the review team says it found that DCI Gibson, lacking leadership and experience for such a complex and high profile. This is just like bullshit again. Inside, what we're going to do, Gibson, we're going to blame you. Don't worry, we'll pay you for it. And it'll be over in 2 months. They also blamed other senior police, Surrey police officers.
I'm surprised where it ain't turned up.
Yeah, innit? They also blame other senior Surrey police officers for failing to fully support the missing person squad set up specifically to trace the missing teenager. Serious concerns were also raised by the inquiry team led by detectives who tracked down the killer of Sarah Payne. Ah, fuck me. It's like, it's just inside waffle, and that's it. And people don't think no more of it. It's feared that vital evidence could have been lost by the delay. No, you accused the right person first. You had it right. Now you Masonic friends have got to turn it all fucking round because he's probably going, well, I'll fucking tell on everyone then. Do you know what I mean?
That come from high up in the police force as well. That come from high up.
Mm.
But to remove a DCI, right? A DCI don't get to where he gets because they're fucking stupid. Yeah, because that's what they're basically saying.
No, they think we're stupid when they twist things, and we think, well, no one ever questions the official thing anyway. But it's like, no, sorry, mate.
Yeah.
I'm the only one that can solve this because I'm in the middle. I've already proved that Kellaway does know about phone hacking, and therefore he must have known about Milly Dowler because you was in Surrey. Come on, mate. What's the chances? Sorry, you're on that, and you're bylined on it. You know, what's to say you're not lying on the back end? Oh, it was my name was put there as a professional favour. Bollocks, mate. You need protecting because you was there with Mazza and Conrad tapping, and if that ever comes out, that also we got fucking mole care on it, and you're all working together.
Why are they protecting Kellaway though?
Well, that's what I was trying to tell you.
Because they definitely are protecting Kellaway. They need his name out of the Milly Dowler case. They don't need his name.
Yeah, because do you know why? Do you know why, Nick? Because 12 days later he sets me up. That's why. That's why I'm important to this case. But they're trying to play it like, oh, he's nothing. He's mad. He's on drugs. He just wants money for drugs. No, mate. This is fucking serious.
No, I think after this live, Brian, because the thing is like. This is not hearsay.
No,
this
it's not.
This is not like you know. This is not us coming up with scenarios. Yeah, like this is a lot of research.
Yeah, a lot of research. Yeah. 10 years.
You've got so much stuff. Have you found that letter yet?
I'm getting to it. It's just like the bits that are coming up that are relevant.
People need to hear that letter.
Yeah.
People need to hear that letter.
All right, so I'm getting to it. I am getting to it because this is leading to it. It is feared that vital evidence...
It smashes the whole lovely family scenario.
Yeah, it does. And don't forget, you know, he's got bondage stuff up in the thing and that, so he's a bit kinky, right? There's spunk found on Millie's bed, right? And then the police get the news of the world to tap him and bug him, right? Now, that can't be shown to ever be the case because you don't even know that them lot are up there. And Kellaway's saying, well, I weren't even up there. So it's clear it's a problem that they're all up there. But I know they're up there because you're talking to Tash, my ex, and she's in Surrey, and you're not far away. Yeah? So you was going to go round and see her if you could. So you're up there, mate. So don't give it you don't know nothing. It's all very well trying to distance yourself, but I got your police witness statement, and your police witness statement says otherwise. And comrades, who only works with Mazza. I understand why they got to keep Mazza out of it, because he's just done Jonathan King. If they find out he's up there, it's going to be like, you know, he's just done Jonathan King. Is there a paedophile up here or something?
But at the very least, the News of the World have held back because...
No, they know everything. They know everything. They're at the heart of it. That's why they've closed the paper dam.
Yeah.
That is why they've closed the paper dam.
Yeah, if the truth would have come out. And the thing is it worked, because once the News of the World shut down...
It ain't worked because it ain't over yet. It ain't worked because it ain't over yet.
Yeah, and it's... Oh,
and I'm still hanging in the claims. So, you know, it ain't over. It ain't over. It ain't over. It ain't even begun yet. The takedown of these people ain't begun yet. I ain't had the support yet, but I'll tell you, when I get the support... Do you know what? This ain't about me, you know. I'm not bothered about money. Don't bother trying to give me any... I'm not bothered about money. Yeah? I want the truth. I want the truth. I know you set me up. We know. Yeah, we know. I want the truth about this. Yeah? I want to get this girl justice. Fuck the family. Fuck everyone else that's helped cover it up. I'm going to get her justice because I'm the only one on this planet that can bring that for her. I'm the only person that can do it. Can you imagine what a weight that is on my fucking shoulders? It's ain't even about me now. This is about her. It's not even about me no more. Forget about me. I don't want your money, so you can't pay me. They're not going to put you in prison for me, but they might over this, when I prove this. And then my phone tapping evidence becomes supporting evidence in this. Because it's the same time frame. I can prove Kellaway has lied. Hands down. It's already proved. It's done. It's done. Why ain't the family ever come back and said anything to me? How does Ian Puddick know Gemma Dowler? All these questions, they're not ready to answer. You're not ready for me. You're not ready for me. You're not ready. Waiting, so it is feared that vital evidence could have been lost by the delay. This is how they're wording it now. An accusation strongly denied by Surrey Police. The police source said there has been a series of blunders, right, which they blamed on Gibson, which could have hampered the case. So you fucking tell us, yeah? But we don't know if that's true or not, because you're the police and you're liars.
I think we can surmise that it's not true.
Yeah, yeah, but, you know, people take this official shit, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
These include taking more than a month to carry out a detailed forensic examination of Millie's clothing. Now, you've left that vague, because if I take that from when you find the body 6 months later, and there's not even any meat on the bones, and it's skull and bones there, and Millie wasn't found with any...
That was the exact wording.
Yeah.
Skull and bone.
It was the exact wording.
That was the exact wording.
Yeah, which is going to carry through in a minute onto her letter. Taking more than a month to carry out a detailed forensic examination of Millie's clothing. Right, that either means... well, there weren't no clothing when her body was found, right? And they couldn't tell you how she died. That's very convenient, right? They must be talking about taking more than a month to carry out detailed forensic examination of Millie's clothing at home for Bob Dowler's sperm. Failing to treat her disappearance from the outset as a potential murder inquiry. Waiting weeks to examine Millie's computer, on which she was believed at one stage to have used internet chat rooms where she may have met an older man. What do you mean she may? Did she or didn't she? About may have. Did she or what didn't she? You do all this vagueness. Delaying forensic searches of Millie's bedroom in her parents' house in Walton-on-Thames. Surrey and checks of her diary and the garden. Issuing conflicting statements about whether Millie was abducted, had run off with an older man, or had been murdered. Right, this is getting us now closer to the letter. 2 men, one of them already in prison for a different crime, have been arrested over Millie's disappearance, but neither was charged. Both are no longer considered suspects. Who were they? It is routine for such major investigations to be regularly reviewed, but it is believed that some Surrey officers had voiced disquiet. early on. Yesterday, a police source close to the review team, who asked not to be named, why? This is highly embarrassing for the force. To have a senior officer replaced 3 months into such an important inquiry is almost unprecedented. DCI Gibson was transferred to the CID unit at Walton-on-Thames Police Station 2 weeks ago. So they're laying a lot on this DCI Gibson, that all of the arrest of Bob Dowler and all that bit and the surveillance of him. Bullshit. He got it right. He got it right. Yeah, he got it right. And it took you years to concoct this Levi Bellfield fucking story.
It really, and do you know what, Brian? I am the last person that ever wants to say that. I don't think Levi Bellfield did kill me.
I don't, Nick. I don't. I'm not saying he's a fucking innocent person. You know, if he's got anything to do with it. 93 offences with the police for fucking rape or whatever. Yeah, so...
That's what they're saying.
So they tell us. Yeah, so they tell us.
That's just ridiculous. Like, 90, but that's the same sort of thing as well, like with Ian Watkins, when they definitely had intelligence reports on him.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
They know about him. They know about him as well, up front. They always know about him up front. It always comes down to a blunder. Now, in a minute, I'll show you one where they knew about Savile. Like, there's like, I mean, they knew 50 fucking years ago, but, you know, with the later stuff. Like, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, with the Surrey police, yeah, I remember that when they interviewed him and that.
Yeah. So let me start getting to... see, this is all the number and everything where they asked you to call back at the time. This is all copyright 2002 Mirror Group Newspapers Limited. So this is all where these screenshots are coming from. By the way, they're all out of the mainstream. An extraordinary anti-terrorist style surveillance operation was launched against Millie Dowler's father in the weeks of her disappearance. 24th of June 2011.
Anti-terrorism, yeah.
No, an anti-terrorist style.
Right, anti-terrorist.
And that weren't old Bill. That was the News of the World. That was Mazza, Conrad, and Kellaway, and probably
and the NCA, I believe, as well.
And probably what's his face? The geezer who's just done him, who's done the story with him, Ben Proctor. He's probably involved as well.
Proctor wasn't there? Wasn't there a paedophile called Proctor?
Yeah, Harvey Proctor.
Yeah.
Don't know if there's any link, but it wouldn't fucking surprise me. It's all that wonky world, isn't it? Because let's face it, Nick, the News of the World and Mazza, they know what's really happened to Millie. So
yeah,
you really know, and you ain't said nothing.
Well.
You ain't said nothing.
Payne.
Yeah, all of them. They know about all of them. They were the ones doing the bugging.
What was the link with the Merseyside police? What did you say yesterday about?
There was something to do with Merseyside police.
Right. I'm not going to lie, James Bolger, Liverpool.
Well, Merseyside police, I thought Andrew Guyan. Would have been around that time as well. Would have been around that time. Yeah. I found that very strange.
That James Bolger killing, I believe them two boys took him. I believe them two boys participated, but they did not inflict them injuries on that little boy. There is no way they could have inflicted, and the sexual injuries were just like, whoa. And I've believed for a long time that I don't believe them boys actually done the killing, but that's why they were seen taking him from the mall, right? Because you know, all they done is spend time in security unit.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, they sent a couple of little boys out to take a little boy. It's going to be less recognised, like less suspects, isn't it?
Obviously, there's going to be such horror at kids killing kids. Yeah, but it's better than one of these fucking adults getting the light. Like, you know, and it would have been because that John Venables John Thompson. Hang on. It was Robert,
it was a Venables.
John Venables.
It was a Venables.
John Venables. He's come out, cracked on with his paedophilia, got nicked again, got put back in again, got let out again, and it's like that. No one looks deeper than the boys.
No.
Yeah.
I know.
No one looks deeper than the boys, right? And I see the way they work now, right?
Yeah.
The way they, you know.
Well, they've got to have their methods, haven't they, of not getting caught.
Yeah, but I'm beginning to see their methods, and it's like, whoa.
Yeah, getting a couple of little boys to take a little boy, that looks less suspects and that, and then
Yeah.
you know the real culprit behind it all's got away with it, hasn't he?
Well, well, yeah, but I don't believe it was one culprit. It's.
Oh, I think an adult has sent them to go and do that.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely.
So who's that then?
But in the documentary, they said the police realised that he was very about his mum. He didn't want to disappoint his mum, right?
Mm.
And like they said to the mum, "Can you talk to him? Yeah, to see if you can make it." And they said that his mum was talking to him, but she was talking to him in a place where there wasn't no microphones on her. Like obviously, it's just a mum talking to his and he come back in after that, and he said, "I killed him."
Could be the parents.
And
could be the parents then, yeah.
What is for me? What is wrong with the police? Obviously, if a child has took another child, and you're saying that he's inflicted these injuries, where did he learn that shit? Where the fuck would he have learned that?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, where?
You know, and it's just like there's dead kid after dead kid after dead kid. And it's the same fucking shit.
Yeah, and Puddick or Wedger or someone turns up in the middle of it. You know what I mean? That's what gets me.
And
I mean, look, here's that thing you was looking for. His usefulness to the Met last night feared to be one reason the child sex monster and serial rapist dodged justice for so long. By Mike Sullivan.
Right, so they're basically saying that he's more important than the child's life. That's what that says to me.
That's basically what they're saying. Well, that's what that is. That is what that says. That is exactly what that line says.
And our chief is a child's life. That's crazy.
Yeah, they protect him over it. But that's if, you know, look, because they're already calling him the cage killer of 13-year-old Milly Dowler, and that's wrong, because it's not.
But he's a serial rapist as well.
They said that they've had a load of, you know, see, this all fits in with the back. We know that, look, you know they love a backstory, these people. They love a backstory. I'm not believing Joanna Collins' backstory. I'm not believing none of it. I'm looking at her, and when she's talking, on every appearance she's done, I'm like, this is fake. This is intelligence. This is intelligence. Yeah. This is intelligence. Why ain't no one talking about International Moving Services Limited on the company? You ain't mentioned that I was on companies with him and blah, blah. Nothing. And why ain't none of the press done it? I mean, what a shit press we've got. Well, we know that anyway. But there you go. Mainstream media by Mike Sullivan, crime editor. Yeah, there it is. His usefulness to the Met last night. It's the same article where you get... the other line from about him being a covert human intelligence resource. Right, Mike Sullivan, crime editor. Google him, you'll see him. He's you know, long-term one, man. Been out there years.
But you know, the bottom line is I don't even know if Levi Bellfield is a real. Do you know what I mean? It's like
no, he's created like fucking like Bill Maloney or John Wedger.
Yeah.
Or Roy Whiting or you know. This is what you got to look at. The Walton Hop, Max Clifford, Chris Denning, Jonathan King, Randall, Savile and Duncroft approved school. The Walton Hop in Walton upon Thames, Surrey, was a teen disco, started in 1958 and was one of the first discos in the UK. The Hop was situated only 5 miles from Savile's haunt, the infamous Duncroft approved school. In the 70s and 80s, the Walton Hop was frequented by convicted paedophile and former Radio 1 DJ Chris Denning and paedophiles Jonathan King. It was Tam Patton, the Bay City Rollers, that introduced Jonathan King to the Hop.
Like I said last night, I don't even know.
So it is, again, here we go. Tam Patton was the manager of the Bay City Rollers, right? There was big abuse went on in the Bay City Rollers. He's friends with Jonathan King and Tom Watkins. Tom Watkins was my manager. He raped a band member. I know about it. And everyone's covered that up as well. Yeah,
and
because
he's also the same as fucking Camilla.
And the reason that they went so far in going in on me over that was because if that came out, that was then going to lead. Because I don't blame the band member. I literally don't. It's this fucking manager shit cunt who's run away to fucking Honolulu with his fucking tummy tuck and his diabetes, the cunt. Cunts like you don't die at 70, Tom. I know you're fucking listening to me. Yeah? Brain of an ant, yeah? Really? Really? I'm cleverer than you, you fucking cunt. Yeah? I'm going to get you, mate. I'm going to get you. Yeah? Because all of this says so. You were fucking Jonathan King's mate. Yeah? Best mate. You bigged him up. I remember saying to you, oh, your mate's been done for being a paedophile. Oh, he's not a paedophile. I never even heard the fucking word before.
But I just putting it out there as well, I think that there could be a link between Ian Watkins and Tom Watkins.
Could be. Could be.
Because I said, and that Ian H. Watkins, like, if you come from Wales, the same place as what he come from, Ian Watkins, yeah.
Well, he was in Steps. He was in Steps.
Yeah, and he's gay. But
yeah,
why would you want to carry that man's name? That man was a baby and a toddler rapist, Brian. Right? There's no hearsay. That's fucking fact.
Well, when you think back about, would you remember back on the Express interview with Andrew, when we go out for the room for a fag, but Chris Fay starts talking about the babysitting ring.
Now, I've heard... Right,
child and toddler rape. And Bill's going, what, proper sexual babies? He's like, oh, you pay a lot of money for that. You remember Andrew talking about it?
Yeah, well, he's right about that, because that's like... But I said, that doing that to a baby, and it's such an abomination, right? I'm not even religious, yeah? But that is...
It's unthinkable, man. You couldn't even think of yourself doing something like that. You can't. Your brain don't let you. You could not try it. You could not go into any type of depth. You just could not do it. It could not happen. You couldn't. Your brain will stop you. It's like, what are you doing? It couldn't happen.
Right, but women were offering their children to him.
And then fucking Peaches Geldof put their name up. Look where it got her.
And then she died. And then boom, she died.
And Fern Cotton went out with him. What, she don't know? And Fern Cotton is mates with fucking Schofield's fucking sidekick. What, they don't know? They all fucking know. And that's why Schofield, in his poxy fucking interview, he's got a stupid checkerboard on the floor, stupid cunt. Fucking look like Paul LeMan, you cunt.
It's
they're fucking disgusting, man. They just make me angry. They make me angry. They think they're so fucking clever, yeah, and you're wide open, mate. I've worked you out. I've fucking worked you out. And it's not even hearsay, because I've got your fucking police witness statements. You cunts. Yeah? How'd you like them apples? How'd you like apples? All being done to you through Apple. This is interesting. It could be the case. Burr Hill Primary School. This was where Sarah Payne went. This is where the burn her bit on the top comes from, right? This is the school, Burr Hill Primary School. The head teacher there is someone called Gemma Adams. I've heard a rumour that Gemma's got married. I don't know for certain. But if that did ever turn out to be her, that would be weird. So I can't confirm it, but I've just got a feeling.
The link between them two cases is just like it's beyond, like, what was it? How many coincidences before saying becomes a certainty? It's like fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, how many before it's a plan? It's a fucking plan, isn't it? You know what I mean?
Like this, and the paddock as well, man. It's like wherever that motherfucker turns up, you know, they're saying like fucks about it. They're like, boom.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
But even with John Wedger, like, you know, that doing that baby P thing. Right, it just gives social workers carte blanche to take people's kids.
Yeah, that's what he's helped do. So if John Wedger's done anything, he hasn't helped children. He's helped social services make it easier for them to take them. That's his
whenever he
crime.
turns up for a victim, he's got alcohol with him. That's like,
Yeah, well, he had it when he came out. 6 cans of Red Stripe.
He had it when he met me and Sarah at Clapham Common. Bottle of brandy.
That's what I'm saying. So these people go on. They think they're, you know what I mean? They just think they're clever.
You know, if you're interviewing a victim, why would you bring alcohol? You know, and it's oh God, these people, man, they're just.
I can't understand that this Robert Kellaway, the journalist, he's I've looked on Company's House, and he's got a company, and it's called Musicus CIC, and it's got the registered address to this company is 83 Ravenshaw Street, London. The people that are on it with him are there's a Ghislaine. Fucking hell. There's a Ghislaine Florence Halpenny, Robert Kellaway, a Gavin Middleton, and a Thomas Halpenny, and a Sarah Lucy Pascal, and a Paul Williamson. Occupation, local government officer. What's her occupation? None. Thomas Halpenny, musician and educator. Gavin Middleton, none. Robert Kellaway, journalist. I mean, what is this company? Musicus.cic.
I have no idea.
Right, here's the bio. Here's the bio. Musicus provides. Right, let me pull this over and fucking show you. Musicus provides inspirational music education programs, workshops, and performances for children, young people, and adults across London. This is Robert Kellaway, who hacked me, and Tom Halpenny. So he's the bloke who obviously I've emailed, because I fucking emailed this yesterday. And let me go back a page. Home Musicus CIC. Yeah. On the company, Ghislaine Halpenny, Robert Kellaway. Robert Kellaway. Let's have a look at Robert Kellaway's other companies. Yeah, we're looking at the right person. What the fuck has he got to do with music? I mean, what is he doing? Trying to bet Kellaway Media Limited. Dissolved. This one's active. Musicus CIC. What's he doing? Trying to set himself up like he's part of some sort of charity and helps young people when he's about to get fucking taken to fucking court.
Probably. He'll probably start working with free to be kids soon.
He's having a fucking laugh. Milly Dowler letter. Let's find the.
Yeah, because I think like people need to hear that letter.
Yeah, that's what I want to find. Let me find it. Right, this is cross-examining Mr. Dowler. He said she had her demons, did she not? I think she had natural childhood fears like most people, Mr. Dowler said. The poem found in Millie's bedroom read, I don't know what it is I do. They all just seem to hate me. All they do is slag me off and force everyone against me. I know I'm pathetic and helpless, and I know I'm not pretty or fit, but what do they have that I haven't? Let's face it, I'm just totally shit, and I know what people think. I know how they feel. Why the fuck? I don't know. What do I do to make them hate me? Maybe I should just go. Sometimes I think how life would be without me for mum and dad, to have a beautiful little girl who is like Gemma. She would be everything I am not. Everything I dream to be. Pretty, smart, intelligent, wanted, loved. But then I hit myself and wake up to reality and how bad school's going to be in the morning. I hate it, but not nearly as much as I hate myself. The handwritten letter read, Dear Daddy and my beautiful mummy, by the time you find this letter, I will be gone. Up there or down below. Up there or down below you. I've always been that way, below other people. I'm sorry, you deserve a better daughter, so I have left. If anything, you should be happy and you can concentrate on lovely Gemsy without me getting in the way. You should have had an abortion or at least had me adopted, then at least I wouldn't have made your life hell as well. I think it would be best if you try and forget me. It's nothing you have done, I just feel I had to go. Please don't let any harm get to any of you. Mum and Dad, please look after Gemma. I'm sorry, but goodbye. Millie signed the letter with her name. Lots of love as always. Your little disappointment, Amanda. Heart-shaping kisses were at the end. Mr. Dowler broke down in tears after Mr. Samuels finished reading the letter to him. Mr. Samuels said, I'm sorry. Millie's father said, it's just very distressing. He said Millie had never given him the handwritten letter. Mr. Dowler said the poem was very sad, but when questioned by Brian Altman QC, said Millie had not given the impression that she hated herself. I mean, what the fuck? What the fuck? Now you've got a letter talking about, I mean, if this ain't the excuse that, you know, I'm going to go, you'll be better off without me. Are you, even this says like you're setting her up to kill her.
Yeah.
You was thinking about leaving a ransom note and then the fucking spunk bubble got you in trouble, you cunt. That's what's happened here.
I think you're right. I do think you're right.
Yeah, I think I'm right. And I think Bob Dowler knows fucking Jonathan King and all the others. And then it'll be through...
I've forgotten the cards they will. They're all the... Like,
yeah. Yeah. That's it. If I'm wrong, fucking come at me, innit? If I'm wrong, come at me. But you be prepared to be investigated on the other side. Because I'm not falling for your shit, man. I'm not falling for your shit. You are full of fucking shit, the lot of you. And you have been caught red-handed and the evidence says so. You are fucked. All of you. Everyone that has been involved in covering up this case. And mine is right next door to it. And we know you set me up. And I knew you was in Surrey. Yeah, it just took a while to work it out. What were you doing in Surrey? Milly Dowler. And Greg Miskill, your news editor, that fucking sent you there, told me. She was being tapped. Why would you tap a 13-year-old schoolgirl? You know, Paul McMullen said, you know, Rebecca Brooks was very much about trying to, you know, bring down every paedophile in the bloody country. You know, he says that like it's, you know, like that's what she was like. Fuck off. You're one of them, bitch.
She must have forgot about the rest of Jonathan King's...
You're as bad as them, bitch. You're as bad as them, you fucking ginger bitch. You're one of them. Yeah? You're fucking one of them.
She was friends with Sarah Payne, didn't she?
Well, she did. Best friends. She got her an OBE. And what did the husband get? Dead. What did Bellfield get? Prison. Or at least from our perspective. What did Max Clifford get? Dead. Both Michael Payne and Max Clifford dead of natural causes. Really? Really? I bet Michael Payne went to see Max Clifford. That's probably what got them both fucking killed.
Yeah, you could be right. Because that Michael Payne, he always looked to me like a broken man.
Very broken. Like he was carrying...
From the, yeah, I mean, I don't know if it was his daughter going, like, amazing like that, but he always had that... You know that droopy dog? Like, remember that droopy dog character? Like, he looked like that. Mm. And he just looked like a man that was just completely broken. Yeah, and
he looked like a swollen Paul Whitehouse to me, man. And then there is a White. See that Paul Whitehouse sketch of him standing at the window going, "My name is Michael Payne, and I am a nosy neighbour." But he was neighbours to Bellfield. He was neighbours to Bellfield.
Yeah.
So the mainstream media have gone with, but no one brings it up now. In any documentary, no one brings up that Bob Dowler was the original suspect and that, and no one wants to delve deeper. No one's bringing up Bellfield and his companies. Then, if there's any realness, you don't want to know because it's not fucking real story. They've closed that newspaper down on purpose because of the collusion between the police and the News of the World and private investigators. Right, they're all part of the cult basically, and they're all in it. They're all in it. So they had to close down the News of the World. Murdoch 100% knew he was going to close down the News of the World. He just waited for Bellfield to get the guilty, and then he went ahead with the closing down of the News of the World with a fake scandal which was all controlled because I should have been there. Because in 2003, when I got not guilty, you leave the court without a stain on your character, the judge instructed the CPS to do a root and branch investigation as to how I ended up in the court in the first place, because they all knew I'd been phone tapped. And that root and branch investigation was never done. So it's strange to me that I weren't at the Levison Inquiry, or the Hacking Inquiry for that matter. Both of them, controlled. Who were your star witnesses? The Dowlers. What you got on them? And more to the point, what have you got on the police to make them go along with letting you come along with this raid or ruining the raid for them?
That was just ridiculous.
What's going on here?
They admitted that in the documentary. They actually admitted that in the documentary. It's that's unheard of.
I need my local MP to bring it up in Parliament that I am requesting a private criminal prosecution, right? And I need that to take place, and I need the backing of my government and my local government. But Stella Creasy's too busy taking pictures with a fake E17 in the town hall behind me, dressed up in a white coat. I mean, they're doing this on purpose, so there's no... They're trying to come at me on every level. I mean, the latest thing I've got is a cancer package now from Macmillan. I mean, you fucking sick bastards. You know, if you do things like that, though, I'll tell you something, yeah? I'll give you something to think about.
Karma comes to people like that, you know.
Listen, whoever sent that, you're going to get cancer now. Right? That's how it works. That's how it works. I'll think about your next move if I was you, yeah? Because you're not gonna win here. Yeah? So I wouldn't keep chucking it if I was you. Yeah, because it's gonna come back on you, and you will. It will happen to you. Yeah? Because look what you're trying to get in the way of. Me solving this fucking murder of this girl. This ain't solved. It ain't fucking Levi Bellfield. Whether you drive round the back in a red Daewoo or whether you come in through the front. Didn't happen. Didn't happen. The train station footage has been manipulated because it's all Surrey. I told you when I went round there it was like the fucking Stepford Wives. It's a very fucking strange area, that part, I'll tell you. And it's all taking place 7 miles away from my ex-wife's parents as well, and I want to know what the involvement is there. Why David Sherborne felt it so important to split us up. Because everyone was in the know on this apart from me. That's what it was. So, yeah, you are corrupt, Sherborne, and I am coming for you. I am coming for you. Prince Harry or no Prince Harry, mate. Couldn't give a fuck. Couldn't give a fuck. He had his chance. Forget it now. I wouldn't even talk to you if you fucking asked me. You had your fucking chance. You chose to go along with David Sherborne bringing 33 cases for Prince Harry. Good luck, mate, yeah? You crack on with your life. Yeah? Why you quickly... When's Prince Andrew going to turn over the court case with Virginia? It's got to be round the corner now, isn't it? Any minute now. Any minute now. I can hear him coming. Yeah. Oh, Virginia. Oh, she's a fantasist. You wait for it. When you see it, you're going to... I can't wait for you to see it. I can't wait for you to see it. It's coming. It's only round the corner. They can't leave it much longer. But they have to keep stalling it every time I talk about it. I'm more important in this than you realise, than I realise. And I'm going to get that girl justice. Look at her little face. Look at her little face. Yeah? I believe him. It's him. It's him and his fucking little fucking Freemason mates. And that consists of all the people we've spoken about, including Jonathan King. Jonathan King's got something to do with this case. Because that investigation in 2001 led them to Walton. And then they're tapping Milly Dowler. And then they set me up. So what's the deal there? Why was you really tapping me? Is it because Jonathan King was Tom Watkins' best mate and you was watching him as well? You must have been.
Of course they were.
Right, so why ain't none of these people back me up in what I'm saying about what he's done to a band member?
That's...
It's because what it's going to uncover. Because then they're going to go, oh, Tom Watkins, who was he associated with? Well, Jonathan King, Jimmy Savile, all the local fucking people, Esther Ranson. Oh, we better look into that one. Yeah? What do you think you're going to find when you look into that one? That's what you're going to uncover, child trafficking. And the police helping cover up all this fucking shit for these people. The police are wank. They got to go. They need changing. Someone else needs to come in there. It's all wrong. It's all back to front. It is, and it's Freemasons that are doing it. High up ones in the police, high up ones in government, high up fucking journalists, ones that are just in the paedophile ring anyway and go to the lodge. It's all these cunts. And that's why they took the paper down. That's why it was all planned. And the timing of him setting up the Sun on Sunday shows that it was pre-planned. And their star witnesses, they made the Dowlers the star witnesses. And that's what's happened.
I know it's not really relevant, but the mum, she looks like, I swear to God, she looks like a Cabbage Patch doll, man. Like, and
they had to get Mazza and them lot to go up there and tap them because they was going to use that evidence against them because they thought we're going to use the Dowlers to close the papers down. So how was they going to get them to do that and get them on side? You see what I'm saying? It had to come from blackmail because otherwise Murdoch and the Met Police and Surrey Police, fucking hell, man, shitstorm like no one's.
No, they would have just told. They would have just told Bob Dowler, like they would have been like.
Yeah, but Bob Dowler's probably gone. Well, fucking, if I'm going, you're all coming with me.
No, I doubt that.
Probably, but he seems like he's a go-along in their world.
Yeah, he doesn't seem to be. He's just a patsy, isn't he?
He just tries to play the cool, calm, relaxed, I'm doing my best type stuff, yeah? And I'm not fucking falling for it. There was spunk on Millie's bed. It was yours. You changed your fucking story, you lying cunt. Fuck off. I'm sorry. I might not be a part of your family or know your family. You don't know me. I know what I fucking see, mate. And I do know something because Kellaway's lied and you don't even want the fucking evidence. That tells me everything, Bob Dowler. That tells me everything I need to know about you, mate. Spunk on her bed. Yeah? Start telling the fucking truth. You are liars. You are fucking liars. And I've proved it.
It's just crazy because it's like when you like I said to you yesterday, it's mad because everything that's been created around her, there's so much holes in it, but at the very core of it, there's a little fucking girl, man.
I know. When you see that picture of her on the speedboat and all that, man, you know, it's like you just think that could be your daughter. It could be like, how could you do that?
Exactly.
How could you do that, man? How could you fucking? But there are people out there like this.
How could they not notice if that letter? And I've heard it again, and I'm beginning to know. I do believe that she did write it. It was definitely child writing. That like.
Well, yeah, no, but you got to make it authentic. He didn't sit there and write it, but I bet he made her write it.
Yeah.
I bet he made her write it.
But even so, right, just on a parenting skill, how can you not know that your daughter feels like that?
Well, why are you showing us all pictures then that are all fucking lovey-dovey like the perfect family?
Right,
then?
exactly. Yeah, and take care of lovely gems, right?
I know.
It's just crazy.
It's fucking.
When you say, "Oh, it's all fake," it means like.
I don't mean she's fake. No, the poor girl.
I know Millie's not fake.
And the thing, Millie's not fake, man. She's not fake. This girl actually ended up dead. So that tells me, with everything taken into account, she has ended up actually dead and unidentifiable to what the fuck has happened to her, right? That's very convenient for someone.
But the mushroom foragers as well, like.
Oh, they're just the excuse. They're not going to get scrutinised. They're just the excuse.
We think it's Milly Dowler. Like, what?
How the fuck would you know?
Like, it's...
Isn't it? How the fuck would you know? Exactly.
And to be quite honest with you, there was no evidence connecting Levi Bellfield with Milly Dowler, really, was there?
No, there wasn't, because there's no footage of her walking down that
they couldn't get nothing from the bone.
Nick, there's no footage of her walking down that road. The only footage that I've seen is they're showing us her in the train station. And the footage in the train station, well, let me fucking bring it up, innit? Let me bring it up, because I'll show you what they do.
But it runs parallels with Maddie McCann as well.
Well, the Payne side of it, I'm sure there's a link within the Paynes.
But I also believe that Maddie McCann was killed before they said that she was, right? And they hurriedly got a story together. And I think Millie was killed before they said that she was.
I've got the yeah. Oh, 100%. Like it didn't happen that day. It must have happened 2 days before. So that's given them just enough time.
I watched Richard D. Hall's coverage on Madeleine McCann. And
yeah.
He was absolutely.
Yeah, no, he was good on that. But I want to stick on Millie, man. I want to stick on Millie.
Yeah.
I want to stick on Millie.
There are parallels.
Yeah. Oh no, there definitely are. There definitely are. So I got hold of Robert Kellaway last night at that company that we've just had a look at, that Musicus, and that Tom at musicus.com. It's up there, and then you can see the news desk at the International Criminal Court, and another guy there at the International Criminal Court, and 2 others. I think I copied you in on that, didn't I? So I've sent Robert Kellaway this message. In Surrey, was you, Robert? Or should I say Sarah Arnold? Yes. With Conrad Brown and Mazza Mahmood tapping 13-year-old Millie? Yes. Because you knew she was being abused by the father, a Mason, and other high-ups? Yes. Did you say to my ex-wife that you wasn't far away when you wanted to talk to her? Yes. Did she live in Surrey at the time, 7 miles away from the Dowlers? Yes. Were you tapping my ex-wife's family because they know the Dowlers? Yes. Did you transcribe all of your illegal recordings of me on the 2nd of the 5th 02, the same time Mulcair was doing my mobile voicemail? Yes. Are you in a lot of trouble when I bring my private criminal prosecution? Yes. Were the Dowlers blackmailed into becoming the star witnesses in the Levison Inquiry with the threat of exposing the dad? Yes. Was it done with your help along with Mazza, Conrad and Rebecca Wade? Yes. Now known as Rebecca Brooks. Have you lied to the hacking inquiry? Yes. Did Murdoch need a reason to bring down his own paper? Yes. Was it all planned? Yes. Was Bellfield a covert human intelligence source? Yes. You are finished, you and your boss. P.S. I've contacted the International Criminal Court. You're not getting away with this. And I've had an automatic response from Fadi El Abdallah already. So, have that.
Fadi El Abdallah.
Yeah. All right. And then on this, I've put I've put loads. I've put what I've shown you today. The who is domain name register for the Sun on Sunday. Everything. And like most of the stuff that we've covered today in screenshot form. So
I think we've covered it really well, actually.
Yeah.
This is 13-year-old.
Can you see the comments? Anyone commenting?
I can't at the minute because I've got articles up on the internet, and on the other side here I've got taken the Milly Dowler documentary.
What I should have done was spoke to you through my computer, because I'm talking to you on my phone, and spoke to you, and then I could look at the comments on my phone.
Yeah, I mean, we will look at the comments, but I'd rather carry on at the minute. Right,
Yeah.
I've got an image up now, right, of Weybridge Station at 3:24 p.m. Now this is what they do, yeah. So they blanked out all the rest of them. All right, they're kids. I get it. I get that. That it's but it's a public train station. It's CCTV footage, and you are showing us Millie. But it's very convenient that the rest of it's all black and white and blocked out like that. Because couldn't this have been any day of the week? Same uniform every day, done up the same every day. Everyone else is pretty much as well the same. You know, probably leave for school looking the same. Yeah. So they've looked at this and thought, right, we can pick our day here. What we'll do when we go to TV with it is exactly this. And that's exactly what they've done on every documentary. They do this. So this could be any day. This could have been 2 days prior. I don't believe this is that day, is basically what I'm saying. And then, this is the last sighting of her there. I mean, that can even be faked. It's possible. It's not impossible. It can be faked. The friend here giving the explanation, don't believe her, crisis actor, no emotion in this person. They all seem like the person that they'd send along from Smash Hits to make sure the photo shoot goes well with them. Yeah? And they'll talk a certain way, all industry, happy-go-lucky, nothing's a problem. That's what I'm seeing all over this bird's face here. She's not real. I don't believe in her. And this whole Millie getting off. If Bellfield's story doesn't work, if Millie doesn't get off of the train at this stop and go in this chip stall, which there's absolutely no footage for, she doesn't ring from her phone, even though the Channel 5...
It's not normal behaviour. It's not her normal...
It's not her normal route home. She doesn't call from her phone.
No, that she was getting up, yeah.
She don't call from her phone. Can't trace the call because we don't even know who the boy is. Right? Did she even get off here? There's no footage of that. Right? So we're taking everyone's word for it so far. Eyewitnesses, pretend friends, that type stuff, right? If she don't get off at this stop and have a reason to, which is the chip shop and the catch up with a friend, which I'm saying didn't happen.
Let's face it.
Didn't happen.
Let's face it. The two boys in the chip shop, like, if they knew Millie was coming, they could have got pulled in for questioning.
Yeah. Did you know Levi Bellfield? Did you inform him that Millie was coming up the road or was about to? You know, she used your phone. What did she say? And then when she rings off this phone, it's now documented. That's 3:47 p.m. So she hangs about there for a bit longer, another 10, 12 minutes or so. But Bob's just had a wank in a bedroom. In a bedroom. Right? That's how the sequence of events goes. She's in a chip stall having chips, but she's going to be home for tea, which is a mile up the road from the station. So she's just stuffing her face. She leaves at 4:08. Really, she should have been back by 4:20. She don't ever walk up that road because there ain't no footage to prove it. There's no eyewitnesses apart from Gemma's best friend, who later on, they say, you know, someone who Millie vaguely knew. Well, hang on a minute, she don't ever get off this stop. You're sleeping in with your sister lately, according to your sister, on Milly Dowler taken. Right? Why's that? Because the dad keep wanting to come in and creep in? It's spunk on your bed. How's that get there? How did that get there? Millie was maybe going to tell someone. And they had to get rid of her. And they used Levi Bellfield, their human covert intelligence resource. This is what they've done. Just like Roy Whiting and all the others. This is what they've done. And the police know, and the news of the world know, and they are all up for covering up these murders. There's your problem. There's your problem. There's your problem. It's easier to just say, Brian wants money for drugs, slag him off, don't talk to him. It's much easier. But you're going to have to do this the hard way. Because I'm bringing it to you the hard way. I'm coming to you with facts, mate. I ain't got no time for fucking hearsay. This is what the fucking story is. And if you think I'm wrong, then take me a call. Take me a call. And I'll bring what I've got and you bring what you got. Yeah? Let's do that. Let's do this, man. Let's do this. That girl is going to get justice. These people are liars. They can be beaten. Murdoch's going to die anyway soon. How long do you think he's going to last? So everyone's going to turn on each other afterwards anyway. And this is going to come out anyway.
Do you think it'd be like a Robert Maxwell type turnout? Everything comes out like after they're dead. It's got to be, isn't it?
Well, that's what they've done. Everything it with everyone else. You know, I think they'll follow suit. It's going to be his wishes, isn't it? He's going to want to go out that way, protected. Don't want to go out like a paedophile at the last minute, do you? And a cover up of paedophilia and blackmailing with it and all that. You're disgusting. You're fucking disgusting. You're disgusting. I'm glad it's me that's going to do it to you, because I am going to do it to you. I'm going to do you. Yeah, you can send who you fucking want to my house. It don't change the facts, and it doesn't change what people now know, the story of what's gone on. And yes, Jonathan King is a part of it, and Bob Dowler will know him. Yeah, and Walton on Thames is very central. Surrey is very central to all of this.
And the Freemasons are very big.
Yeah. And they all look like Bob Dowler. Yeah.
They do have a look.
They do have a look. And that is the look, if I've ever seen it.
It's like that I was saying to you the other day about that Sense of Freedom film with Tim Ballard.
Sound of Freedom.
Sound of Freedom.
Yeah.
I was devastated, man. I was actually devastated. Like, it did. And I know that being a Mormon elder doesn't say, but for me, Mormon elders in whatever fucking religion, whatever, the elders, it's never a good thing.
Well, you're going to them and not the old Bill, so they're holding all the secrets. And no, I don't trust it. I will watch it again properly. I will watch the Resurrection, because I did watch the Passion of the Christ. And when they have made the film The Resurrection, no doubt it will be good. But do I have any real godly faith in these people that are seeming to be representing the truth and the gospel? No, I don't.
Yeah.
No, I don't have no faith in them whatsoever. I believe it's for their own egos and personal benefit, and to make things look like something's being done about something, although it's not. That's what I believe. It's all about the front. Make it look good. There's a few people getting exposed. Oprah Winfrey, P Diddy. You know, a few people are getting it.
Fucking hell. She was promoting that John of God guy.
There you go.
And fucking Naomi Campbell as well. Not just Oprah Winfrey, Naomi Campbell.
Yeah.
But they found baby skeletons on that in that school or whatever she does in, I don't know where it is. But she was promoting John of God. Yeah. There's no doubt about that. And he's friends with Marina Abramovich as well. But that you know, she was promoting him like he was a big massive guru. And the bottom line, he was a baby farmer. He was a fucking baby farmer. And the bottom line, they used to abduct women, keep them down the mines. And I remember Marina Abramovich, they was interviewing her, she was talking about, she's been down the mines in Brazil and picked the crystals out herself. And I'm thinking to myself, no, I don't think that you did that, love. Yeah, because that's where that John of God was working in Brazil. And it was nuts. He was doing psychic surgery, but he was actually channeling. He said he was challenging something, and he was like cutting people and everything. It was fucking nuts.
All very fucking strange, man. Strange people.
It was just nuts how these people let him do the surgeries on them. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, with no anaesthetic and that, and just fucking laters, man.
Yeah.
But no, man.
Yeah.
No fucking way. John of God, you know, geezer looked like he stunk. He just looked like he looked like a fat Mexican version of Wilfred Wong.
Yeah, for real.
Isn't it?
But like, what is it about these? Why do these people always look like they stink?
Because they probably do.
Yeah. I mean, even Leon Britton, you know, you see the sweat armpits in his armpits and shit.
And the other one as well, fucking Cyril Smith, he looked like he liked a good sweat up. You know what I mean? All that pressure on your heart, like a fucking human light bulb shape, wasn't he? Fucking hell.
Oh man.
But I think that's what has gone on here now, and that for me it's about pointing out the inconsistencies. This bit here where the friend Catherine, again, the actual interview of the person that this bird here does not feel believable. It feels like another person has turned up for Smash Hits, who, you know, who's going to oversee the photo shoot, you know, or, you know, just a journalist or something. You know, that's what they look like, these people that they're throwing in now. So she gets on the bus, the bird, the mate, Gemma's best mate, and looks to the right and don't see her nowhere. And she was walking down on the right side of the road. If Bellfield was driving, he would have had to have gone round the bus, because he's gonna have her seconds before the bus pulls away, isn't it? Yeah. For her to not be walking down that road as the bus pulls off, it means that he would have had to have drove round the bus, you know, pulled over.
Means that Millie must have succumbed very quickly to, if he'd have kidnapped her.
No, but it didn't happen. That car.
That's what I'm saying. Like, the bottom line is, if like, the only thing I can say is it might have been chloroform. Right.
Think of the let me just say something. Think of the excuses that we've had so far. Best mate, my sister's best mate didn't see, she was getting on the bus. The camera that would have caught it, had it have happened, was facing the fucking bird's eye building wall for 5 seconds, right? The phone call, the message. The message on Millie's mobile. Oh, there's a job for you, Amanda. That turns out to be someone dialed one digit wrong and still got someone with a name related to Mandy Amanda. Fuck off. Yeah? Fuck off with your dead end fucking excuses pushed and confirmed by a load of fucking people that are pretending to be officers from back in the day that just look good. You know what I mean? Like fucking Bletchley. He comes out, well, I think, no, shut up. Fucking shut up, you fucking know-all cunt. Why don't you do something about it at the time then? Got the fucking answers now. You know what I mean? They're all wank, mate, a lot of them. They don't want to solve it because it's an inside job, and that's what the symbolism's about throughout when they show it on telly.
They can't never solve that, mate, because that will open a can of worms that is like...
You know, why is Robert Kellaway turned into Sarah Arnold on the story that brings the paper? Like, why? Why he took Kellaway off of it? Why is he so important? Because 12 days later, he does it to me. My case gets thrown out and the Crown Prosecution Service get told, do a root and branch. Well, they never done it. That's why I should have been in the Levison Inquiry. Fact. Not just me hoping, wishing. Fact. So, I can see what's going on. I can see I've been kept out of it on purpose. I put the evidence down in front of Hugh fucking Grant, for fuck's sake. You know, hacked off have been round here, who tweeted the whole live trial. Peter Jukes. He's seen it for himself. He's on tape saying to me, I've never seen evidence like it. You may have the thing here if you've got police witness statements of Conrad and all that. I said, it's all there. He goes, yeah, and you've got emails and stuff. So, yeah, I've stood outside Downing Street with it. No one gives a fuck. It don't make no sense. Why don't they want to solve this crime? I'm sorry, but whoever's involved...
I think we know. I think we know because because to solve this crime, you have to go high up, and he's never going to go high up.
Fuck your high up with your stupid, false, human-given rank and your fucking ego. Fuck you, you cunt. If you're a nonce...
I mean, I was saying to you earlier on, like...
If you're a nonce, mate, you're getting it. You're going down like the others, mate.
But America's got a nonce president and we've got a nonce king. That's like, come on, man.
Can't argue with that, can you? You can't argue with that. Otherwise, sit down, Prince Charles, and explain your whole Savile background. You're not going to do it. You're not going to do it. You're just going to go through with the king thing and hope that everything's all right, like the song. But it ain't.
Yeah, no, this world's just...
It's fucked. It is
crazy. It
is upside down and inside out, and it's going to take a story like this, man, to put things right. I tell you, like it's big. Everyone's going to be like, "Oh, no one's going to touch that." You're going to have to fucking touch it. The International Criminal Court have automatically replied now. I never got that before.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got something to follow up now. You're done. You're done, and the timing's right as well, because I need a new kitchen. Because I ain't got one.
Yeah, you still got that going on.
Yeah, I ain't got no kitchen. I'm still sitting there. That's why I ain't been online, Nick. I ain't had time for it. I've just been here and getting on, and it's hard because I ain't got a kitchen. It's fucking hard without a kitchen. Uber Eats is taking all my money. I've had people fucking on my benefits again. I've given them a few names this time, and they've put it on a list, and I've made sure it's going to stay up on there for 18 months. So, you know, let them do it again, because...
I mean, it's just ridiculous, Brian. It's just
ridiculous. I'm getting Match.com fucking gay matches coming up on the fucking thing. It's just like, you know, I know it is. We know it is. It's Paul Man. You know, and you're doing it for Puddick because you're scared. And if that, carry on, mate. Carry on. I'm not, do you know what? I ain't even going to come after you. You carry on. I've got more important things to worry about than you, because you're a distraction, just a diversion. That's all you ever was. You ain't a real victim. You're just a skinny, ropey, smelly tramp, and I should have smashed your face in when I had the chance. Yeah, that's all you are. And you're not doing anything for no greater good. You didn't want to put your boat race on fucking camera until I come down and made you fucking go on camera because you had no fucking choice. Yeah, and then you claim to be a victim who's looking for justice, happy to put everyone else's face on display, but you don't want your own on now. Are you having a fucking laugh, you cunt? Yeah, well, I hope you're happy with yourself, because you're working for the wrong side, and that side is losing. Because if you think you're winning, you're not. I've been quiet for a little while. Don't worry, I've been researching you fuck.
Yeah. Fucking hell.
Certain people are not worth it because there's a bigger picture going on here, and I'm about, nah, I'm going to get justice for Milly Dowler. Fuck my money. Don't ever bother try and pay me, you cunts, yeah? I don't want your money. I don't want to end up like you, yeah? No, I don't want to be like you. I've got everything I need. Just need my kitchen and a bit of carpet. And I'm going to sue the house in and get that, right? So you can fuck off. Don't need you for nothing, yeah? Don't need your approval. Don't need you for nothing. I'm going to fucking destroy you, Rupert Murdoch. And the CPS, and the Met Police, and Scotland Yard for covering it up and liaising with Mallets, who's now been done for fraud. David Sherborne, Prince Harry's fucking barrister. My barrister don't want to tell me. You lot don't want to tell me. I'm sick of this fucking treatment. I've got you all bank of rights. You better start acting right, because a lot of you are now going to start dropping. I'm going back to Downing Street. I'm going to put a dossier together, and I'm going to fuck you. I'm going to fuck you, you fucking evil, dirty bastard child murdering cunts. I'm going to fuck you for all them little kids you've killed. Yeah, I'm their justice. I'm coming, mate. And you can go, oh, yeah, he thinks he's going to... Yeah, well, when I come with fucking Robert Kellaway's police witness statement and comrades, we'll fucking see, won't we? And Greg Miskell's admission on tape of tapping Milly Dowler, yeah, and having the same team on them that was on me. So don't give me your fucking shit, mate. You ain't winning nothing. I don't even think I need a lawyer for this one. Bring it to me any way you want. We're going to war. Yeah? Before I leave this earth, we are going to war. Believe me, we're going to war. We're going to war. We're going to fucking war. You fucking evil cunts. How much longer is everyone going to sit back and let you fucking get away with it? I'm the only person that can do something for that girl, and I'm going to do it. And if I'm wrong, which I know I'm not, but if I was wrong, I'm doing it for the right reasons. I don't want your money. I don't want your fame. I don't want your praise. I'm just going to fucking destroy you all, because I can. With my evidence that you've held back, and that has been for a reason, and you fucking know it. You're fucked. You're all fucked. You're all fucked.
Oh, well.
I think that's it, really, Nick, don't you? I think that's it.
Yeah, and I'm knackered. I need to start bed.
Yeah, it drains you getting all the information out, but it's been worth it. It's been worth it.
It's covered it well.
Yeah, it's been worth it. All right, everyone. Well, there will be a part 2 to this, in which I'm going to take you through these documentaries, and I want to show you the inconsistencies. I may even just show you one before I go, because I think it's worth putting it on this video, because it's something I keep going on about, and it is a so-called best friend of Levi Bellfield, and he said that Levi Bellfield lived above Walton Bridge in a flat, and Millie was taken there. And actually, you've got Colin Sutton on that same documentary, which I can't work out how that's happened when she's supposed to be taken on Station Avenue. Make your fucking minds up. Make your minds up. All right, Nick, I'll get on and play a little bit of this video and that. Right, you might as well sit back and watch it. And
all right, then I'll speak to you a bit later.
All right, Nick. All right, nice one.
All right, speak to you later, babe.
See you,
Bye.
Nick. Bye. All right, that was Nicky Cooper. Always an interesting chat, isn't it? When she comes on, you must admit that. That's it. The sound's gone back to normal now, because we've got 2 mics on there going down a mono channel. So yeah, I think we've covered a lot tonight. We've covered a lot of, you know, how this all comes about, how I believe this has started. I believe Milly Dowler is connected to the Jonathan King VIP paedophile ring, because it was Mazza Mahmood that done him in 2001. It makes sense in 2002. They're still following up the paedophile case, and their phone tapping and their hacking and their investigations has definitely led them to Walton-on-Thames. And Jonathan King in particular, because they've just done him. So they're now looking at the bigger circle, and it's took them to Walton. And they're tapping Millie. And it is that time frame. And then I am 12 days later. And I believe that's because of Jonathan King and his connection to my ex-manager, Tom Watkins. I fully believe that. That would put me on the radar. So I can understand. I can understand in that respect. But then they've done nothing about any of it. All they've done is cover up and protect people like Watkins. Put him out there like he's some pop fucking presario guru. He's a cunt. He's a rapist. Yeah, he is. He fucking drugs and rapes them, the cunt. He does. That's how he gets it going. Right? He's a cunt. And he's Jonathan King's mate. So you're telling me he's not in his fucking ring? Of course he is. Along with all the others that we've mentioned. So this is where we're at. The picture widens. And everything fits into place. And then even the tactic of getting the copper off of it, discrediting him, because the case has gone a certain way and they couldn't control it. Things must have happened quick. But then I don't believe that either, because the police must have been in on getting the train station footage. If they are in on the bigger picture, they would have had it planned. So it rolled out to make it on that day. Things didn't happen on that day, 21st of April. It's happened before then. I'm sure of it. And if you ask me the question outright, do I believe Levi Bellfield killed her? I don't. Based upon the evidence that I've shown you. I don't believe it. They didn't find Levi Bellfield spunk on her bed, did they? No. So let me find what I want to play you. I might as well stay on for a bit. I'm on. You know, I want to big up Richard D. Hall. I know that Mariana fucking Spring, who gave a platform to John Wedger on the BBC, went in and tried to do Richard D. Hall while he was just sat there selling his DVDs or whatever. I mean, I don't know whether he's in on the bigger plan or not. I don't know, right? All I know is I have spoke to him once, and it was a good conversation. He opened my eyes up to a couple of things, definitely, and especially with his episode on the hacking. Like, the guy is good, right? And especially what he done on this. And let's play a bit of it, because it's really good. And this is where I got the information about the Who Is register, and I've checked that for myself, and he's spot on. So I cannot knock Richard D. Hall. I can't. I've got so much paperwork sitting in front of me at the minute. So this is an old broadcast. I really don't know where to start. But I thought I might as well start with this. This is an eye-opener. So why don't we go there now and take a look at Richard D. Hall.
Welcome to Rich Planet TV. I'm Richard D. Hall. As you may know, at Rich Planet, we don't like to report on stories that are creations of mainstream media, because inevitably they turn out to be either false or pushed for an ulterior motive. One mainstream story that has featured heavily over the last 7 years is the so-called phone hacking scandal. Let's correct that straight off and give it its proper name: the phone hacking PSYOP. It was not a scandal, it was a carefully orchestrated pantomime, a psychological operation created for a specific purpose.
Absolutely.
Today, I am going to refocus this phony bone of contention and shine the spotlight onto the questions that this PSYOP was set up to hide. But before I do that, a quick bit of background. Phone hacking usually consists of obtaining somebody's mobile phone number and possibly their password, but that's not always necessary, then retrieving and listening to that person's messages remotely without having access to their actual phone. In some cases, it involves recording live telephone calls made by that person. With a mobile, this would normally require some help from a phone company or an intelligence agency. It's well known that people working for mainstream newspapers have been using such techniques to gather information on thousands of people going back to the 1990s, mainly to gather information on celebrities who they like to write stories about. Why bother to get off your arse to find out information when you can just hack someone's phone from your office? Up to 2011, the practice of phone hacking had been reported in mainstream media many times, with various people being named and arrested for such offences. The other thing to point out is there was, and perhaps still is, a relationship between those doing the hacking and the police. Hackers share information with the police about what they have retrieved and recorded, and in return, the hackers get tip-offs on criminal cases. The hackers and the police both benefit from these activities, and the police do not usually pursue hackers for their crimes. It wasn't until July 2011, and I'm sure some of you remember the birth of the so-called hacking scandal, which started on the 5th of July that year. Initially with stories claiming that the phone of murdered schoolgirl Milly Dowler had been hacked 9 years previously, back in 2002. More phone hacking scandal stories followed the day after, then more the day after that, and we were then told that these stories were so scandalous that the News of the World had decided to close down its newspaper. If you believe this sequence of events on face value, you are as green as the grass at Wembley Stadium.
You're as green as the grass
Out
you're
of
smoking.
all the people who have had their phones hacked,
Do you believe that?
the case which was central to the whole psyop was that of Milly Dowler. The Dowlers were the first people to be interviewed by the Levison Inquiry. The Dowlers were one of the few non-celebrity cases being investigated by Levison. But more importantly, the phone hacking scandal had its kick-off time just a few days after the trial of Milly Dowler's killer had come to an end, despite the actual so-called hacking taking place in 2002. So just to recap, the Dowler case is the first case being exposed in the 2011 phone hacking scandals. It was the first case presented.
That's right. It was the Robert Kellaway story that brought the paper down. This is what I keep saying to everyone. And they later changed that to Sarah Arnold. I mean, why? Anyway, I'll let him carry on.
At Levison, and the media scandal commenced immediately after the Milly Dowler trial. But why?
Hang on.
Come to an end, despite the actual so-called hacking taking place in 2002. So just to recap, the Dowler case is the first case being exposed in the 2011 phone hacking scandals. It was the first case presented at Levison, and the media scandal commenced immediately after the Milly Dowler trial. But why?
Say that again.
Being exposed in the 2011 phone hacking scandals. It was the first case presented at Levison, and the media scandal commenced immediately after the Milly Dowler trial. But why? Why did the phone hacking issue, which had been going on for years, suddenly become the most important thing on the planet when it was common knowledge that phone hacking was happening?
For all them
Why
years.
were these fairly minor crimes being blown out of all proportion and turned into a media circus?
Because they needed to close down the paper because of the paedophilia cover-up, which involved all of these stories. All of these little girls that have gone missing. I mean, Sarah's Law was created off of that. Look what that says there. Burn her, you know. You think that's a mistake? The News of the World was central to all of these cases where these kids go missing. Sarah's Law gets set up off of the back is it by 2011 it's set up, because it's refused, first of all, MPs refuse it, but it's Rebecca Brooks who looks like she's fighting with the mother. The mother's born 1969, just like Puddick, just like Tom Watkins, just like all these other fucking Satanists. I'll let him carry on.
I think the answer lies in the detail of the case of Millie Dowler.
Thank you. Which is why I've been snubbed so much for having evidence on Robert Kellaway, who brought down the newspaper with his story on Millie, who was colluding with the police, and there it is. And the Dowlers don't want my information, especially when Kellaway's transcribing his calls at the same time Glenn Mulcair's doing the mobile. But this is phone tapping. Look, that's a live conversation. It's phone tapping. And you've heard it admitted that they were phone tapping, from the editor, from the guy who was on the guy in the background on the TV, Milly Dowler analysis. Like, you've heard it. So look at this now, the portrayal of the perfect happy family. This is what the media do.
The phone hacking so-called scandal was a psyop, and the purpose of this psyop, in my opinion now, is directly connected to the Millie Dowler case.
Right, and why? Because this Levi Bellfield story has been concocted. It clearly has, because Levi Bellfield was not running around killing loads of women with a hammer. 30 attacks. When he's got international moving services going. 6 Strawberry Hill. You know, we had a look at that address and look what we found. And that is not a coincidence. And the News of the World were phone tapping. So they know everything. They know everything. They know everything, and have even come up with their own plan to set things in place. They sat back, these kids have been killed, they've been in on it. The News of the World have been in on it. And this is why you need a psyop to close the newspaper down. And you use a family that you're going to be able to control. But you're sitting there doing all of that on Crime Watch. What the fuck? I wondered why Andrew Ash was sitting there doing all of that when he mentions the police. The police, no! And he's doing that. Like,
I ascertained in 2011 that this so-called scandal was a psyop, and at that time, 2011, I thought it was a smokescreen for 7/7. Here is a clip of me talking in 2011.
This is brilliant.
So let's look at the timing of these events, okay? Here's the headlines from the 5th of July. So some of the papers have started on the phone hacking, where they call it a scandal, listening to people's telephone messages. That's what it is. Listening to messages that people have left, okay.
So they start the ball rolling on the 5th of July, 2011.
Now, we've got the Independent, News of the World hacked Millie Dowler's phone.
By the way, all of the newspapers that he's showing you here, all of these people are in on it. So it's not just the News of the World, because these people are coordinating what they're doing. They're all in on it.
We've got the Guardian, News of the World hacked Millie Dowler's phone, and I think there's one other. So there's 3 papers there, and it's specifically the Millie Dowler case. Okay, so it's in the media, but it's not blown up quite yet. The following day, on the 6th of July, oh, we now find that the media have hacked. Is it Jessica and Holly, the Soham girls that were murdered?
Right, there you go. There's the next one, the Soham murders. Right, another 2 dead girls. Autopsy. Problem with the autopsy as well there as well, I think.
Hack.
I'm going to double check that.
Their parents' phones, and this is now in the Express. It's in the
So they hacked their parents' phones.
Mail. We've got it in the Mirror. The majority of the papers have all got this.
Why the News of the World going around hacking all the parents of dead kids?
And then we find on the 7th, when the story was at its height, it's in all the papers. Oh, and now we've got Madeleine McCann.
There's your next one. And don't forget, the Madeleine McCann tie-in is Jerry McCann, who is running Hacked Off, which is about all of the phone hacking and holding the press accountable. Well, they haven't been held accountable yet, not so far. And the other thing to look out for is that we had the same barrister, or would have done in court, David Sherborne. He's the McCann's barrister, and he's the guy that come round here in the beginning and split me and my ex-wife up when putting in the phone hacking claims. It was him that came here. He literally came here. He's on like 20 grand a day. David Sherborne. He represents the McCanns. I sat there and told him that I'm investigating paedophilia.
No, so we've got Millie Dowler, then the son, then Madeline McCann, their parents. To me, this is just trying to pull at people's heartstrings, these
100%.
stories. They may be true.
They're trying to make themselves look like the heroes in all of this, when really they're covering up what they really know and felicitate. Fuck knows. They're helping it.
But
Felicitating, is it?
I believe that they've been placed in the media at this time for a very specific purpose. And then, on the 8th, this is when the story broke that the News of the World had decided it was going to close because of this so-called scandal.
Because of this scandal. That's what they're saying, that's what they're standing by.
We've got here, Murdoch sacrifices his toxic tabloid to save the empire.
Right, so they're making it like they've come up with this idea on the 8th to get rid of the newspaper, right? That's how it's being played out.
Shut in shame, the Daily Express. So this was the first time...
The Express? Are they having a laugh? The Daily Express is what put out, well, the Sunday Express, what put out the Andrew Ash story. Journalist James Fielding, if you want to call him that, done the story. He also done the Baby P story with John Widger, with a checkerboard in the background.
In newspapers, they'd reported that they were going to close the News of the World. Now, in a story in the Telegraph, this broke late on the 7th, okay? And it says that the News of the World, how soon before the sun on Sunday rises? So they were talking about there's going to be a replacement newspaper called The Sun on Sunday.
So they knew.
And this was in our media late, as I say, late on the 7th. So obviously, if you're setting up a new newspaper, you need to buy an internet domain name.
Yep.
You need the domain name for that newspaper.
Yep.
thesunonsunday.com,
Yep.
thesunonsunday.co.uk.
Yep.
Now, if you check
Takes a minute to
who
set
is
up.
registered on the internet as to when those domain names were registered.
I know from being
This is,
bhtv.uk.
thesunonsunday.co.uk and also thesunonsunday.com. They were registered by News International on the 5th of July.
On the 5th. The Sun on Sunday is already registered on the 5th, but they make it look like from the last point of the 7th at night, let's say the 8th, from the 8th onwards they're going on like this new idea is they're going to close the paper to save the empire. They already knew. They knew on the 5th. So Murdoch has closed his newspaper on purpose and used the excuse of phone hacking, kicking it off with the Dowlers in 2011 when they've been phone tapping since forever. We know that they was phone tapping at the time of Milly Dowler and myself, and at the time of Sarah Payne's murder, right? We know they was. Why has it taken this long to come out? Why are they hacking all of the phones, if not supplying the parents of dead children phones? Why are they doing that? Why are the News of the World the common denominator in every fucking story here? And I think they came unstuck because they chose to set me up at a time when they was acting so fucking lawlessly, and now it's come back to stab them in the back because there's no way. So the problem is with the Millie Dowler story, few things that they've missed out. Number one, Bellfield had all them companies, right? He had all them companies. He ain't going around being a liability like that when he's involved with companies, with investors that have got 300 other companies running. No fucking way, this is a story. And we know the police don't tell the truth, and we know that they're in with the media and the newspapers. And we know that people are being injected into the phone hacking stories around the same time as Millie Dowler. Phonecast Limited, that's worked with Buckingham Palace, yeah. Ian Puddick, Phonecast Limited, incorporated on the 14th of November 2002. So you was being phone tapped as well, was you, Ian? Yeah, with your bleeding heart in the background of your Paul Page interview. Yeah, and it was Phonecast Limited that was working for the Queen. Yeah, it was Phonecast. We checked it all out, and we now know Puddick did work for the Queen. And that company was created on the 14th of May 2002. Phonecast Limited, Ian Puddick. So my phone's being done by Glenn Mulcair, right? On the 2nd of the 5th, 02, being told to do me by Neville. So Neville Felbeck is instructing Glenn Mulcair to do my phone. And it's Greg Miskill that's told Neville, and it is Rebecca Brooks that has told Greg, because Rebecca Brooks had the Special Investigations Unit set up, and all of them people were in it. So Greg Miskill saying, there was no link to Mazza, and there was. You was the fucking link. You was the link. You're in the same group as all of these people, and even in that group you've changed Robert Kellaway to Sarah Arnold, and Robert Kellaway is bylined on the story that you've used to take down that newspaper. And then I've got Robert Kellaway colluding with the police days after this Milly Dowler thing. And Kellaway, that's Kellaway, giving the police, DCI Simon Werritt, phone tapping evidence on me, and the fucking police have requested it. And when you look up DCI Werritt now, what's he doing? He's a Christian pastor in Southend. He's gone from the head of the Essex Serious Crime Directorate to a Christian pastor in Southend who's got a GoFundMe running for a building which doubles up as a church where they all pray and do a coffee shop prayer on a Sunday. But he knows about phone tapping. So the police, you know, it's just a small example of the police being, I mean, it's a massive one in this case because it's Kellaway. And you've seen what the extent they've gone to protect Kellaway from being in it. They blanked out that article that they showed you on the thing. You saw that. You all saw that. Why do that? They've done that for a reason. They're protecting Kellaway. Why? Because Kellaway was in the Special Investigations Unit along with Conrad Brown and Mazza Mahmood and Neville Felbeck, who's also called Agent George because he's an intelligence officer as well as chief reporter for the News of the World. Greg Miskill, and this was all put together by Rebecca Brooks. So there's police collusion. We know there was phone tapping, and they've been phone tapping. There was phone tapping at the time of Sarah Payne. There was phone tapping at the time of Milly Dowler. There was phone tapping at the time of Holly and Jessica's parents. And then all of these paedophiles, Roy Whiting, who's been blamed for Sarah Payne. But the thing is it came out, and everyone's missed it, that Levi Bellfield was a drinking partner, right, of Michael Payne, who's now dead. They say he died of alcoholism. Bullshit. He might have been an alcoholic, and they couldn't have an alcoholic running around like a loose cannon chatting. So I think they've got rid of him. Now the thing is, in 2002, they're fucking drinking partners. Right, so Sarah Payne's been killed in 2000. The parents have split up. The mum's born in 1969, by the way, and now she's got an MBE. And then the dad moves to Walton-on-Thames. He drinks in the pub that's right opposite the train station where Millie's supposed to have come out of, with Bellfield, and he don't find out until 2004 that Bellfield's up for Millie's murder when they tape off his house. And he's devastated by it. But the thing is the News of the World were phone tapping back then. So we know that they knew. I mean, how comes Bellfield wasn't part of Sarah Payne's investigation? Or vice versa? They drunk in the same pub. I just think that's important.
So this is like really before this story had got going in the mainstream media, and I would suggest that if it's registered on the 5th of July, the decision to buy those domain names and launch that replacement newspaper has been made before the 5th of July.
Of course it has.
Before the phone hacking story was even in the media.
It's like before I went forward on bhtv.uk. It took me fucking It took me ages to set it up. It wasn't a 5-minute thing, and then you have to wait for them to come back to it, and then you have to send them a confirmation email. There's a process. So it's bullshit. They took down the newspaper for a reason, and what I'm telling you is why it's come down. And obviously they don't want to get found out. I mean, Andrew Ash, in them fake fucking interviews that were done for me, right? He even mentions Brooks, right? He even mentions Rebecca Brooks. Do you know what? I'm going to see if I can find it while I'm on the subject. This is how far they went for me to get something wrong with Brooks. Yeah? They've even gone that far. Right, hold on, because there's a very important document there that you need to see. Right, and give me 1 second here. Right, here it is. I knew I had it. Right, now we know Andrew Ash is a crisis actor. Watch them lay in the trap for this one. I'll quickly play this because it's relevant. Yeah, and as things come into my head, we need to do this.
The whole point is, MPs and everybody are saying the same stuff we're saying. The MPs and stuff are now, an MP says, is openly said, because I've come across it on Facebook, and not Facebook, on YouTube and stuff, and I saw it, I said, he said that and he's done that, and I sent it to Chris, and Chris says, yeah, I know about that, because I've seen it before. He says, but the media didn't go, none of the media, this is when the MPs say that it's going on, the media's don't pick up on it.
Yeah. Well, no, obviously, them lot of government, they run the show like that. Honestly, I would have thought that goes without saying. Something as big as an influence like a newspaper, something with that power of influence, obviously going to be fucking kept under. Rebecca Brooks, anything now?
Brooks.
Ginger Bird from News of the World, who I'm about to get. But if you've got anything else.
She used to phone her. Yeah, they all used to do it back then.
What, the hacking?
Yeah.
Yeah, nothing kiddie with her or anything like that. Nothing.
Maxwell's boat parties. She used to go on a few of the boats and some of his yacht parties.
What, where there was kids on the boat?
Yeah, there was always kids on the boat.
And what, just paedophiles and kids and her? Right, so Ian Puddick funded that. The whole reason for me being now, Bill Maloney took me down now. That's John Wedger's good friend who's on the Baby P story. Right, with these people running the show, how can you fucking trust anything? You can't. Look what Andrew tried to do there. He's trying to tell me that Rebecca Brooks has been on Maxwell's boat parties. So there's Robert Maxwell again. No mention of Ghislaine though throughout any of this. But Bill knew some of this might come out later on when it's all over. So they mean when they've cleared Prince Andrew, what they was going to do was come back round for me if I would have believed Andrew Ash's shit that he was filling my head with, funded by Puddick, who worked for the Queen with Phonecast Limited. Do you see what I'm saying? Now you've got Ian Puddick out there with Paul Page, who's giving you information, inside information on Prince Andrew. This whole story of Prince Andrew having cuddly toys, I think the whole world knows about it and they have to be put back in a certain order. And there's a laminated picture. Well, that's come from Paul Page, who was interviewed by Ian Puddick in 2018. Who works for the Queen. Who funded me equipment to film this fake Fernbridge witness. For him to fill my head up with a load of stuff for me to get wrong. They needed me to get stuff wrong about certain individuals, because then they could rubbish me like I was a conspiracy theorist, like he just talks shit and he's mad and he's got mental problems. No. I'm fucking smarter than all you cunts. Yeah? How'd you like them apples, you fucking slags? How'd you like them? Yeah? Thick cunt, am I? I fucking call you out. All of you. All of you. And it ain't over yet. I'm still going. And you wait until you get to the end, until you get the cherry right on top. Oh, you're going to fucking understand where I've been coming from. You hold it down as much as you want. Say what you want about me. Yeah? But you've been done. And it goes right to the top. Does. Right to the Queen. Right to David Cameron. Right to the fucking top. as usual, ex-prime ministers, of course it does. And when you brought me into it, because you thought you could entrap me and fuck me over, well, you fucked yourselves. Because I've done you all. And I can see what all the connections are and where you've been lying. And how you've been blackmailing these families, some of them involved. Using their dead kids to push your agendas, your stories, make yourselves look like heroes. Yeah, you've been caught. Fucking bank of rights. And no one can argue with it. And I know you're upset, because it's me. But that'll fucking teach you, innit? Fuck my life up. Now I've found out I'm going to get justice for Milly Dowler. I'm going to get justice for this little girl over here. And I'm going to expose your fucking paedophile ring. That's what I'm going to do. And you're never going to fucking stop me. And if you kill me and you take me out, the whole world knows where to go looking. It's been well documented over the past 10 years. I fucking dare you. I fucking dare you, elite Freemasons. I dare you. Come and do to me what you've done to Caroline Flack and all these other people. I fucking dare you. I dare you. Come and try me. Come and try me. If you think you're bad. I ain't scared of you. I'm prepared to die for this. Are you? Are you? I don't think you are. I don't think you're ready to go where I'm going to go. Let's carry on with Richard Deal.
Yeah. So I would read from that Murdoch has known that there's going to be this sequence of different people whose phones have been hacked, and then he's going to close that organization. So for me, and it's just my opinion, I believe he's partly orchestrated that story himself.
In order to explain why I now believe the whole phone hacking psyop was orchestrated because of the Millie Dowler case, I need to go through some key elements of the investigation. There's quite a lot of information in this book written by Millie Dowler's sister about the events following the disappearance. There are also a few elements.
This girl cannot stop smiling when she's talking about her sister being killed. I'm sorry, there's nerves. I get that. And then there's that, and I don't know what that was. And Puddick tweeting her, watch out for Brian Harvey, he's trying to make a name off your dead sister. Just watch every time she's spoken to on TV. She cannot stop smiling.
In this book, which I believe are being economic with the truth. Seems to me the publishers were probably in the pocket of those running the psyop.
Do you think?
I'd have a lot more faith in this book, as with any book, if it had been self-published. So just to summarise in short a time as possible, March 2002, 13-year-old Millie Dowler is on her way home from school in Walton-on-Thames. She gets off a train with friends, then starts to walk the last half-mile home by herself.
Hang on a minute. She gets off at Walton-on-Thames, where she doesn't usually get off. And then she goes to a chip stall with a friend. And while she's in that chip stall with a friend, she uses a boy's phone, who apparently is from the school. Some black boy. We don't find out what his name is or see him interviewed saying, yeah, Millie borrowed my phone, none of that. So she borrows a phone. And she calls her dad at home. Says, yeah, she's in a chip stall, but she's going to be home for tea. So you're eating chips and then you're going home and eating as well? I don't understand. That don't make no sense either. They leave the chip stall. The other two mates walk off in one direction and Millie makes her way home, walking up Station Road or Station Avenue, whatever it's called, from where the train station is. Then she walks past the bus stop where Gemma Dowler's friend is sitting at. She doesn't call out to her because her bus is coming. Well, if her bus is coming, Millie would have seen that bus and got on it as well. Yeah, right or wrong? And you'd have called out to her. She just walked past her in front of you. So you're going to get on the bus, Gemma Dowler's sister's mate, and you're not going to call out to Millie, who would have been just there, 45, but she ain't seen the bus either coming that you've got on, which has distracted you from seeing Millie going up near Bellfields. Yeah? That didn't happen that day. That didn't happen like that. That's why you're in control of all the witnesses. Anyone can see that. Anyone can see that. I guarantee you, if I go to that bus stop and I walk to the left for 45 seconds, I bet you any money it lines up with me being in line with that hole in the bush where Bellfield lived. And haven't you got Michael Payne living there at this time as well? Was he involved in it? It's a drinking partner of Bellfield's, wasn't he, at this time? And you've killed him.
She does not return home and is not seen again until her remains are discovered 6 months later in Minley Woods, 20 miles west from where she was last seen. When she doesn't return home, her friends and family are ringing her repeatedly, leaving messages for her to contact home.
Leaving messages and ringing her on a phone where she's got no credit. How is she supposed to pick up them messages when she's already rung the dad, fresh after he's just had a wank in a bedroom? Remember? He answers the phone to Millie from the chip stall. She says she's eating chips, but she'll be home for tea. There's so much wrong with his fucking story. And she rings home, and Dad's just had a wank at home, hasn't he? In a bedroom. Doesn't say his bedroom. What was he, in Millie's bedroom having a wank? This is a story. I don't believe this. I don't believe it. I don't believe this image of the perfect family. Bellfield was not a lone wolf. He's drinking with Michael Payne, whose kid's dead from 2002. You've blamed it on Roy Whiting, man with a van. You know, what you done? What'd you copy? The fucking Mark Dutroux story, man with a van thing there. And just, yeah, he looks good, we'll use him. They all end up locked up in Wakefield, just holding Sidney Cook, that they want to put in the paper, but when you ring up, they can't confirm nothing. What is going on here? You got a geezer in a perspex box under that prison, who's known for wanting to kill paedophiles, and you put him in a perspex box in Wakefield, under Wakefield prison, while all the paedophiles run about upstairs. Huntley, Bellfield. What's going on over there? What's going on in that fucking place you call a prison over there?
By the following day, her phone's mailbox is full, so it is no longer possible to leave messages. The family repeatedly call her phone despite not being able to leave messages. Then,
not being able to leave messages and her not having any credit to pick them up.
2 days later, when Millie's mother calls the phone, the mailbox is now allowing a message to be left. The mother thinks this does not return home and is not seen again until her remains are discovered 6 months later in Minley Woods, 20 miles west from where she was last seen.
Right, and the body was naked, it wasn't buried, and the autopsy didn't show the cause of death. Remember that.
When she doesn't return home, her friends and family are ringing her repeatedly, leaving messages for her to contact home.
With no credit.
By the following day, her phone's mailbox is full, so it is no longer possible to leave messages.
Right, they need to leave the messages to show that they're trying to get hold of her. But Bob knew after having a wank that Millie didn't have any credit. So why are you doing that? But it makes the story look good. I've been trying to get hold of her, You're involved in her death. My opinion, my view.
Family repeatedly call her phone despite not being able to leave messages.
Or having any credit.
Then 2 days later, when Millie's mother calls the phone, the mailbox is now allowing a message to be left. The mother thinks this could mean that Millie is alive, because the messages must have been retrieved. It does not dawn on the mother that somebody else other than Millie could have access to the messages, and the Dowlers don't consider this possibility for another 9 years.
Oh, I bet they don't.
Having researched this, it is my belief that nobody deleted any messages. I believe the News of the World obtained Millie Dowler's phone number, listened to and recorded and transcribed all the messages.
That is what they do. Now, let's go back to Glenn Mulcair. What does he say about getting the number? Right, now let's listen to Glenn Mulcair.
Me ranting ravings and calling him out, he just go, no. He had Milly Dowler. He had Milly Dowler's number from the day she went missing up to the 12th or the 10th. Up to.
Sorry, I'm going to start that again.
Me ranting ravings and calling him out, he just go. No.
Right, when Glenn says me ranting and raving and just calling him out, he's referring to Neville. Yeah, Neville Felbeck, who's in that team with Glenn Mulcair, Greg Miskill, the editor. Yeah, and that is Neville, who's on the top of my phone hacking. Neville, 2nd of the 5th, 02. Neville. That is who Glenn is talking about when he's saying this here. He's saying that Neville Felbeck got Millie's number from the police the day she went missing. They're officially saying the day she went missing was the 21st of March 2002. And what Glenn is explaining to me here is that he's trying to tell me like it's a secret. He's going, yeah, that Felbeck told Glenn, look, yeah, I just got the number from the police, right? And that Felbeck had that number for a couple of weeks before he even give it to Glenn. This is going to be a lie as well. This is them letting me think I'm in the know on the inside. And then you've got Greg Miskill, the editor, when he's questioned, no, he didn't, right? They're giving conflicting stories, but they're both working for Hacked Off, ex-hackers from the News of the World, right? And they've got conflicting stories. That's meant to cause the confusion because they know exactly what happened. And it didn't happen on these dates that they're saying. It didn't. It fucking didn't, which is why they've got to have all the controlled witnesses. The last person to see Millie alive is Gemma's mate. Gemma's being fucking messaged by Puddick. Right?
No. He had Milly Dowler's number from the day she went missing up to the 12th or the 10th, up to the 10th until he instructed me. What did he do? What did he do in them days? 2.5 weeks before he gave me a number. What did he do?
2.5 weeks before Felbeck gives Glenn Mulcair the number. What did he do? This is what I'm saying.
He's a registered police informant.
Right, he's saying that Neville Felbeck's a registered police informant, Agent George.
Right, Agent George. Alright.
Is that what we called him? Yeah.
Alright, listen. Alright, he had the number. So what do you reckon he would have done? If he's had the number, he's gone out and pop it himself and they trophy Felbeck.
Right, he's gone and had a pop at it himself for the couple of weeks, continuing from getting it from the police the day she goes missing. Let's suppose that she did go missing, right, on the 21st of March. Bob's reported her missing at 7 p.m. By 9 p.m, Surrey police are on the phone to Felbeck, giving him the number. Let's say that scenario was real. Felbeck's got the number. All of the stuff concerning if there was voicemail messages looking like they've been listened to so that you could leave another one, then Felbeck's totally got to do with that. And Rebecca Brooks and Greg said he knows the ins and outs of a fart of the Millie story. He does, because he helped create it. And that's why he's so cagey when it comes to Robert Kellaway and Conrad Brown being involved in my story. And if Glenn's doing her on the 10th of April, I'm being done 2nd of the 5th, 02, so 2nd of May, 02, and the 26th of April. So if we go from the 10th or the 12th, let's go from the 12th, what he says. From the 12th, I'm done 2 weeks later. And therefore, that's why I've got page 58 and 60 of the Mulcair notes, but no page 59. And I've got the originals now off of Glenn, unblanked out because I decoded them, but Scotland Yard give them to me with half the numbers blanked out, which is what I was screaming about outside Scotland Yard, because I'd contacted Scotland Yard, RE, page 59, there it is. There's the letter I sent to Scotland Yard, Hugh Giles. Yeah, 2014, I think that was. Because the ones that Scotland Yard give me, the number's blanked out on them. Half my mobile number, and I'm like, well, why have you done that? So the police are in this. They're in it.
Right, put size 16s all over it, then I get it on the 10th. Hello Glenn, I've just got the number from the police now. On the 10th.
He got Dowler's number from the police.
Yeah. But he told everybody, and this is on record, that he got it from a school children.
Now that was the official story that went out. They've said that they managed to get Millie's mobile number off of school children. So once again, they're doing the conflicting, oh, you know, Glenn's telling me, he's supposed to be the inside man, really, you should be believing him, but no. Oh, he's saying he's giving it on the 10th. Yeah, he's giving it to Glenn on the 10th and pretending that he just got it from the police on the 10th. But he got it from the police on the day she went missing. But that is all fitting in with the mainstream narrative of the police getting Millie's number and being seen to be trying to find her. That's why I was doing it. No, bollocks. You concocted this whole story. You've known about all the paedophilia cases and they all tie together. They all tie together and you are the common denominator between all of them. Let's carry on.
Children. That's it, yeah. Well,
now listen,
they'll go from fucking any angle, mate.
Yeah, now listen, I'm not saying he got it from the police, and I know, of course he did, alright? But he's a registered police informant.
Yeah.
I mean, how much more closer can you be, symbiotically,
When you work with him,
and then say, oh, they wouldn't have contacted me and wouldn't give me a number. Of course, it would be the first fucking thing.
I like the way they all try and play it like they're enemies and that, you know what I mean? It's such bollocks. It is such bollocks. But all of this leaving you with conflicting stories and different ends as to how they got the number just creates more confusion. And as you're not thinking, well, you know, the fucking, this could have all happened before because it all seems so coordinated and the witnesses are friends of the family and people involved. It's all controlled. And how do you get to use the Dowlers to bring down your fucking newspaper anyway and get them to go along with everything? You know, how do you get them to not want Kellaway's evidence? My evidence on Kellaway, who done the story that bought the paper, done the story on Millie, and he's saying he knows nothing about phone hacking or Milly Dowler's voicemails being accessed. Well, that document says he's a liar. So what other lies are they telling? Because that's proof right there. And all the people that have been around me, like Puddick, Phonecast and all these lot, what it all points to is, you know, they've tried to get me to accuse Prince Andrew of stuff through Andrew Ash. I saw him in the Red Rooms in 1994 with Ghislaine Maxwell. There was 2 minors in the room and 3 other adults. There was no sex going on, but clearly there was something fucking wrong there because they're behind a secret wall in a club, right, that you wouldn't even know was there. Yeah? So there is a problem now. And I believe that they were feeding me this shit so that I could go out there with that information and not remember what I saw in 1994. Well, unfucking lucky. Unlucky. Because that document now tells me everything I need to know. Royalty, actors and pop stars. Prince Andrew, Daniela Westbrook and me. Is kind of what that's referring to now. And then when I showed you that document before, the very same evening I showed it to you, the document's gone now, and I've got that as well, just to prove what they do. Someone's following me around and mopping up. I bet you that checkerboard fucking thing goes soon outside Bellfield's old house, if he even lived there. Someone's still living there now that's still pushing the checkerboard stuff, and Google are leaving them pictures up there on purpose, so they're in on it as well. Yeah, they're in on it as well. That's what it means. Let's carry on with Richard Deal.
They then contacted Surrey Police and told the police they had messages and shared those messages with the police. News of the World even ran a...
Right, by going back to the police and making that complaint, right, but now it looks like you've legitimately involved the police to now start looking into people like Bellfield. Because you know what I'm saying, Bellfield, man, I reckon he had blackmail against the police. There was a big falling out over there, and they had to the police had to work out what they was going to do. Yeah, they get the News of the World to tap Bellfield. They tap Bellfield, find out he's talking to Millie. You know what I mean? They find out some shit with the dad, Millie, and Bellfield. And probably the other geezer, Michael Payne. Yeah? The News of the World knew everything. And they was tapping Bellfield, so they find out about all the other stuff. If they didn't know about it before from Michael Payne, right? But the police are getting the News of the World to tap Bellfield. And in doing that, they find out about the Millie thing. Maybe they then blackmail Bob Dowler into helping them bring the paper down. But they got a few bits to set up first. We got to set Bellfield up. Do him for these two other murders. Milly Dowler and the other girl, while he's in Twickenham. So then we look to the Twickenham address, 6 Strawberry Hill, and look what we find. And the company, International Moving Service Limited. News International Moving Service Limited? What are you moving? 3 companies set up. All at that address. So what are you moving? This is not the way that they're all portraying it. They're not. They know that you can't get into the innards to look into what the truth is. And everyone else is playing along with their shit. All of the mainstream media, just like they did with Watkins when they all reported that he died all at the same time on that afternoon, 17 days later. Yeah, he's living it up in Honolulu, mate. Don't worry about that. He didn't start setting up all companies so that he could die, soon to be Thin Limited. That means you've had a tummy tuck, you cunt. You've used it as, oh, I'm not well. Get the picture in the paper to make it like we need to get it out there so he believes he's not well. And then the trail ends with you dying. But you ain't dead, you're sitting there watching me now, you cunt. Yeah? You alright, Tom? It's fucking falling apart for you all, isn't it? Yeah, I'll have you, mate. Get your hitman. I don't give a fuck, mate, because if I get you, you're fucked. Do you understand me? Yeah? I know you're still alive, and I know you're watching me now, you fucking shit cunt. Keep watching.
Story which featured the content of one of the messages. This must have been done with the approval of the police. I won't go into that actual message here. Just to say that I don't believe any phone message evidence was actually lost in this case. Yeah. I also doubt that any of the messages contained evidential value. I have looked into the possibility that Millie Dowler's killer, who I will come on to, may have known her previous to the abduction and contacted her on her mobile beforehand, but I have not found any evidence to support that. In my opinion, it does look like a random attack, so I do not think there was any important...
Here's where we differ now. Here's where we differ. See, Richard's good. He'll give you a load of inside stuff. Fuck, I didn't know that. And now he's gone back to the official narrative. Now I understand why your Bill Maloney interview's still up.
Evidence within the mailbox of Millie Dowler's phone, and I suspect the police were given transcripts of all the messages anyway. Therefore, the only negative aspects of this were that the Dowler family were given false hope when the mailbox was emptied, and second, that private messages, which should remain private, were listened to by journalists. Apart from that, I don't believe the police investigation was hampered at all by the phone being hacked.
What?
So now you can see that the phone hacking so-called scandal, this being the jewel in the crown of the hacking cases, was being blown up out of all proportion.
Well, that's back to truth again, yeah? He's doing a bit of an Andrew Pad, isn't he? You're a cunt. I really like your work. You're a cunt. I like you.
But it was being blown up for a reason. The person who 9 years later...
It wasn't a random attack. And he wasn't out there doing it to 30 other girls. Not when you're in International Moving Services Limited. And I'm really surprised at Richard D. Hall that he hasn't found this information. I'm really surprised. It's me. I've found it. Does that make any fucking sense to you?
Later was eventually convicted of killing her.
Even I can't get my head around it.
Nightclub bouncer Levi Bellfield.
Nightclub bouncer Levi Bellfield, also director of 001 International Moving Services Limited, along with 2 other, Ocean Atlantic Air Limited.
Lived just yards away from the place she was last seen.
Well, you can only come to the thing is it's been put together so that you can only come to the conclusion of, well, she went from there to there and then she was gone by the time the bus went past and that, and his house is right there. Well, it must be him. Because he's going to be waiting behind the bush when the front of the flats can see behind the bush where he'd be waiting. Unless his only other neighbour was Michael Payne and John was on the roof with fucking night vision equipment going, yes, it, do it now, do it now. You know what I mean? Like when he's watching the children fucking auctions in the art galleries up London.
He was also well known to the police. In the 2 years before she
I
was
bet he was. He was well known. Of course he fucking was. You was working with him, you cunt.
taken, Bellfield was reported to the police 93 times for alleged indecent assaults, obscene...
Oh, whatever. And you give him an 8-year wide berth. Like, this the whole thing stinks of shit.
...in phone calls and physical assaults. His partner, who he was living with, had 4 months earlier come out of a woman's refuge.
Hold on a minute. He's with Emma Mills at the time, but he's got a company with the other bird. What's going on? Why have you got a company with Joanna Sasha Collins at this time when you're with her? This was earlier. 16th of the 2nd, 96. So what, she came first? Joanna Sasha Collins came first then. All right. And when he was with her, he's running that company. But that same girlfriend is saying he's a doorman, he's a bouncer. No moving services limited being mentioned at all.
Which she went to for protection against him. After the disappearance of Millie, the block of flats where Bellfield and his partner were living, Collingwood Place, was investigated by police. But number 24, their flat, was the only flat that police did not actually speak to anyone at. Bellfield insisted that they moved from this flat not long after the time Millie Dowler disappeared.
Well, where is he drinking partners with Michael Payne in the pub then? Let me hear that again.
Nightclub bouncer Levi Bellfield lived just yards away from the place she was last seen. He was also well known to the police. In the 2 years before she was taken, Bellfield was reported to the police 93 times for alleged indecent assaults, obscene phone calls and physical assaults. His partner, who he was living with, had 4 months earlier come out of a woman's refuge, which she went to for protection against him. After the disappearance of Millie, the block of flats where Bellfield and his partner were living, Collingwood Place, was investigated by police. But number 24, their flat, was the only flat that police did not actually speak to anyone at. Bellfield insisted that they moved from this flat not long after the time Millie Dowler disappeared.
Right, Bellfield moves from Collingwood Place, what, just after the 21st of March? Trying to make it look like he done it and then he's moving to get away from it all. Right, so Bellfield, hang on a minute. So Bellfield moves around the 21st of March 2002 from Collingwood Place. It is thought that Mr. Payne only found out the truth about his drinking partner, Levi Bellfield, when police taped off Bellfield's flat and arrested him in 2004, leaving him devastated that the man he befriended was a killer. He's only moved there in 2002 after splitting with his missus, Michael Payne, Walton on Thames. 2002. But Bellfield gets out of there from the 21st of March 2002, January, February, March. How long was they drinking partners for? 3 months? Because it is thought that Mr. Payne only found out the truth about his drinking partner when police taped off Bellfield's flat and arrested him in 2004. But they've been in 2004. But Bellfield's still drinking in the pub in Walton-on-Thames for 2 years after he's supposed to have got out of there.
It seems to me from reading Dowler's book that the police in their investigation were pursuing only 2 main lines of inquiry. The first was that she had willingly ran away from home, possibly with a boyfriend. Second was that Millie Dowler's father had...
No.
murdered her.
Yeah, I think you might have it right there.
The book is extremely critical of the police investigation for not pursuing the correct line of inquiry, which was that she had been abducted.
It all fits nicely after though, doesn't it? You know what I mean? Afterwards in the book, in my books, I talk about how the police should have investigated Bellfield instead of accusing my dad.
Against her will. Hence the Dowlers seem to think the reason...
There's a bit of black and white going on there. What's she got on her top? Right, well you can see her jacket. It's checkerboard, but it's small.
And for the police not getting a conviction for 9 years was down to merely police incompetence. But I beg to differ. From the evidence, I suggest the police should have had Bellfield as a suspect from day one.
And as the murderer of Sarah Payne. Don't forget, drinking
Surely
partner.
some elementary research on day one would have thrown up his name as a suspect.
Yeah, I think some early research would have thrown up some information that would have made him a suspect. I think so. I'm bewildered how the police and everyone missed that, unless you've done it on fucking purpose. You've done it on purpose.
I am very doubtful that someone within the police service did not know Bellfield could be Dowler's abductor from the start.
001 Moving Services Limited.
So this leads to the possibility that Bellfield was being protected by the police. Perhaps it was not incompetence, but deliberate perversion of justice by actively protecting the perpetrator.
Yeah, to preserve themselves, because they had a plan for Bellfield. They had to play it out a certain way. It was going to take years. Yeah, it was going to take years. They had to get rid of these other 2 girls first, even if they're real. I don't even know if they're real. I don't even know if these other 2 girls were real. I really don't know. Because they arrested him for that first, and he's done for all of that by, I don't know, was it 2005 or something, or 2008? And then they get him for Millie on the way back, but they've already turned him into a monster. They've convinced you that this geezer was running around with a hammer all over London, thanks to Colin Sutton, the armchair detective's mate. And when I was talking to the armchair detective, you could have told me a few things, but you didn't. Because you go on tour with Colin Sutton. You know what I mean? Why don't you ask him about page 59? Why don't you ask him about the phone tapping? Didn't ask him nothing. All you said to me is, can't believe you're still alive. Thought you'd be dead by now.
Certainly in the earlier years of the investigation, we can ask the question, was Bellfield being protected by the police?
Yeah, for their own benefit, because they had a plan for how they was going to play it out with Bellfield, because he had blackmail against them, as if they was going to do anything. They had to get in there first, so that no matter what he said, he looked like a liar.
When you throw into the pot more facts, the possibility of the police having knowledge of Bellfield's possible involvement grows further.
Oh yes, it fucking certainly well does. Drinking partner.
Starting with the fact that Bellfield was a police informer.
What, like Neville?
Me ranting and calling him out, he just go, no. He had Milly Dowler. He had Milly Dowler's number from the day she went missing up to the 12th or the 10th, up to the 10th until he instructed me. What did he do? What did he do in them days? 2.5 weeks before he gave me a number. What did he do? He was a registered police informant, right, Agent George, all right?
There it is then.
Years was down to merely police incompetence. But I beg to differ. From the evidence, I suggest the police should have had Bellfield as a suspect from day one. Surely some elementary research on day one would have thrown up his name as a suspect. I am very doubtful that someone within the police service did not know Bellfield could be Dowler's abductor from the start. So this leads to the possibility that Bellfield was being protected by the police. Perhaps it was not incompetence, but deliberate perversion of justice by actively protecting the perpetrator.
That's why Greg Miskill, the news editor, I know the far end of a fart with how Millie was before, during and after she was tapped. Before. Yeah. You would know the goings on before. Because you was working with Neville Felbeck, who's a police informant. Just like Bellfield was a police informant. So from one informant to another, that are both informants for Surrey Police, and they're both involved in the story. With Rebecca Brooks overseeing it all. Yet she's going to deny everything and say, I only found out 2 weeks ago in 2011. Bullshit, did ya? Bullshit, did ya? You did not, woman. I'll tell you why. Because I've got this document here. Hold on. I'm going to have to fucking screenshot it because it don't want to come up. Oh, wait till you see this. Oh, wait till you see this. You remember me asking the news editor? So I said, so Brooks called it all on, yeah? And he was like, no. Well, when you read that, how did the News of the World find this stuff out? And this was in 2002. This was when Richard Mallett was on my side, right? For a bit, not totally, because he didn't sue him. He didn't do his job properly, right? He fucking didn't. He was still on the cover up for him back then because they was offering him work afterwards. I'll tell you what happened now. This was a Mallett document. My solicitor, the one that's now been done for fraud. Yeah, you remember, Richard Mallett. Turns up on Andrew Ash's list that Ian Puddick funded, who works for the Queen. You remember. Anyway, this was what was being said in 2002. How did the News of the World find this stuff out? Illegally obtained telephone numbers, bank details, medical details. News of the World won't want to disclose how they obtained this information. Word on the street is that the News of the World are worried. They know they set BH up. How did they record this? Illegally? Done it before? What source? Does this amount to phone tapping? Yeah, not phone hacking, phone tapping. What's the difference? Rebecca Wade, editor. News of the World does not want to be called to court. Apparently very unhappy about the way the case has been handled. Now she's running the team that are doing me. She knows everything that's gone on. That there tells you that she knows about the phone tapping. So how the fuck can she be telling the truth when she reckons she found out about it all in 2011 with regards to Millie Dowler, when this is so closely attached to mine with the same team on it? Yeah, there you go. She knew. And so did Andy Coulson. And I tried to tell the world at the time, but no one would listen. No one would fucking listen.
Certainly in the earlier years of the investigation, we can ask the question, was Bellfield being protected by the police? When you throw into the pot more facts the possibility of the police having knowledge of Bellfield's possible involvement.
Oh, they're involved in the
grows
paedophile
further,
ring. Come on, let's get
starting
real.
with the fact that Bellfield was a police informer. It is well known that police informers are well protected and usually paid by the police. If they are a good asset, the police will allow them to continue in their crimes, often drug crime, which is one of the crimes Bellfield was involved with. This article, written in 2011, states, "His usefulness to the Met was last night feared to be one reason the child sex monster and serial rapist dodged justice for so long."
Right, so like they're kind of trying to admit there that Bellfield was a police informant. Yeah, that it's kind of half admitted, isn't it? But still no International Moving Services Limited.
Let me repeat that. His usefulness to the Met was last night feared to be one reason the child sex monster and serial rapist dodged justice for so long.
What was his usefulness to the Met? Supplying kids? Moving kids? Trafficking? How can the old Bill not know about International Moving Services Limited? Be the first thing they look up. Has he got any companies? Well, fucking don't take me for a cunt.
But all along, the maniac was registered with Met Cops in Ealing, West London, as a covert human intelligence source. Let me repeat that. A covert human intelligence source.
A covert human intelligence source. International Moving Services Limited, Atlas Ocean Air Limited, Atlantis Ocean Air Limited. The last one, he resigned in '99. That's when Brand's nightclub gets turned over. They say it's a drugs bust, but it fucking ain't. But I guarantee you it involves this bloke, because that company's global as well.
Add into the mix that Bellfield was also known to offer men that he knew access to have sex with underage girls.
Right. What? People like her dad? People like her dad? He was known, so in his drinking partner days, hold on a minute. In his drinking partner days, at the Ashley Park pub opposite Walton-on-Thames train station, when he's supposed to have moved, but he's still drinking with Michael Payne up until 2004. And the Ashley Park, age 33 years. My God. My fucking good God. Revealed, Milly Dowler's killer tormented grieving father of Sarah Payne after befriending him at their local pub at the height of his killing spree. What is going on here? Let me hear that again, what he said.
As a covert human intelligence source. Let me repeat that. A covert human intelligence source.
So Bellfield is, for the police, is a covert human intelligence source. Intelligence on who?
Add into the mix that Bellfield was also known to offer men that he knew access to have sex with underage girls.
So, Bellfield must have offered Michael Payne sex with underage girls. And if he's offering it to Michael Payne, Bellfield has also offered it to police officers. And a couple of them police officers have taken him up on it. And they'll be the two police officers that Surrey Old Bill let go in 2015 or 2014. It was one of the two. Might be 2014. So therefore he had blackmail against them. But they're saying he might be a human resource. That gets you out of explaining that he had blackmail against you is what you mean, and you needed time to devise a plan to get this geezer. But he's known, Bellfield's known for offering people that he knew sex with underage girls. Well, you've just said that he knows police. Either way, he's a police informant, he knows police. So I'm right. There was police having sex, and that's what the cover-up's all been about. They got their mates at the News of the World to tap everyone because they had to show reason for it, and they couldn't. Not until later when he became a suspect. Let's carry on.
In other words, he was acting as a pimp for underage prostitutes.
Right, there you go. So, do you still think Millie Dowler was a random attack from this geezer? Because they're mixing the truth with lies here. They're being convenient with the truth. There's bits of truth in here, but it still comes down to Richard D. Hall believing it was a random attack, because he ain't mentioning none of these, is he? And I thought he was thorough.
If Bellfield knew the identities of men who had had sex with underage girls, that could give him considerable power over them. Bear in mind that at his paedophile parties, he is alleged to have filmed men having sex with underage girls.
There you go.
Who had been drugged with GHB.
Right. Now, it would be in Bellfield's interest to get a couple of Old Bill under his wing that way, wouldn't it? And he fucking did. And he did.
This story from 2005 explains how 2 Surrey police officers were jailed for a catalogue of inappropriate...
There it is. There it is. There it is. That's the 2 I was talking about. Wow.
Behaviour and having on-duty sex with teenage drunken women they had been called to help. Did they know Levi Bellfield?
Yep.
Were Surrey police having a clear-out before allowing Bellfield to be named as a suspect?
Yep.
The whole story about how
Were them coppers involved in international moving services and JP called?
Bellfield eventually did become a suspect in the Milly Dowler case also seems very fishy. Apparently, he was being investigated by the Met Police for other murders.
And that is where Colin Sutton comes into it, who comes in and saves the day.
And they decided to examine all his previous addresses for evidence. Were they looking for videos, I wonder? One of these addresses was 24 Collingwood Place, where he was living when Milly Dowler disappeared.
But he moves just after, remember? You said just after the disappearance, 21st of March, so he weren't there very long, but he's still drinking with Michael Payne in the pub there on the corner, opposite the train station, until 2004.
The police sealed off the flat and put up police tape, which then alerted the Dowler family to something being investigated.
Hold on a minute, and it also alerted Michael Payne. I've got the article. It's one of these. It just doesn't add up.
At that place. When Milly Dowler's mother saw the police tape at the very place Milly was last seen...
This is what they're saying about Michael Payne. He was distraught after he see Bellfield's place taped off. 2004. It is thought that Mr. Payne only found out the truth about his drinking partner when police taped off Bellfield's flat and arrested him in 2004. Oh God, it gets worse. Also reports that when police searched Bellfield's flat that he's moved out of, they found a stash of newspaper cuttings about Sarah's murder, Sarah Payne's. Oh, God. So he had a clear out. He bothered to change all the bed and all this stuff like in the official story, but he specifically left news cuttings of Sarah Payne's murder, yeah? So why do all that other fucking stuff if you want to get caught for that murder? You'd want to get caught for Millie's as well, wouldn't you? Why bother change the fucking bed? Because it didn't fucking happen that way, that's why. Carry on.
She was convinced the police were investigating the murder of her daughter. But this was not the case. They were investigating other murders that Bellfield...
So it alerted Michael Payne and it alerted the Dowlers, yeah? All right. Make your mind up, because it sounds like people don't know which one they wanted to go with then. Did it alert the Dowlers? Maybe it alerted the Dowlers. Yes, we can use that.
...was eventually convicted for. So it was as if the Met Police stumbled across the Dowler killer by accident, a killer that Surrey Police had been allegedly looking for years.
I know, when we finally convict Bellfield, we'll make it look like it comes from the other side of London for loads of other reasons. That makes our job much easier. Brilliant, brilliant plan. Go with it. In my books, I talk about how
Bellfield was known to lust after young underage girls in school uniforms. Millie Dowler was in a school uniform, she had long legs and was wearing a short skirt.
And was found naked, not buried, 6 months later in Yateley Woods, uniform gone. So making it look like, oh God, whoever did have her wanted her in a uniform. And someone, they must have seen her in the uniform to want her. Weren't Michael Payne, was it? Sitting in the pub opposite the train station where she comes out of?
So it would appear that the murder of Millie Dowler was probably sexually motivated. There are other indications, which I won't go into here, why this may have been the case. However...
Yeah, drinking with Michael Payne.
His other murders, which followed the Dowler murder, seem rather different. They are summarised by this quote from the book The Bus Stop Killer. There were no witnesses to any of the attacks.
That's bloody convenient for everyone, isn't it? You could tell us whatever you like, which you have done, by the way.
No evidence directly linking Bellfield to the women. No forensic evidence to put him at the sites. No DNA evidence saying he had been present. No CCTV footage of the attacks themselves. No murder weapon in 2 of the cases. And perhaps most significant of all, no clear motive. Why had Bellfield decided to attack these 5 innocent young women whom he did not know without warning and for no apparent reason?
Because he didn't.
These murders almost sound like they could be contract killings. They are not the result of lust, like with the Millie Dowler murder.
If there was any killings at all. Andrew Ash was fake. With everything he was saying, they put him on the front page and listened to him.
I've racked my brains over this and thinking aloud, was Bellfield blackmailed to commit these subsequent murders by someone who knew of his role in the Dowler murder?
No. No. These other murders were done by the police so they could blame it on Bellfield, arrest him for that, have Colin Sutton come in and say he's attacked all these other women, and then we'll come round and get him for Millie because we've turned him into a monster. But what we all forgot to check before we started any of this was 001 International Moving Services Limited and the other 2 companies. We might have got somewhere if we'd have looked at that, because we've got him down as a fucking bouncer.
Was there a motive which connects all these girls to have them murdered?
Yes. Surrey police done it so they could blame it on Bellfield because Bellfield had blackmail against them. You've just said yourself there that he filmed people when he met them, people he liked, drinking partners. You know, he'll offer them to have sex with underage girls.
Anyone with any thoughts on this, please get in touch.
Shall I get in touch?
The reason, ostensibly, it took so long to prosecute Levi Bellfield for the murder of Milly Dowler is because the Met Police wanted to finish their investigations and trials for his other murders.
Oh, I bet you did. And how convenient that is for you.
Before they would let Surrey Police start their interrogation of Levi Bellfield. So it was kind of a we found him first scenario, despite
No, it wasn't.
the fact Milly Dowler's murder occurred first. Would it not have been more logical to try him in the order that the murders occurred? Eventually, Bellfield's Dowler
And also add in Michael Payne's daughter. No?
trial was due to start in early 2011, and just as preparations were being made to start the trial, remember, at this point, the family have no idea anyone has hacked Milly Dowler's phone. The family are invited to a meeting to be given some disclosures about Milly's phone being hacked. Bear in mind, this meeting is not with officers who are involved in their case. It is officers from London who are running Operation Wheating, the investigation into phone hacking. They are sat down and told in dramatic fashion that the News of the World hacked Milly's phone, and are then shown pages from the notes of Glenn Mulcair, one of the hackers who has taken a lot of blame for the phone hacking scandal. It's been said by those in the know that Mulcair is very much a patsy in the whole hacking expose. The thousands of pages of Glenn Mulcair's notes seized
He got paid to take the dairy, mate.
by police feature heavily at the Levison Inquiry, which allegedly detailed who he hacked and when. However, at this meeting, the Dowlers asked for copies of Mulcair's notes pertaining to the hacking of Milly's phone,
Well, don't get them off of Scotland Yard because they'll blank it all out.
and the police refused to give them copies. I am not aware that Mulcair's famous
No, refuse to give them copies because I'm fucking on them, that's why.
hacking notes are available for public scrutiny. It seems they flashed these notes at the various phone hacking victims, but would not allow them to take copies.
I've got copies. I've got copies. I showed you at the beginning. Got the Scotland Yard ones blanked out. I'll fucking show you. Right, so that was me asking them for page 59. These are the ones that I get from Glenn Mulcair. See, there's no blanking out on that. I'll show you, for example, that top number. Yeah, and then down there, you see there's no blanking out. Look at the top number. Right, it's all there. But that's only after I decoded it. So obviously, there's no point in hiding it anymore. Which was another giveaway, really. They give it to me after I found it. But Richard Mallet, my solicitor, had it all along anyway. He had the number all along. But I will show you the ones that I get from Scotland Yard. They definitely didn't want me to have any information. So I know they're hiding more notes, and I intend to get them. And I will get them. I'll get them eventually. But it's all got to be exposed first, because otherwise no one's going to make any moves. Once it's gone past that point and it's too late, then, you know, like with Mulcair giving me them two notes unblanked, well, they wouldn't have done that 2 years prior until I'd worked them out. Let me just keep looking there, because I've got them. I had them a second ago, so I don't know where I put them. The, what's the name ones from the police? Where are they? Where are you? I've just got so much paperwork. But it's good, man, so I know every single bit of it. Every single piece of this. Let me just find it, because it's important that you see these things, you know what I mean? It is important that you see these things. Right, that's the mole care notes unblanked. Where's the blanked ones? Where are they? There they are. Got them here somewhere. They might be in the binder. It's important though, so you know we'll take the time to do it. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Right. So, and this is what I keep saying. So here's the notes from the police. This is exactly how I got them, like that, through Mallets, who's been done for fraud, yeah? And it comes like that, and it tells me the pages that I've got there, right? That's what I've got. Right, and it's page 58 and page 60. Right, now look at the difference on the ones from the police. Look at the top number. That's from the police. That's from mole care. That's from the police. That's from mole care. Geezer on the screen now on the left. The recording you heard earlier was him. Who was part of Greg Miskill's team. That's Neville Felbeck there on the right, and that's Greg Miskill, the news editor you heard me talking to on the left, who knows I know the far end of a fart with Milly Dowler, before, during, and after. Right, Mulcair, Miskill, Mazin Mahmood, and the Special Investigations Unit set up by Rebecca Brooks at the News of the World. But she didn't know nothing. She says in 2011, I didn't know nothing. But you did, because you saw the other document now that shows you about the, well, she did know. There, look, I'll just show you quickly. Yeah, she knew. Yeah, Rebecca Wade, she was called then. It's called Rebecca Brooks now. Yeah, she knew. She knew. But she wants to go on like, yeah, I didn't find out till 2011. Stupid bitch. Yeah, got caught now. Got caught. What are you hiding? You're involved in all these child murders. Covering them up. I don't know what your fucking reasons are. Maybe International Moving Services is News International Moving Services. Who fucking knows? I know Surrey Police knew though, for definite. And they're getting rid of people. You know what I mean? You saw that as well there. You saw that just spoken about. They're getting rid of people. So there you go. There you go.
If they are not available to view, then I question the veracity of those notes.
No, I've got them here,
I am
Richard.
not suggesting there was no hacking,
I've got 'em
but
here.
I am
Got 'em
suggesting
here. Got 'em
Mulcair
here.
is just a whipping boy, the notes being a prop or a pre-agreed disclosure, all done to protect others.
Oh yeah.
So we can ask the question, why? Why, oh why? Why at that time were the Dowlers told about the hacking? I don't believe for
2011.
1 second it was because the police thought they had a duty to report this.
No. They had a duty to unblank their Mulcair notes. They got a duty to take on this case. It's criminal. It's not a civil case. It's fucking criminal. There's no limitation on it. Yeah?
I suspect the police were very worried just before the Milly Dowler Bellfield trial that information was going to come out at the trial and become publicly known that would not just question the police's competence, as the Dowlers have done, but would question whether Bellfield was protected by police in the earlier stages of their investigation.
So you'd have people like Bernard Hogan Howe, Sir Bernard Hogan Howe, Commissioner of the Police, I think at that time, if not the other one, Condon, whatever his name was, and Cressida Dick. And we know what her conduct's like, don't we? In case you forgot about that, she got the sack. So who are we going to have in there next now in Scotland Yard? Are we going to be able to trust them? Is it going to be another Sir Paul fucking David Ballbag? Or fucking Sir Leslie Scrotum? Or some fucking shit, you know what I mean? Some reference to fucking cock and balls or fucking, you know, Sir David Bell or some shit like that, you know what I mean? And are you going to be transparent now in the future? Because you're getting caught out left, right and centre, and if you don't get it right this time, no one's ever going to trust you ever again. So, are you going to be transparent now? Are you going to give me the rest of the Mulcair notes unblanked? Are you going to approach me as you've been liaising with a fraudulent solicitor who's been withholding phone hacking information and vital evidence concerning all of this? We'll see.
Because if he was, it means the police were responsible for at least 2 further deaths since Millie Dowler's. I suspect around late 2010 and early 2011, when the Bellfield trial was being prepared, the police consulted a PR agency or an intelligence agency. An agency to advise them on how to protect their reputation against the possibility of people suspecting that they, the police, protected someone who turned out to be the killer of 3 young women and possibly more.
No, you colluded.
How could they do something to avert the damage that might follow the trial? I suspect the agency that may have helped the police came up with a corker.
News of the world.
We need a scandal to take people's attention off Bellfield. Something connected to Millie. Something controversial, which can be blown up out of all proportion.
I know the fire.
Something we can call a scandal. Something that can also include celebrities who will provide even more distraction.
Yay! Distraction.
What about a phone hacking scandal?
Yeah, what about
that? If we tell the family that Millie's phone was hacked, we can then steer their energy into complaining about that, rather than asking questions about Bellfield. We can then claim that the scandal is so great that the News of the World has to close. Hang on, we need the permission of the owner of the News of the World if we're going to do that.
Hold on a minute. I don't think he's going to have a problem with it, do you? I don't think he's going to have a problem. It just gets worse and worse, doesn't it? International moving services. What were you moving? What was Bellfield moving? Yeah. Dun dun dun. 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 Yeah, fucking should say it all, really, shouldn't it? Less, you know, you don't want to see it. Shouldn't have much of a problem out of the owner of the News of the World. How are we going to do this? Well, what we're going to do is we're going to go to press with it from the 5th of July in all the newspapers, because we control them all. And, you know, we'll get all our friends on it. Yeah? Right, Piers? How's it going? He never liked me, this bloke. But he liked her. So that's all that matters. Do you remember Piers' front page story? Have you all forgotten about that? Do you remember that? Do you remember he said, well, we knew it was going on, but we didn't have proof. And look at him now, riding high on Murdoch's new media platform. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. G'day. Fuck off, Bron Harvey. Fuck off. You're vile. Vile, I say. Vile. Vile. Look at that. All made up. And admitted. So, yeah. News on fucking Sun on Sunday was registered on the 5th. They did start going on about it on the 8th. Richard Deal's got half of it right. Harry's not come across international moving services after being so thorough with checking, you know, the date of registry on the Sun on Sunday and everything. You know, there's little bits coming in from everywhere, and when you put the whole thing together, it's bled at the top of your head off. Have you staring at a mound?
Yes, I suspect that the News of the World knew as early as January 2011 it was going to go along with accepting the blame for the phone hacking scandal and close. This might offer a clue as to which PR firm was involved in dreaming up the phone hacking psyop. Any suggestions, folks? someone who runs a successful PR firm that is linked to the Murdoch empire. As soon as the Millie Dowler trial finished, the phone hacking psyop was put into full swing. In my opinion, all the main players in the phone hacking pantomime are state assets. Levison himself, David Sherborne.
There he is, David Sherborne. And he represents the McCanns. And then down here on the right, bottom right, this is the Dowler's solicitor, Mark Lewis. And if you remember when I reported Richard Mallet and him, that thing come back from the Solicitors Regulation Authority saying we're already looking into him and Mallet. Well, after that, we see that Mallet got done for fraud. I ain't heard nothing on this geezer yet. But he's very key to it all, so nothing was going to happen to him.
Robert J, MP Tom Watson, David Cameron, and I suspect the Dowler's own solicitor, Mark Lewis.
Right, so, and also, Tom, what's his face there? He wanted to talk to me, bottom left. He wanted to talk to me, but he never did after that, after I seen him when I went to see Simon Danchuk in the Portcullis house. It's well documented. Tom Watson was there. And I told him about all the hacking and also about the rape of the band member. And he said, I want to talk to you. Got it recorded somewhere. I ain't got it here though, but I've got it. Top middle, David Sherborne. He is counsel for all the phone hacking victims. And he's also the barrister for the McCanns.
Is also a state asset who managed.
And David Cameron's good friends with the Gingerbird, Rebecca Brooks, Rebecca Wade, who did know about phone hacking in 2002. Don't care if he was in Dubai.
To get the Dowlers private meetings with the Prime Minister David Cameron, then with Rupert Murdoch, with Hugh Grant, Nick Clegg, etc.
Hugh Grant, right, hacked off. He's in with some dodgy people and all.
Etc. etc. Note that the reason why the Dowlers were given access to the Prime Minister
is because she's friends with him, fucking Ginger.
And Rupert Murdoch was not because of their immense distrust and dismay at the police.
She ain't got a black and white top on there, is she, in the middle?
Investigation into their daughter's murder. It was.
What's he doing with his hands? He ain't doing it again for a photo. He's not. He's not signalling again for a photo. Oh, wait. Oh, fuck me. Fuck me. Oh, man. Fucking hell. I mean, does this guy just do this all the fucking time? Oh, man. Put all the sixes in the number and that as well. 63399, 3 6s there. Alright, I'm sorry. Call it coincidence if you want. It fucking ain't. And I'm fed up with people keep calling it a coincidence or a conspiracy theory. Oh, I can't fucking believe that, man. I can't fucking believe it. Again, there it is. Black and white, fucking pyramids. No, that ain't a coincidence, no. Well, it weren't anyway, but The free psyops. Fucking hell. Fucking hell. Let's carry on.
Ostensibly because their daughter's phone had been hacked. The Levison Inquiry was carried out, I believe, by state actors I have just named, who were all paid handsomely for playing their parts. If you don't think that Rupert Murdoch was a witting actor in this nonsense scandal, just watch this clip and tell me he isn't acting.
It's a matter of great regret of mine, my father's, and everyone at News Corporation. And these are standards, these actions do not live up to the standards that our company aspires to everywhere around the world. And it is our determination to both put things right, make sure these things don't happen again, and to be the company that I know we have always aspired to be. As for my comments, Mr. Chairman, and my statement, which I believe was around the closure of the News of the World newspaper.
Before you get to that, I would just like to say one sentence. This is the most humble day of my life.
The only people who were not actors were the Dowlers, and ironically the unwitting celebrities, many of whom are actual actors, who played their parts in the Levison pantomime, helping to create a massive diversion from serious police corruption. It was hilarious to see the likes of Steve Coogan believing he was taking part in a genuine inquiry. Aha! Stick to comedy, Steve. If you had attended the Levison Inquiry as Alan, I might have more respect for you. Could I have a hot egg and a crescent of crisps, please? The fact that the Levison recommendations were never implemented is confirmation that it was just a pantomime. Aha! A pantomime for the purposes of diversion. Aha! If you want phone hacking to end, you don't need Levison. You just need the police to do their job properly. Of course,
yeah, but Levison is going to, well, yeah, not if it's controlled, but Levison is going to bring the attention to it. If it's just left to the police, I think we've seen enough evidence that they can't be trusted. I mean, they're fucking underage girls are doing it. Like, it's just, it's dog shit.
Hackers need to be dealt with in courts of law for crimes they committed and are committing. But you don't need a Levison inquiry to do that. The next people on trial should be the police for not stopping the phone hacking in the first place.
And the media.
But Levison hardly went near the police. Just putting that aside for now, because we need to concentrate on the real issue here. The real issue behind the whole phone hacking nonsense, which is the possible protection of Levi Bellfield. Which police officers was Levi Bellfield informing to? Who was Levi Bellfield's handler? What intelligence was gathered from his disclosures? Was he protected by the police? Was he doing the police favours because of what the police knew about his involvement in the Milly Dowler murder? This is where the spotlight should be, and Levison was concocted, in my opinion, to move the spotlight away from these questions. After his arrest in 2004, Bellfield is alleged to have before that time called the Met Police 81 times. What were those phone calls about?
Bellfield's called the police 81 times. During the time he's a drinking partner of Michael Payne, when he's moved.
Were there officers in the Met or Surrey Police that for some reason could not afford to allow Bellfield to be arrested in 2002?
Yeah, the two that they let go, that you saw on here earlier.
Was he just too close to the police to be arrested for some reason? In the phone hacking scandal, the News of the World was used as a convenient black hole for much of the phone hacking blame to be flushed down. They didn't want any real fallout from this because it wasn't a real scandal. Now, if all you are doing is going after the News of the World and no one else with this issue, then you are aiding and assisting the phone hacking psychological operation. A psychological operation which may have been concocted to bury police corruption.
Well, I went to Scotland Yard and you see what happened. They called the police on me. I mean, what'd you do? I've been outside Downing Street. I've fucking been everywhere. I've been campaigning online for 10 years. I don't see what else I can do.
I agree that the media are the scum of the earth.
No, the media are the fucking problem because they don't report the truth. They should be reporting the truth no matter what. They're so corrupt they don't. They're in bed with everyone. So until we sort that out, there is no media or no truth or no justice. All of these lot come hand in hand. It's all got to be dealt with at once, and the only way to deal with it is to expose it for what it is until they are forced into being exposed, and then the truth will come out. We can see that they're all involved. We can see that. Right, it's all there. What they're conveniently leaving out. There was phone tapping going on. The News of the World are in with all of the, or tapping the parents of all of the people that have supposedly killed these kids. Got international moving services, Levi, Bellfield. No one's mentioning fuck all about it, never have done. So as far as everyone's concerned, he's a bouncer and a lone wolf. He's drinking partners with Michael Payne, who's just lost his kid in 2000. But Bellfield's supposed to have moved on the 21st of March, 2002, or around that time, because of the disappearance of Millie. It's bullshit. It's bullshit. He's left pictures behind, but he's cleared the flat and destroyed the bedding, but he's left pictures behind of Sarah Payne. Why would you do all of that if he's going to lock yourself up, make yourself look like you're attached to Sarah Payne? He's drinking with the dad. You know, Bellfield offers underage sex to anyone he's in with, so police, Michael Payne, anyone. He's got a company called International Moving Services. The people he's in the company with that with, is he offering them sex with underage kids, or is that what International Moving Services and Ocean Air Limited are all based upon? Let's just finish this.
I agree that phone hacking is illegal and should be dealt with. But in this case, the News of the World were used to facilitate a diversion from something infinitely more serious than phone hacking.
Yeah, our own establishment, our own police, our own CPS and the people that we run to if we get problems are disgusting and terrible people beyond anything you could possibly imagine from what I can gather so far.
I believe a new ITV drama about the Millie Dowler case has been produced. If you are...
Oh yeah, to enforce in the public minds, you know, this is how it happened when it fucking well didn't. All the signs are there, people. Yeah, all the signs are there.
Unfortunate enough to watch it, just bear in mind what I have said here and see if that drama mentions the fact that Levi Bellfield was an important police informer. See if it exposes what he was informing about and which officers he was informing to. Anyone with information about Levi Bellfield or on his relationship with the police, please get in touch. That is what people should be talking about, not the phone hacking. Whoever controls the police need to stop protecting the police like they did with the Didcot murder psyop. That's the only way the police can improve. I am not against the police. I am for having a strong police force. But whenever it goes wrong...
He's not against the police because his brother's in the police. He's forgetting to mention that bit.
We need to have it out in the open so people can see it is corrected and therefore trust it. Those who run these cover-ups, do you really fear so much that the public will turn against the police to the point of civil unrest? I don't believe that would happen. The more transparent you are in the long run, the more respect people will have for the police. It might mean people learning some very painful truths, but in the end, they will respect the system only if it is transparent.
Right, well, let's see something here. I need to talk to the commissioner.
What was she about to do for you?
Well, she's the one in control of it all.
Yeah, okay, so she's in charge of the Metropolitan Police Service, yeah?
Yeah.
There's 30,000 of us.
Well, then, I'll go and nick someone then. Let's just do this on a normal basis. I'm reporting the crime. There you go and nick them.
Okay, right. So what's the?
Can we do it that way?
Happened? Well, I mean, yeah.
I've told you what's happened. It's pointless. Look, I'm not going to keep explaining myself to people that ain't going to.
Anyone. So like, this is like corporation.
Mate, the evidence is there. Just go and get me someone that knows about the case and we can sort this out because you don't need to know. Of course I've reported it. I've been doing this for 6 years, mate. I've been in the claims. I'm in the fucking phone hacking claims, getting fucking bossed about because I ain't got a solicitor.
So who's the officer in the case that's dealing with you?
There ain't no officer in the case. It's come from the solicitor that won my case in 2003 against the News of the World, and I found out he's been working for them and Duncan Larkham from the News of the World. Right now, listen, they cut these notes. Oh, fuck, man, I can't do this no more, mate. Sorry, this is really annoying me because there's nothing you can do about it, and there's nothing you can do about it. So I'm gonna hang about it.
But there's nothing anyone here right this second.
It's Scotland Yard, mate. Fuck's sake! No, get out my way, man. Get out my way. Get out my fucking way. I've had enough of this shit. Right, are you going to get the commissioner or not? Because now you've called the fucking police on me and you're the ones that are acting illegally, mate. You're the ones that are acting illegal. Illegal! Illegal!
Listen, right.
Don't keep touching me, mate. Don't keep touching me, please. Right, well, arrest me then.
We'll give it like, these guys have to
right, give a statement, give a statement.
Right, okay.
Let's do it, because you're going to paper why you done it. You know that, don't you?
Right, right. Honestly, listen to me. This is going to save you so much grief in the long run.
Mate, I don't give a fuck anymore. If you're going to arrest me, you can arrest me right now. Ian, take my camera, I'm getting arrested. I'll take this, I'm getting arrested. I've fucking had enough of this. Let the newspapers ask why. I'm still in the cold. Right, these lot going to arrest me, so... No, come on, let's go. Oh, let's go! Let's go! Let's fucking go! Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Come, let's go! Let's go! Let's go the long way about it. So, there's... that's how it went the last time I went to Scotland Yard. Alright. I was shouting and screaming, but it was only... Like I said to the geezer, if you watch the whole thing, you'll see I gave the geezer a chance. And then they just called the police on me. I would have sat there calm, waited for someone to come out. They didn't do that, they just called the police on me. So obviously I fucking went off, innit? Like, sometimes you have to, because I'm getting walked over here, and everyone's being lied to, and no one else is putting their fucking neck on the line to try and get the truth out there. I'm holding the truth here, right? And if I know I'm holding the truth, I've got an obligation to tell you, haven't I? Or not? Or just keep it to myself, or see if I can make a few quid out of it, innit? I can bleed them for a few more quid if I shut up about that. Is that what I should do? What would you do? I'm on my own over here in this. You know what I mean? I'm on my own. This is what I do now. I work these fucking people out, and I have worked them out. And this story is just getting bigger and bigger and bigger all the time. And at some point, it has to go mainstream. Yes, Come it on, does. man. None of this sits right. None of it. And it's not speculation or rumour. I'm showing you factual evidence. I am a phone hacking victim, phone tapping victim. But I now know that I'm a victim of so much more than just that. They put me in prison. Look at the police officers they sent round here when Puddick took my computers. They had guns. Are they armed response? Armed response don't turn up and come in and take your computers away for a year. Yeah? For a geezer that works for the Queen. All right. So, yeah, I mean... Yeah. I mean, other thing to look out for... That was quite long to sit through, so thank you for listening to that. But I think you needed to because, like I say, with Richard D. Hall, he's either naive to these bits, which I find strange because he's quite thorough, but when it comes to the times and dates of the hacking scandal actually breaking, which newspapers it went in, the WHOIS registration information for the domain name website, thesunonsunday.co.uk, all of that information was correct. But then he is very... I don't know, he's done well. He's definitely opened my eyes up to a few things, but with him, it's still leading back into Bellfield. Now, I mean, he's not stupid, Richard D. Hall. So, judging by the things that he's pointed out, the police, the covert intelligence, human resource, police informant, you didn't know that. I mean, some of the people on here do, because you've heard it before. But the mainstream have never had their focus, their attention focused on that, because that's quite a big deal. Because you got all this bullshit coming out, which is the bus stop killer. I mean, what do you mean the bus stop killer? Millie didn't get killed at a bus stop. You know, it's a load of shit like that comes into these mainstream documentaries that are steering the narrative, and I believe it's gone so far off. I don't believe this Levi Bellfield story. I really don't. I think it's taken them years to come up with it. I do believe Levi Bellfield was a police intelligence resource. I do believe. I believe that. I believe that. And I believe that, yeah, maybe there was some kind of falling out with the people, his handler or the officers that he was reporting back to. About what? I don't know. What would that even be about? What would he be reporting back on an informative level? What's that about anyway? Judging by, what's in the mainstream, he would offer sex to other people that he befriended with underage girls. So there was obviously a paedophile ring element to this, because nothing else warrants all of this cover-up. And because it's been covered up so much, it's obviously an important issue that they need to fix. So I would suggest that Bellfield probably did run a paedophile ring, and some of these officers, high up people, all sorts of people, probably have taken him up on that offer, and he's probably filmed it, and at some point later on, got above his station and fell out with people, and now he's a danger to them because he's not the informer that they took on. So I'm just trying to picture a scenario here, because there's something's real. It could be more than that. It could be much more than that. It could be that, well, yeah, he's fallen out with the ring, basically, the old Bill. And then I suppose if he knows Bob Dowler, if this is correct, if I'm wrong, I'm sorry, right? And I will always say that. But I've got to go by the information that ain't getting taken on by the authorities of mine. And I cannot understand why the Dowlers would not want my information on Robert Kellaway, who is bylined on the story that supposedly brings down the paper and starts all of this. I cannot understand why they wouldn't want that. And I cannot understand how Ian Puddick knows Gemma Dowler to message her on a level like that. Because originally what he sent to her was, Gemma, I'm just letting you know that Brian Harvey is trying to make money off your dead sister. I mean, how does he step out of the blue and do that? No, what that tells me is because Ian Puddick did work for as far up as the Queen at Buckingham Palace, which he loves to show off about, which is his downfall, by the way. But good, I'm glad he's like that, because he's given me all the information that I need. And, I believe he was running the operation to get me to say stuff about Prince Andrew through Andrew Ash, because we have established that Ian Puddick has interviewed Andrew Ash himself. Yeah, it's not denied. And it was before I met him. And it was in Bill Maloney's flat. And I described the shot that Bill had done, and both Ian and Andrew were facing in the same direction. I'm like, you're going to have to flip one of them images to make it, the one without the clock behind it, the clock would come out backwards, yeah? I remember telling him that. And when I put that to Andrew, he went, "Oh, that's true, yeah." And he didn't even resist on that one. "Oh, that's true, yeah." That's quite good, wasn't it? So Puddick working for the Queen, right? So if he works for the Queen with very lucky, he got 2 jobs. I run a leak detection company. We have engineers out on the road with special equipment to detect leaks on things. Well, what he's talking about is people like me. This is what all the online harassment, the nickings, the abusive emails from dating agencies and anything that they can throw at me. I mean, if this is what they've come to, you're fucking losing, mate. It's not good. And I have contacted the International Criminal Court, so it's a matter of time before I start laying into them if they don't pay attention to this evidence, because I'm fed up. This is the 3rd email I've sent to them. But I know things get lost. They must get a lot of emails all the time, so I'm gonna stay cool. You know what I mean? Because it's it's very possible that it's been overlooked. I don't know how, but let's go with that. But I have had an automatic response back from one of them, so I will chase that up. And everything I'm saying is the truth. I back it up with evidence. And I'm right, basically. And I've got all their police witness statements. I can prove Kellaway was lying, hands down. And I don't see what defence they've got for any of it. I know this is much deeper than what they've put out on the surface, and I do believe the paper was taken down on purpose. I think the Whois registry absolutely proves that. The level of this that I hadn't gone deep enough on, I couldn't quite work out why Bill Maloney kept bringing up Jonathan King all the time. I mean, he was my manager's best mate. I say was, probably still is. There has to be a connection there. Well, there was, because Andrew Ash was also throwing in red herrings for Tom Watkins, if you remember, in one of the cabin interviews with me and Mick. So I can assume he was helping Tom, which is why help a guy that's going to die? That's rubbish. He's in Honolulu or thereabouts. He's definitely not dead. Don't believe that. So he's throwing red herrings in there for him. You're throwing red herrings in there for, everyone you mentioned, really. Sidney Cook, Prince Andrew, Jimmy Savile's being conveniently used a lot because he's not about to, answer things himself. These people, and then Bill Maloney gives it away when he says, some of this might come out later on when it's all over. When what's all over? Because I do believe that a lot of this VIP paedophile ring, Westminster VIP paedophile ring, has been born another psyop and to cover up a real events of stuff. But you'll never hear about what those real events are, or if you have got some truth. No doubt there's people out there now in the position that I'm in, trying to get their truth out and know they're not going to get anywhere. But you mustn't believe that anything's possible if you've got the truth. But you have to have the truth. If you haven't, then don't bother. But I have got the truth, and while I've got that truth, I don't want no money. I'm not bothered about your money. I just want the truth out. I want to know the depths of what was going on with me, because it's left me confused in life. I'm just like, why me, fucking Truman Show. It's not fair. It's not fair. But I'm getting somewhere. Yeah, not with any of their help, but they keep trying to stitch me up and entrap me and do these things. They're giving me the picture. They're giving me the bigger picture. And who's involved and why they're doing it. But at the heart of what they're all covering up by taking down the News of the World, I believe that is just blatant collusion between more or less Surrey police. There will be Met Police involvement there. But top Surrey kind of free Masonic police, lodge, top people there. And who knows who's been supplied to who. I do know that Milly Dowler ended up dead. Why? Why dead? Well, it sounds plausible if you believe the Levi Bellfield story. And he's a covert human intelligence resource. I just doesn't make any sense. None of it makes any sense. Unless he had blackmail on him, and it could have been to do with Millie. Bellfield could have been being tapped. Maybe that's other stuff that the News of the World are hiding that I haven't really thought about too deeply. If there is any truth to the Bellfield story, best believe the News of the World would have been tapping him. They would have known about everything, especially if there was real connection between Millie and Bellfield. I just don't believe that there is. I just don't believe any of it. I don't. And to the lengths that they've gone to cover it up and not let the truth just slide out, Kellaway get put on the spot for lying, and we go deeper into it. No, it's just all being held back. I know there's something wrong, right? It's as simple as that. There's a problem. There's something wrong. And I think we're finally, stepping in the right direction to finding out what that is. So I'm just going to go through some files here. Here's the, the moved on perfect family and that. And, look, man, I want to be wrong, innit? I could take the caning if I'm wrong. And I would apologise if I was wrong. But I know I'm not wrong. I'm sorry. Not with Puddick contacting Gemma Dowler and you put it all together. No, there's a fucking problem. Yeah, there's a problem. So I'm not believing this happy family image. Right? Now, it all starts with Jonathan King. With the 2001, that actually happened. Maz Mahmood did do that sting. It means Comrade Brown was there. Comrade Brown was on my case 12 days after Millie's, right? So Comrade comes along with Mazza, the fake sheikh, right? They only work together. That's how it is. So I'm going to take it as Comrade was in on that Jonathan King sting. Of course he was. Right, but they've just put Mazza's name and Ben Proctor, who's obviously worked on maybe wording it and putting a story together. So Mazza Mahmood has done a sting on Jonathan King, found out about this VIP club for perverts, which basically is just rewording paedophile ring. It's not denied. He was running a ring. We don't get to find out who these people are. They just allude to, a famous TV host. Well, we know who is that? Is that Barrymore? Is it Matthew Kelly? But who is it? Is it both? We know Matthew Kelly is attached to the Walton Hop, and that is what has brought the investigation here. The Jonathan King investigation, Operation Arundel, has brought the News of the World here. Now, I don't believe it's brought the News of the World to Walton-on-Thames behind the police's back. I believe if there's any truth to the Bellfield story, right, because that being that Bellfield having blackmail, i.e. videos of police officers from Surrey, maybe the two they let go and brought back after, maybe them, maybe, and others, and higher-ups. And then the fact that they've come to Walton and Jonathan King is linked to the Walton Hop and so many others, Max Clifford, Jimmy Savile, we've gone through it loads of times. But Jonathan King, and don't forget he's my manager's best mate as well. Right, this is why I'm such a danger, because of the situation within my own band. Me finding out this is not what they want, believe me, and spending 10 years putting it together. Because it has to be accurate and right, and I'm going with facts, what they've put out in the public domain. So Mazza Mahmood's investigation from 2001 brought him to Walton-on-Thames in 2002. What are they doing now? Who are they investigating? And the police obviously, there's a relationship there between Mazza and the police, and Ben Proctor and the police, because on the Jonathan King story in 2001, it says that the police have let the investigators, the journalists, see the 700-page dossier. Remember? And it was Surrey police. So, I doubt very much that Mazza is up there without the police's knowledge. So, the police are either tapping Bellfield, right, which clearly from the mainstream articles from that time, the police were hell-bent on it being Bob Dowler, which is what they got rid of DCI Gibson for. Okay, so they suspected Bob Dowler, and he had to change his story, which is never a good look. It's never a good look. I've got one of the police change their story a year later in my case with this whole News of the World sting operation. Can't remember his name. Jason Ronald Childs. Yeah, he's amended his statement, and what he's amended is very, very, very detrimental to the case. Right, so they do this, and so basically what I'm saying is the News of the World are there, 2002, right after 2001, Jonathan King. There's no coincidence in them being in Walton and Jonathan King being attached to that place. We already know Jonathan King's running a VIP paedophile ring, so I'm going to take it as this is the next step. You found out about the ring and you've gone to Walton to find out about it. Now, in reality, what is to stop, I know you don't want to believe it, the Dowlers from being involved in that ring and Millie? What is so unbelievable about that at this point? Honestly, considering who's about, the amount of people that got involved, them being the head witnesses on the Levison Inquiry, think about it. Seriously. So, we know for a fact from Greg Miskill, the news editor of the time, who's now dead, who I spoke to. I can play you that part in the conversation again. I more than likely will. It's going to be a long night, so buckle up, because tonight's the night we're going to just destroy these people. There's too much evidence. I want to put it all on one video. I'm recording this anyway, and I shall have that, and that is documentation. And this video is part of my evidence. It is going to become part of my evidence because there's more known today, I believe, than ever. In as far as linking this case together now, who's involved, what for, why. We know the News of the World was closed down on purpose. Why? We believe, in short, collusion between high up Old Bill and the News of the World and private investigators and all of those people collectively having knowledge on not just what's really happened to Millie, right? Not by Levi Bellfield. Don't believe that. I seriously don't believe that. But others as well, because you notice they bring in, on Millie's case, I thought it was Colin Sutton who solved it, but in the papers of the time, you can see that they brought in Jeremy Payne, who's found Roy Whiting in the Sarah Payne case. I mean, how ridiculous is that? And everyone forgets to ask if Bellfield's got anything to do with it. Well, that just goes to show you what the police informant that he is, and they even left him alone from that. He should have been a suspect from day one. But he wasn't made a suspect. Jeremy Payne went and found Roy Whiting. And when you watch the documentary about him, the symbolism on it is fucking crazy. It really is. Checkerboard on the bottom of the toy. Fucking 33 they flash to when he's filling up his car, like his van, Roy Whiting, in the reconstructions. I mean, it's God, man, it's so bad. So you got Jeremy Payne now in the Millie Dowler case. I don't remember him coming up in the Martin Clune documentary or TV series, fucking whatever. No. And then when we get documentaries, now we get this Sue Day and this other bloke. Like, who are they? Who are they? Was you on it, or did you just hear it on the radio at the time before you fucking walked down to the site? I don't get it. Or maybe they was involved. If they was, sorry. Just none of this makes any sense. And then Millie's found conveniently, no clothes, seriously decomposed, so much so that they literally say in the news article that a skull and bones was found. Now, that's not good, especially when you're suspecting people with Masonic connections, which is fucking clearly there, because I didn't get in to see David Cameron, but he did. Maybe if I'd have stood outside and made a pyramid, I might have got in. Who knows? But, and he said he wanted a hugger hoodie. Well, you know, you missed that opportunity, mate. But then he tells the police to, you know, without fear or favour, go where the evidence goes. But then I'm ringing DSL, well, if he was even really a copper, and he's like, no, we're not gonna go into historic. It's like, fucking you lot brought me into this, you cunts. Because now I've worked it out. You went, oh no, we're not going there. Like, fuck off, man, with that shit. Come on, are we not past this now? When are we going to move on as a nation and have a truthful backing to our fucking society? This is bullshit, man. Serious bullshit. Fucking protecting these paedophiles. Let's have them out in the open, for fuck's sake. God, and the thing is, you know, what I'm saying is true, that everyone knows what's really gone on in the background, especially Mazza Mahmood, the fake sheikh, and people like Conrad Brown. They'll have all the tapping, all the information on all the people as to what's really going on. Have they told you? No, they haven't, have they? No, they've not told you who's in the ring and been clear about it. They haven't. It's all like, oh, it comes out when they're dead. What fucking good is that? When are we going to stop doing that? It's not on, man. It's not on. So, let's get back to it. Try and be clear. Jonathan King, 2001. Running VIP sex ring for perverts. Paedophile ring, right? Some high up people in that paedophile ring. Who are they? Don't know. They didn't tell us. We can speculate, but they've not told us, actually. They always do that, don't they? You know, female MP abused boy in care. Who's that then? Yeah, right? So they do it all the time. It's a fucking tactic. It's getting boring. Tell us who's who, for fuck's sake. But they're not going to, because they're all in on it. Yeah? They're all in on it. So, Jonathan King, 2001, paedophile ring. March, possibly even before that. Yeah, but let's go with what they're saying. March 21st, Neville Feldbeck gets a number from the police, and they're tapping from that point. They're tapping from that point that they have so much inside knowledge that they're going to try and be clever and come up with a reason to have a voicemail message delete, so they can come up with the excuse, well, that indicated to the Dowlers that she was still alive, you see. Right? It ticks that box, which then creates the controversial scandal. But all the while, the news of the world are claiming, well, you know, we just wanted to find her. We thought we found her. We thought we cracked it. There's all sorts of mind games going on here. And you only ever get their version of events. You never get anyone real talking, or anyone that you think's going to be real. It's all controlled. And then they got a book coming out. You know what I mean? It's fuck, man. None of these people have got any element of truth. And you have been lied to, and they have suppressed my evidence and my information, tried to make you believe that I'm a crazy person, when clearly my actions and what I'm showing you and the depth of what we're going into, these are not the ramblings of someone who's fucking mad, all right? I am seriously trying to stitch together the real life evidence to paint the picture for you of how serious the situation is, that not only what has happened, but what I'm still going through today. And that's without a kitchen, by the way. Yeah? So, fucking just, you know, what else can I do? I can only show you the evidence. That's all I can do. But this is what's gone on, I'm telling you. And where we don't know exactly what's gone on, well, we'll look at the the other scenarios that could be possible now, right? So they're in Walton-on-Thames in 2002, and they're definitely tapping Millie because Greg Miskill told us. He wouldn't admit to tapping me, but he admitted to tapping Millie. And he didn't mean to do it either. So we got a bit of insight there. She was definitely being tapped. Now, in the public domain, we have seen that they were tapping Bob Dowler, right? And that they were bugging his car and doing all this stuff, and they had a 24-hour surveillance team to do that. So I point you again in the direction of this transcript here between Robert Kellaway and Natasha, my ex-wife. He is here. If you, I ain't got a screenshot of the page before. I wish I did, because there's a bit down here where really I want some answers from this guy from in a court, right? The bit that's got the ring round it, yeah, which we spoke about earlier. But at the top, he is saying to Natasha, I'm not far away. I wouldn't mind coming to see you, actually, right? They're in Surrey. Tash was in Surrey at her parents', and they were being hacked as well, which now to me is quite strange, right? Because that's not listening to Tasha's mobile, is it? You know, you've got the parents' address on there, or the ex-address on there, right? And why? I always assumed that was because Tash was staying there, and you know, it's because of me, and they're listening to what we're doing, where we're going for a court battle and all this type of stuff. And I never looked past that, really, until I looked at how far away my ex-wife's parents are from the Dowlers, and it's 7 miles. And I know her dad, at least, is 100% Freemason. And I believe Bob Dowler to be, from the symbolism that I'm seeing from him. He's never going to come out and tell you, is he? It wouldn't be a fucking secret then, right? But yeah, I think we all know what to look for nowadays. It's not fucking secret anymore, is it? And clearly, when you see these people get the help, like the McCanns, Jerry McCann, like, you know, just get help in it, and all you do is hear stories about them. But they get their help, don't they? The government help, right? So when you see that, you know what I mean? That's a red flag straight away, because they're not help me, who's got actual fucking evidence, but no, they're going to help everyone else. No, that's because everyone's protecting themselves within doing that. But they've made it look like the Dowlers are victims of, you know, to bring about this story of how they're going to close down the paper, which is the end game now. And they did it. And they did it. And the only loose ends to tie up, really, was my case, which is so close to Milly Dowler's, and it's the same people. And I've just proved there that Robert Kellaway is in Surrey. Right? He said he had nothing to do with Milly Dowler or the accessing of her voicemails or phone hacking. I've shown you parts of his police witness statement where he receives 5 mini discs from Comrade Brown and a micro cassette and whatever else they had, a 25-minute recording of me and Zulba in the car, who they've put me in the paper with as me hiring a hitman and giving him cocaine, when really he's part of Mazza's team, because Peter Dukes from Hacked Off confirmed that when he came round here, right? And they paid this guy 15 grand, and he didn't come to court, and there's no cocaine, and there's no fingerprints, right? The thing fell apart, it got thrown out, you leave the court without a stain on your character. And the judge on that in 2003, with Richard Mallett as my lawyer, said you leave the court without a stain on your character, and let this be a salutary lesson to the proprietor of that newspaper. And he also stated to the CPS to do a root and branch investigation as to how I ended up in the court in the first place, because they all knew by what had been presented that I had been phone tapped. So that's why it got thrown out. Information gathered illegally. You've printed and published stuff that you haven't given us any tapes for. You've handed in compilations and not the original tapes, which also the same with Molecare. I've got pages missing, and Scotland Yard were doing the redaction process. They've redacted numbers on that, not Molecare. But then when Molecare came in my house, He come with the 2 pages that I already had decoded, unblanked. I should have been getting that really from Scotland Yard, who haven't even informed me that Richard Mallett has been done for fraud. He's been thrown under the bus by, well, it's a long story, but he's been thrown under the bus. David Sherborne was my barrister, who is saying that I should take £20,000 from NI, News International, not News Group Newspapers Limited. Oh no. He thinks I should take 20 grand. Him and Mallett both agree I should take the offer. I didn't. And which is why I'm accusing David Sherborne of covering up the phone tapping of myself and Millie Dowler, hiding it from the court, and enticing someone with mental health into getting involved in this in the first place, because I didn't want nothing to do with it, really. And then Mallett said, this is millions, blah, 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 it's slam dunk. He made it sound easy, and it was like, this was, what do you need from me, Richard? So I gave him the authority, and then don't hear from him for ages. He comes back in February 2013, because he first turns up on the 24th of the 4th, 2012. That's nearly 10 years later to the day I got hacked. Well, it is 10 years later, because it didn't start on the 26th of April, it was before. And he comes to me near 10 years to the day. Well, I think you got a really good case there, and you was definitely phone tapped and phone hacked. They've forgotten about the micro cassette, this, that, and the other, and this is millions, slam dunk case. Do you want me to deal with it? So I give him the authority, and then he comes back, makes me sign another thing. I don't realise that it's kind of changed the terms. Telephone hacking. It's telephone. It's telephone. Doesn't say anything to do with mobile. It's telephone. In February of 2013, they've changed it to mobile telephone voicemail interception litigation, which is the listening to voicemail messages, which is a different thing altogether. But Mallett's sitting there with all the transcripts from 2002 when they do this to me at the same time as Millie Dowler. And what, and you've not submitted that to the court? And then when I find out later, September 17th, 2013, September 2013, He's got Kellaway's statement in his office, but he sent people round to me, like David Sherborne and Fat Chris out of Mallett's, to say to me, can you find anything that indicates that Zorba was given recording equipment? And I'm like, yeah, you've got it. And he'd never sent it to me. From the 24th of the 4th, 12 to 17th of September 2013. I'd fucking pissed off. I thought I've had enough of this. So I rung up. And Andrew Ferrugia sent me Robert Kellaway's police witness statement. And the shit hit the fan, because that's September 17th, 2013. November 2013, the 6th, Robert Kellaway's giving fucking evidence to the hacking inquiry. And he's going to say that he knows nothing of phone hacking or Millie Dowler's voicemails being accessed. Well, that's not what all this says here. What, we're recording him and going to the police with it, and the police take it. They're requesting it, in fact. You've seen the email to D.S. Werritt, who's now hiding as a Christian pastor on a Sunday in a coffee shop, fucking baptising people by VR. Like, what's going on there? This bloke used to be the head of the Serious Crime Directorate for fucking Essex. What's happened? Yeah, he's run away since I've fucking appeared. That's what's happened. So I'm going to go to the top and I'm going to go down here. There's the email sent by Andrew Ferrugia. Like, I've copied this and forwarded it. Look, who did I forward it to? Bill at Pine Mash Films. All right, that's how it goes back to Puddick. And then what do they do next? By January 2014, I'm filming fucking Andrew Ash. And he's giving me the scoop of a lifetime. With Prince Andrew in it. Yeah. Right, so... And Bill Maloney. on the death threat tape. What did he say? Oh, we got the hit list from a barrister. Well, what barrister would you be talking to? Because I said to you, do I know him? And he went, possibly. Possibly. What, is it David Sherborne? Wouldn't surprise me. So, there you go. Why did Ian Puddick tell Milly Dowler's sister not to speak to Brian Harvey? Right, so it starts with this. King ran child sex ring with stars. Mazen Mahmood. Right. Not far away. Sorry. Right. That's me breaking it down there. Now, let's have a look here and see. What's this? Richard Deal. Right,
of individual journalists. And of course, that is why they are here to give evidence to you. So, what I'm about to say very briefly, may I say that I am not including in this the Dowler family or the McCann family in any sense. But we do believe that where criticism is made, especially of individuals, and if it is our belief that that criticism is incorrect or for whatever reason false, that common fairness requires that we or any other core participant who are affected ought to be able to put questions to that witness in order to put the record straight, or at the very least to put the other side. So that everybody understands, however, the procedure that the inquiry is following, and so far as these witnesses are concerned, it is, and this is the procedure that the inquiry has required, we should put questions to inquiry counsel, Mr. J, who will then, at his discretion, put those questions, if he thinks they're appropriate, to the witness on our behalf. And I say I have no doubt at all that Mr. J will do a better job than I would. But I do not want to hide what is an important concern, and that is that reputational criticism can be made by these witnesses in what is a televised...
God, this geezer's boring, isn't he? Right, let's go forward a bit. And this Levison, he don't look right to me either. And here we go. I wonder what some body language experts would have to say about this video. Let's just open that out a bit. Right, so. Right. Let's have a look at this.
Can you say it on your right hand?
Yeah. I swear by Almighty God that the evidence I shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I swear by Almighty God that the evidence I shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Please sit down. If at any stage you need a break, don't hesitate to say so. Before we start, can I thank you both for being prepared to come to the inquiry. You've done so voluntarily, and I'm very conscious that it's a strain. I can only sympathise to both of you for the appalling losses that you've suffered, and the traumas that you've undergone over many years. So I'm very appreciative to both of you for being prepared to expose yourself further to assist me in the work that I've got to do. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And you are respectively Sally and Bob Dowler. I'm not going to ask you to provide your home address. You've provided a professional address. Can I ask you, though, please, to confirm the witness statement, which has been signed on the 3rd of November. There's a statement of truth at the end of that statement. Do you confirm the truth of that statement?
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Sherborne has got just one or two questions for you, and then I will ask some further questions.
With your permission, can I just ask a few introductory questions? Good morning, Mr. and Mrs. Dowler.
Morning.
I appreciate you may be a little nervous. I know your experience last time you gave evidence was a difficult one. So I'm not going to ask you detailed questions about your statement. Mr. J will do that in a minute. But can I begin by asking you, we all know that it was the revelation publicly in July of this year that Millie's phone had been hacked into by people acting on behalf of the News of the World, which led to the setting up of this inquiry. Can I ask you how you feel?
Oh my God! You know, like when you fast forward through something and you forget who's involved in this. How can this man be ignoring or trying to get me to take this man here £20,000 for information he should have had and been put into the Dowlers about Kellaway? He knows about all of it. So when I say this geezer's covering it up, I'm right. And it was a strategic plan and a move on his part to settle with Natasha and redact pages from me with the help of Scotland Yard and Mallet, who then gets later done for fraud. And then this guy takes himself off the record without informing me after saying I should take £20,000 from News International because of Robert Kellaway's police witness statement that got sent to me by Andrew Ferrugia from Mallet's The Apprentice by mistake, because Mallet weren't in the office on September the 17th. And Andrew sent it. And Andrew hadn't been instructed not to send it. Everyone's on a need-to-know basis, clearly. Right? And this geezer here, who's represented Prince Harry recently, thinks he can get away with this. This is someone I'm going to be holding responsible for the cover-up of all of this. Because he wanted, and you can't argue it because you've tried to get me to take £20,000. You were liaising with Mallet's. Mallet's was holding the phone number, all the transcripts, the micro cassette, everything. So what went wrong? Well, you turn round and say, initially, I should take £5,000. You're just trying to take the piss out of me. So there you go. Here he is, the man himself, interviewing the Dowlers. He could have been going in here, armed up, with stuff about Kellaway, Conrad Brown, Mazza. What were they up to? Where did the evidence lead? Well, it's led me here. It should have led him here as well, really, shouldn't it? Everything I'm saying, he should be saying, really. But no, he thinks I should take £20,000. And then, that's why I was outside the court shouting. I weren't there abusing Prince Harry. I was there trying to inform Prince Harry about him and get to him at the same time, let him know I'm onto you, mate. Yeah? And I'm not letting go, ever. I'm not letting go. I've got you. I've got you. Go on, try and have this one taken down as well. It's going up on BitChute anyway, mate. Don't worry about it. They all get recorded. All the broadcasts get recorded. Yeah? So do what you want. It's going up on BitChute. I'll point people to that. And soon I'll have bhtv.uk up and running. And you won't be able to take that one down. I've got to do that because otherwise you'll keep trying to take me down all the time. And this is all of the torture, you know, the cancer package that I got sent just recently. Thanks for that. You know, you sick bastards. This is what you go through when you've got the truth. Whereas if they just gave me a mainstream platform and let me explain myself, everyone would agree with me. You can all see it on here, can't you? You can all see it on here. If you can see it on here, hit the like, please, so I can see how many people that I've got on side. Because and I'm not really looking at the comments, but hit the like. I won't look now. I'll look afterwards. But it only takes you a second. Just hit the like and let's get this thing circulating, yeah? Because what I'm telling you is serious shit here. And this guy has helped cover it up. And then, when he has it put on him, he tries to use Mark Thompson to threaten me and tell me not to talk about it no more. A bloke who was acting agent solicitor for the other side during my cut. Like, no, mate, yeah? You've just incriminated yourself. Fucking... Oh, man, like, it's bad. It's bad. And now, I forgot this guy interviewed the Dowlers. I cannot believe it. Why is he not showing them Robert Kellaway's police witness statement and proving that Kellaway did have something to do with the story. Even if we go with the official narrative, yeah, of the paper got brought down because they hacked a schoolgirl's phone. All right, it was Robert Kellaway on the story. But you've let him put out there he had nothing to do with it and it's a production error. When clearly, I'm showing you Robert Kellaway was in Surrey at that time, 7 miles away from my ex-wife, because he was going to go around there and talk to her and get a picture. Yeah, so explain that to me. So he was in Surrey, so he's lying. And did he know about phone hacking? Well, yeah. Conrad Brown give him all them cassettes of me. So there's your phone hacking. There you go. Both boxes ticked. He's a liar. He should be questioned. They should all be questioned. My private criminal prosecution should be going through. And this bloke, if he had any truth about him, should be doing it and putting it through. But I'm not. I'm getting ignored. And then you want to try and bully me with a lawyer. Do it again. Fucking do it again, yeah? Because I don't give a fuck. I'll turn up at all your fucking offices, right? On a rage. Like, you don't do it again to me, right? And see what happens, yeah? Do it to me again, and I will turn up, yeah? And I'll fucking tell you about yourself, yeah? And you won't like it. I ain't going to touch her. I'll fucking tell you about yourself. I'll make you cry, you cunt. I'll make you fucking cry. You don't get to do that to me. And fuck me, forget me. Think about that schoolgirl that's dead. Skull and bones got found. Yeah? They just want to palm it off on some story that they've concocted. Sorry, I'm not having it. Because my evidence leads me to think you're all lying. And I think I can prove it. So, yeah, this geezer's interviewing the Dowlers. Can you believe it?
Feel about that?
I'll answer this one. I think the gravity of what had happened needs to be investigated. I think there's a much bigger picture, obviously, but I think that given that we learnt about those hacking revelations just before the trial of the murder of our daughter, it was extremely important that we understood and people understand exactly what went on in terms of these practices to uncover this information from that hacking situation.
And prior to you discovering about Millie's phone, did you read stories about other people, including well-known people, whose phones had also been hacked into?
Yes, we'd obviously been aware of the Sienna Miller situation and also Gordon Taylor. So certainly followed that in the media and were very much aware that...
I mean, that's a fucking joke, isn't it? David Sherborne should have been telling them about me. Can you believe that? Honestly, I got Kellaway's statement. He's lied. They've all let him get away with it. So what can David Sherborne tell me? Because when it comes down to it, and if me and you end up in court, mate, yeah, I'm pulling this out, and you're going to look a cunt. You are going to look a cunt. You are going to look a fucking top cunt, mate. I'm telling you now.
Certainly from a celebrity awareness viewpoint, that was going to be an issue. But of course, not realising until we were informed about hacking in our situation that it spread much wider than just celebrity.
And how did you feel about the fact that there were other people whose phones had also been hacked? What impact, if anything, did that have on your case?
Well, fundamentally, everybody is entitled to a degree of privacy in their private life. And it's a deep concern that, our private life became public, but I think also...
Yeah, I bet it was when they found your spunk on a bed.
That other people who are in the public eye, their private life became public as well.
We know that in time you instructed Mark Lewis, the solicitor. Can you just explain how you came to instruct Mr. Lewis?
See, I even sent all my evidence to Mark Lewis, and he didn't do anything. So why hasn't Mark Lewis told the Dowlers? He's up for investigation with Richard Mallet at the same time. I told Mark Lewis that I got these files out of Mallet and I want you to have a look. He took the weekend, he come back on the Monday and said no. I called him MC Hammer because he said he can't touch this. Now you know why.
Well, it was during the trial, just before the trial, we'd found out about Millie's phone being hacked. When we were given that information, it was like terribly difficult.
She looks like she's trying to remember a backstory, right? I'm sorry, but she does.
To process it, because what do you do with that information when it's in your mind? And I was worried about the sort of forthcoming trial, but also aware of what had happened with Sienna Miller and things.
I can't understand why the Dowlers wouldn't want Robert Kellaway's police witness statement. I'm sorry, I can't get my fucking head around it. It makes no sense. Don't you want to find out the truth? That someone could be lying to you? Do you not want to find out the truth? No, you don't, do you? No, clearly.
And thinking,
I cannot believe David Sherborne hasn't mentioned me, my case, Robert Kellaway. I cannot fucking believe it. They're so close together as well. Why would he not do that? Why would you try and get me to take 20 grand when I've just got Kellaway's statement? Why would you do that? Why would you do that?
we ought to get some representation. But I was frightened of doing that because we didn't have any money for that. So I didn't quite know how we were going to do that. Then I found Mark Lewis on the internet and left a message on his phone, and he phoned straight back and said, please come and see me.
And what was your aim? What was your objective in going to see Mr. Lewis?
Yeah.
I think very much just to be in a position to respond to what would possibly become quite a public situation. How would we deal with that?
Try 3 million quid. You just heard the mum there say, you know, we didn't have money for that. But it's reported that they live in a nice house, for a value at that time in 2002, £300,000, 4-bedroom house, I think he said, or 3-bedroom house in Surrey. You know, but ain't got money for a lawyer. I have now.
Because
house looks nice in the background in that recent family photo.
We've been given that information, but no advice as to what to do with it. But recognising, of course, that I suppose, was quite powerful, quite dynamite information to suddenly be aware of, and realising, as has come to pass, that when made public, suddenly everybody got very, very, very excited and very, yes, motivated about the whole situation. So,
can I ask you just to...
Hang on a minute. Didn't we say this geezer, Robert Dowler, formed an IT consultant company 3 months after she went missing? Don't forget that.
Question about your legal representation.
Is that what the money got paid into from the compensation? Was a company formed to pay it into? It's 3 months after she goes missing.
Did you have the money to pay for legal advice?
No, we didn't.
A lot of highlight on the fact that there's a lack of money here. It's quite strange. Shouldn't be about this, should it, really?
And so how were you able to pursue a complaint against News International?
Well, when we went to see Mark, which I have to say it was a really
remember your story.
Difficult thing to do because it was during the trial, and it was like, we've got to do this, Bob, because we need someone to represent us. And literally dragged ourselves along to that meeting, and he said, you don't need to worry about the money, Sally, I will represent you come what may. And then actually with regard...
what a good man. What a good man. Yeah, he's so good that he's under investigation from the Solicitors Regulation Authority. That's what I got him writing. That's what I got.
We were able to use the CFA agreement. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to proceed.
And can I finally ask you this? We know that the News of the World settled your claim in July of this year. And you heard my opening submissions, and you heard the opening submissions of the other media representatives. What, if anything, would you like to say to News International now?
Well, I think given the gravity of what became public domain knowledge about what had happened about our phone hacking situation and the circumstances under which it took place, one would sincerely hope that News International and other media organisations would sincerely look very carefully at how they procure, how they obtain information about stories, because obviously the ramifications are far greater than just an obvious story in the press.
And I think, as our daughter Gemma said to Mr. Murdoch when we met him, use this as an opportunity to put things right in future and to have some decent standards and adhere to them.
Thank you very much. If you just wait there, Mr. J will have some further questions.
It's obviously fitting that you should be the inquiry's first witnesses. I'm going to ask you, first of all, to deal with paragraph 7 of your witness statement, please. And this is the private walk which occurred in May of 2002. Do you follow me?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you, please, to tell us about that in your own words. You say it wasn't a formally organised walk.
No.
What was its purpose, please?
Well, it was 7 weeks after Millie had gone missing, so a lot of the sort of initial media hype had died down a little bit. And it was a Thursday, and that was the day that she'd gone missing.
Yes.
And it was quite a sunny afternoon, and she would have come home about 4 o'clock. And I remember calling Bob and thinking, actually, he'd gone up to London on that day, into the office, and I said to him, why don't you come back to Walton, and then I'll meet you there and we'll do that walk back, because so many questions are just buzzing around in your head. Why didn't anyone see her, etc., etc. And it was a very last...
Oh dear. I just read something completely different there to what she just said. What's that at? Oh, look, yeah, there's something in it. Look at the time code where it stopped. 14:33. Right, hang on 1 second. We're going to come back to that. I have just got to come over here a second. Just for 1 second. And let us just do a couple of things here. Who we got? Sorry, I'm just going back over a couple of things here. Just give me 1 second. All right, I've got no time for that. So, yeah, let's come back to this.
minute arrangement, so it was...
There was something else, that's right. Let's just go back here. I read something else from what she said. There. Let me hear it again.
Of the sort of initial media hype had died down a little bit, and it was a Thursday, and that was the day that she'd gone missing.
Yes.
And it was quite a sunny afternoon, and she would have come home about 4 o'clock. And I remember calling Bob and thinking, actually, he'd gone up to London on that day.
Right. There's my first hotspot there. He'd gone up to London on that day. Perfect excuse for an alibi. He weren't about. He was in London, and if anything happened, Bob weren't about. I'm sorry, but that's what I read from it. If I'm wrong, sorry. But there you go. That's what I'm reading from that. I don't know what you're reading, if you agree with that, but that's what I'm reading because I'm looking at this whole thing with different eyes.
Into the office, and I said to him, why don't you come back to Walton?
So he's got connections to London, Bob, yeah. IT consultant. This gets set up 3 months after Millie's disappearance. So is this around this time? Is he in London after setting up an IT consultancy? Who are you working with? Puddick? Who knows? I mean, Puddick did message Gemma Dowler.
And then I'll meet you there and we'll do that walk back, because so many questions are just buzzing around in your head. Why didn't anyone see her, etc., etc. And it was a very last-minute arrangement, so it was maybe an hour or two before that I phoned Bob and said, look, I want to do this. I'm going to meet you at the station and we'll walk back together.
Yes.
Previously, there had been a lot of press and things at the station, but now it had calmed down a bit, and when we actually got there, there was no one there. It was empty.
Yes.
So simply one of the police officers that I was working with, was one of our FLOs, dropped me up the station. I met Bob, and then we just basically quietly retraced her steps, and no one was really around, so it was very much like the day she'd actually gone missing. And we put out missing leaflets with her photograph and a telephone number on, and that number had been changed, and I was checking the posters to see if the number, if the right poster was up, and as I walked along I was sort of touching the posters. And we walked back to our house, which is maybe 3/4 of a mile or something like that. And that was on the Thursday. And then on the Sunday, that photograph appeared in the News of the World. And I can remember seeing it, and I was really cross because we didn't see anyone. They'd obviously taken the picture with some sort of telephoto lens. How on earth did they know? We were doing that walk on that day, and it just felt like such an intrusion into a really, really private grief moment, really.
This has been really well thought out, man.
Yes.
But there's holes in it.
And so it goes without saying, you were completely unaware at the time that people were watching you, as it were.
Yes, absolutely.
Well,
This helps enforce the... I need to be a little bit louder here, I think. I'm a little bit quiet there. 1 2 1 2. Check. 1 2. Yeah, what this does is enforce the the being hacked and the being watched and the paranoia that the family felt, which is going to all add up with the outrage of hacking Millie and all the rest of it. So this is the build up, and I think this guy is supposed to look like he's against them. He's on the other side, but being respectful, because I'm pretty sure David Sherborne is representing. That's even worse. He's represented the Dowlers in this, and he's got his questions out of the way first. Oh. Right, let's carry on.
we have the article. I'm not going to ask that it be put on the screen, but as you know, it's exhibited to your witness statement. We can draw our own inferences as to where the photographer must have been, some distance, of course, in front of you.
Yes, I don't know where he would have been to take those pictures.
Yeah.
Maybe in a parked car down Rydens Road somewhere, I don't know.
But I think the thing I'd add, you'd see from the picture that we're basically just walking along, completely immersed in the moment is the honest phrase I suppose I'd use. And just Sally suddenly saw the poster and decided to check it.
Yes.
A convenient newspaper opportunity there. You know, not set up at all. You know, they can say what they want. I'm sorry, I'm not believing none of this. Not when you've seen Murdoch and you've come up with this plan together. I'm sorry.
We see on the second page that they do give the Surrey Police Reward hotline, for what it's worth.
Yes.
Did you make any complaint about this beyond telephoning the police family liaison officer?
No. No, I just phoned, did phone our FLO on that day and had a little bit of a rant.
Yes.
And asked, how did they get this picture? But in the scheme of things, at the time...
I mean, you know, is this really all relevant? Or is it just waffle taking you in directions that... I mean, what the fuck is this bit? Why are we not, in this inquiry here, get into the nitty gritty of everything. Yeah? They're not, are they? This is just stuff that just make it look like they're being targeted by the press.
More importantly was the fact that Millie was missing.
Yes, of course.
And
yeah, you got to bring it back there.
That was more mind-consuming.
So it wouldn't have entered your mind, presumably, to contact the press complaints commission?
Not at that time, no.
No, we understand.
I don't believe you because you don't seem to want to find out the real truth, because you don't want Robert Kellaway's police witness statement. And let's face it, Dowlers, you've had every opportunity to have that. If you really wanted to go, I would want to go in depth. Why don't you want to? I'm not believing this act. Sorry, I'm not falling for it. I have the right to my opinion based on evidence that I'm holding that you lot don't seem to want. Well, to me, that's very strange. It's like you want a nice controlled environment that you've all pre-discussed and you follow it through. You don't want no bumps coming through this. But I'm sorry, mate. I was hacked, next by the people that done it to Millie. And it's so close together that I'm sorry, you don't get to ignore it. You don't get to ignore it.
And we'd agreed that we would do all our press communication through the Surrey Police Press Office, for obvious reasons anyway.
Okay, thank you. Now, in paragraph 10 of your statement, you maybe Mr. Dowler.
What, through the police officers that then took off the case and bungled the inquiry? Why hasn't that gone it up? Let's see if they go into that. Let's see.
Best deal with this, but I'm in your hands. You referred to situations when you were doorstepped by journalists and photographers. Can you tell us a little bit more about that, please?
Well, certainly it became quite a regular event for people to knock on the door. We'd established that we wouldn't do any interviews. We'd actually only do everything through Surrey Police Press Office, for the simple reason of not wanting to create any media war.
No, I'm not buying this. These are all safety answers. I'm not buying a single word of it. I'm sorry.
Between a particular publication having an access.
You're going to dance to whatever Surrey Police want you to do because you're a Mason and you know them back at the lodge. It's not hard to work out, Bob. It's not hard.
Which they might consider, let's say, exclusive. But certainly, it was fine, it's polite. I mean, I think that at the end of the day, our response was the same. It always has been the same. We won't do. And even recently, we've been doorstepped in recent times as well.
Mate, you should be happy journalists are knocking on the door trying to want to find your daughter. Yeah? How about that bit? How about using everything you can do instead of listening to the police that bungled your inquiry? Well, you glad you listened to them now? Let's ask you now. You glad you listened to them? If you believe that was a bungled inquiry, no. That was to turn the situation around for you because you had to change your story. Yeah? Let's see if that gets mentioned in the Levison Inquiry.
But I think the thing that probably was quite difficult was that on our own property, I was out the front on our front drive, probably putting something in our recycling bin or something, and suddenly this...
If I was them, I would be wanting to be doorstepped. Yeah? Let me tell you that now. If I was them, I would be wanting to be doorstepped. Yeah? By the media. I swear to God. In that circumstance, but he's like, worried about privacy. What's the matter? What you hiding? I know what you're hiding.
Person just popped from behind the hedge and approached me, and it was just the moment I remember it specifically, is that because it was the time that the head of the investigation of the Surrey Police team was changed.
Let me go back. DCI Gibson. Okay, let's see. Are you going to say why they changed him?
Bin or something, and suddenly this person just popped from behind the hedge and approached me, and it was just the moment I remember it specifically, is that because it was the time that the...
What, popped his head round the edge like Levi did outside Collingwood Place? Like that, was it?
Head of the investigation of the Surrey Police team was changed, and he immediately said to me, what do you think of the head of the investigation being changed? And, I mean, really, it was a sort of, well, what possibly am I going to say? You know, unfortunately, the foresight, I think.
Ah, okay, you're going to play the dumb one there, yeah? All right. So let's hear that again. But look at the innocent face. You know, what do you want me to say about it? You know damn well that by changing the head of that investigation, who was accusing you, Bob, that you had nothing to say about that. Oh, no, it doesn't bother me. These are the things that tell me who you really are. You think people can't see through your act? I'm sorry. This is an act. Let's hear it. Here it is. You see the way it gets skipped over as well? Yeah. And now you know it's a serious point. Oh, you know, what could I possibly have to say about it? What do you mean? This geezer had you up, mate. You was under surveillance. What are you talking about? Well, you weren't relieved that Eagle was off of it and they brought in Jeremy fucking Payne, who done the Jonathan King story. Yeah, they brought him in. Oh, man, come off it, mate.
Head of the investigation of the Surrey police team was changed. And he immediately said to me, so what do you think of the head of the investigation being changed? And, I mean, really, it was a sort of, well, what possibly am I going to say? You know, unfortunately, the foresight to think, well, actually, I'm not going to say anything.
Yes.
Nah, I bet you're not. We'll just let it change. We'll just let it turn into a bungled inquiry, and that's how we save Bob.
To say I've got no comment, and I think that, I think you might have introduced which media it was from, but I think something, you know, appeared in the paper probably the next day to say, you know, Mr. Dowler said no comment or something to that effect.
Yeah, we all know. Like, we've all seen it. I've got it screenshotted. You saw it earlier. Can you see the bungle that's coming out here? I'm sorry. This is all lies. This is all lies. This is an act. He's playing out to see the innocent face. And what would I have to say about it? I'd have a lot to say about it if the head of police was accusing me of the death of my own daughter. I'd have a lot to say about it if they got rid of that top copper, moved him off to traffic duty, teach him a lesson. They slagged him off in the media enough, didn't they? Let's face it, this DCI Gibson. If you're out there, DCI Gibson, come forward. I'll talk to you. Yeah? But I'm sorry. Bob's innocent face ain't cutting it, mate. I'm sorry. Yeah? I believe he did it. Yeah? And that's my fucking prerogative if I want to believe that. Ow. It's the way that I want to live. Yeah? I believe that. Sorry. And I think the evidence points towards it. And the fact that he don't want Robert Kellaway's police witness statement and David Sherborne ain't told him, fuck off. You've all had a meeting about it. Even Ian Puddick's tweeted Gemma Dowler, so don't give me your shit. So your innocent face there to the copper coming off the... Look, there it is. Look now. Oh, well, that mean nothing to me. You know, if the police want to investigate me, I'll let them go about their duties. Fuck off, man. Fuck off.
And, I mean, really, it was a sort of, well, what possibly am I going to say? You know, unfortunately,
how about whoopee? How about whoopee-doo? I'm off the fucking hook. How about that? About you play the innocent. Oh, well, you know, what would I possibly have to say about it?
Also, I think, well, actually, I'm not going to say anything.
Yes.
To say I've got no comment, and I think that I think you might have introduced which media it was from, but I think something, you know, appeared in the paper probably the next day to say, you know, Mr. Dowler said no comment or something to that effect. But for the simple reason that obviously, you know, as we said, just to try and avoid giving specifics of once
getting caught.
Once you engage in one question, then there's
That's bullshit. Yeah, you're not obliged to talk to everyone. Once we answer one question, we've got to answer everyone's questions. No, you ain't. You're an adult. You make your own decisions. So I've answered a few questions. That's fair, and I'm going to leave it there.
next question. And then you're engaged in the discussion.
Oh, fucking hell. Well, yeah, that's normally how it goes, Bob. You know, one person talks to another, all of a sudden, you know, you're involved in a discussion. That's normally how a fucking conversation works. I'm sick of this bloke already.
Yes, de facto becomes an interview, doesn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, I think, in fact, every time we went out the front door, it's like you had to be on.
She looks like she's having problems just remembering what you should just naturally be able to say. I'm not getting good vibes here at all. Inside, I feel fucking disgusted, and I almost want these people to come at me. Go on, come at me, I dare you. Come at me. I think I've got you all, evidentially. That's what I believe. That's what I believe. You know, the timeline of events, everything. Nah, sorry, mate, this ain't working. he's going to be a Mason, and he goes to the Surrey Lodge along with all these other fuckers that are gatekeeping this whole affair.
God, because someone might be there and they would come up to you when you're least expecting it. So as you're sort of lifting stuff in and out of the car or something, and then they'll...
This is bullshit conversation. You know, as you're lifting something in and out of the car, you know, a journalist might turn up. Yeah, because you've got a story of interest. And really, I mean, she looks evil. Sorry, you look evil.
Fire a question at you without...
And he's trying to pull his best fucking innocent faces, like, I won't get upset, you know, keep calm, I want to do the right thing. Fucking sick of it.
Introducing themselves, and you have to train yourself not to answer.
Yes. Well, maybe you feel the pressure to abstain from that sort of tactic altogether, doorstepping you.
What a load of dribble.
Well, I think it's quite concerning, because I think, however, I say polite people are, at the end of the day, that you really are afeared to open your front door.
Oh, God.
Because you're faced with a question.
Yes.
You're scared to open your front door because you're faced with a question. Here's my face at the end of that. What do you make of it? Fuck me, man.
And however you respond to that question might then lead to a headline of one line or two.
Well, just come out and tell the truth and it won't be a fucking problem, will it? You want him to find your daughter, don't you?
And that,
you know, but you're too busy in London 3 months later making a fucking IT consultancy company.
It's obviously difficult to deal with, so I think, but we've always tried to be polite and courteous.
Yeah, because they're wonderful people, aren't they?
Yes, and leave it at that.
Yes. Yeah, leave it at that. We don't want Robert Kellaway's.
Of course, I have to ask you
Robert,
next.
if I ever saw this geezer, you know, here's the answer he'd give me. What? Bob, don't you want Robert Kellaway's police witness statement and Comrade Brown's? Look, you know, we've been over it all, and we feel that the family have been through enough stress and that. Yeah, but you don't want to get to the truth. That's the answer he'd fucking give me. Yeah, fuck off.
Millie's phone and the voicemail interception. You deal with this at paragraphs 13 to 15 of the
voicemail interception. Yeah. What about the tapping that Greg Miskill, the news editor that called the job on, ordered? Are you going to miss that bit out, are you?
The written statement. First of all, in trying to fix this into the chronology, you think this must have been in April or May 2002, is that correct?
Yes, it was quite soon after she'd gone missing, because where she actually was abducted was opposite this building called the Bird's Eye Building.
Well, that's not what Colin Sutton and Levi, Bellfield's DJ mate, believe. They believe she was taken under Walton Bridge. I'm going to show you that again in a minute. So you believe? So this is what the family believe then, yeah? So that tells me a lot in the picture, what the family are actually going along with as the official version of events. Let's carry on.
Down by Walton Station.
Right.
And there were CCTV cameras on the Bird's Eye Building, so everything really focused around these CCTV cameras. And so we were asked to go up and have...
Because there was no other footage apart from the train station footage that got manipulated by the old Bill that are helping this bloke here from the lodge.
Look at some of the CCTV to see if we thought someone on it was Millie.
Yes.
And do you want me to tell you about what happened?
Yes, please.
Particularly...
Yes, please. I'd like to know all the in and outs here of what you're saying on record was the last sightings of her. Let's hear that.
Well, first of all, you tell us that you were phoning in to Millie's voicemail.
Yes.
Quite regularly, presumably, to see whether there was anything else there.
Oh, of course, all the time. At first we were able to leave messages, and then her voicemail became full.
Yes.
And then you rang, and then you just got the recorded. We are unable to leave messages at the moment. And this was gone, so I was used to hearing that, and we'd gone up to the Bird's Eye Building to look at the CCTV, and we were sitting downstairs in reception, and I rang her phone.
Yes.
And it clicked through onto her voicemail, so I heard her voice.
Yes.
And it was just like I jumped. she's picked up her voicemails, Bob. She's alive. And I was...
Right, this is where the scandal comes into it. The written in scandal. This is what I believe Murdoch has blackmailed these lot into saying. All right, and this is the excuse now, which is where the scandal and the outrage comes from the public to this couple that have sadly lost their daughter. That's how it's all supposed to come across. Right? Please tell me that you see it.
It's just, it was then, really.
That's it. Look down for reassurance. Bob will pretend that he's just sitting, waiting on her every word. She is just in uncharted territory every time she opens her mouth. And no one is upset here for what they've lost. This is all about them being victims. And the real victim here is Millie Dowler, 13-year-old Millie Dowler. That's the real victim in this whole thing. Even throughout my thing and what they've done to me, it's nothing compared to what this has happened to this poor girl. What her last moments in life must have been like. And these people are fart-arsing about like this, tells me everything. You know, I'm going to judge you on a lot less than what these other fucking people are. I'll tell you now. And I'm not liking what I'm seeing here. It is marrying up with the conclusion that I've come to. And if people want to come and argue it, then I'm happy to do so.
Look, when we were told about the hacking, that is the first thing I thought.
Yes. So your immediate reaction was to phone...
He wasn't sure about what she said then. Look, he's not sure. She's not either. I'm going back a bit. Let me hear this again. He's pulling all the faces, Bob. Like
when we were told about the hacking, that is the first thing I thought.
Yes.
So
what was the first thing you thought? Let's go back again a bit more. When we was told about the hacking, that's the first thing I thought. What, you've been hacked? No.
Yes.
And it clicked through onto her voicemail, so I heard her voice.
Yes.
Right.
And I was, it was just like I jumped. She's picked up her voicemails, Bob. She's alive. And I was just, it was then really. Look, when we were told about the hacking, that is the first thing I thought.
Yes. So your immediate reaction was to phone...
He wasn't sure there, was he?
No, is that right?
Gemma, yes. I spoke to Gemma and then it sort of died down afterwards because you're thinking, oh, is that the only reason that could have happened or what have you? But it was the... Like I told my friends, she's picked up her voicemail.
Yes.
She's picked up her voicemail.
She's buying time now, and then she just threw in there like I told my friends, looking for reassurance in that answer. It's like she's swimming in an ocean of lies. Honestly, this is how it feels to me. I cannot help how these people are coming across. I can't help that. Right, and it's not looking good against the evidence that I've got. It's really not looking good, man. Confirmed.
That was certainly a reasonable inference.
So, and he's helping them out. They're not really coming across as a mother and father that have lost their fucking daughter, man.
Can you tell us anything about the police reaction when you shared that with them?
Well, I remember all I can remember is that...
rubbing the eye as she's doing
They told
it.
us they put some credit on her phone because she was very low on... Well, she had no credit on her phone.
Right, she had no credit on her phone. So they're going with that as the official narrative. We know that anyway from the official Milly Dowler Taken documentary, that they're saying that she had no credit. And the friend is saying, that's why we borrowed some boys' phones from our school in the chip shop, in the chip cafe, on the train track at the station where Millie don't normally get off. Right? So, all right, everyone's going along with the no credit thing. Now, someone mentioned earlier, I'm not sure. I know today I need credit on my phone if I'm going to get my messages, like where you'd have to use your phone as a phone normally on your mobile. I can't get them if there's no credit. Doesn't work through the router off of the broadband in the house. It doesn't. I don't know whether it did back then, whether you had to have credit on your phone. If you had credit on your phone, even if someone rung you, you could get through to the voicemail messages. I don't know. I never done it. I don't know how it worked. I know I was one that wouldn't have changed the PIN code on that. I'm pretty sure of it back then. So that's obviously, Glenn Mulcair was doing his bit. But let's carry on, because this is getting interesting.
And, I can only really remember them telling us they put some credit on her phone.
Who put credit on her phone? The police. The police have put credit on her phone.
Credit on her phone, because she was very low on, she had no credit on her phone.
Yes.
And, I can only really remember them telling us they put some credit on her phone.
Right, that's the first I've ever heard of that. Right, true. No credit, no voicemail pickup. Right, there you go.
Yes. And when you told them that you managed to get through to
the old Bill putting credit on her phone. What's that? So that the hacker can go in and listen to the voicemail messages. That's what that'd be for. And the day that they say they report her going missing, I don't believe she was killed on that day. I believe it was a couple of days before that. Bob reports her missing to the police at 7 p.m. that night. That's on the 21st of March. We've already had it out of Glenn Mulcair in my house. He says Neville Felbeck got a number from the police on the day she went missing. You'd heard that earlier. I don't need to play it again. So Neville Felbeck would have got Millie Dowler's number on the 21st of March 2002, sometime after Bob goes and reports her missing. So it has to happen just after that if he's getting it the same day, because there's only 5 hours left of that day. So Neville Felbeck gets the number sometime between 8 p.m. and 11 p.m. and has a go at it himself. So the police have topped up the phone then for Neville to do the business on the phone, because he's a police informant, isn't he, Agent George? And so let's carry on.
voicemail message.
Yes.
Did that excite any particular reaction from the police?
I can't really remember that.
I think one of the FLOs was with us, I think, wasn't it, at the Bird's Eye building? But
yes.
But it's unfortunately, I mean, that's 9 years ago for us to remember.
Yeah, of course.
You can't remember. You can't remember.
So
yes, whether it had an impact on the police investigation is a matter of speculation.
Well, it's something for them, isn't it? Because at the end of the day, it was a heavy investigation.
And then much later on, and this was shortly before the criminal trial, you learnt from the police that the voicemail had been hacked into by the News of the World. That's right, isn't it?
Yes.
April of this year, I think.
Yes.
The police have told you, and they were the ones that gave out the number to Felbeck to do it. Nice. This is all lies.
Certainly by Mr. Mulcair, or I think that specifically, that was what we were told.
Yes. And what was your immediate reaction to that piece of news?
And I believe that piece of hacking information, if it was real, I believe she was definitely being phone tapped, so they would definitely have been doing the mobile as well. That's 100%. So I'm so close to Millie's story, and the notes were quite sporadic. I believe Millie to be on the missing pages from my Mulcair notes. Page 59 in specifically, and because of David Sherborne splitting me and Natasha up, I didn't get to see the pages that she had sent to her, and it's been covered up that way.
Well, we got a call from our FLO.
But David Sherborne's talking to the Dowlers in this room and hasn't even brought up my case to them, or other evidence from other people that have been hacked it's a closed shop.
To say that the Met Police wanted to see us.
Yes.
And
Bet they did.
to tell us vaguely what it was about.
You're not police, human intelligence, covert resources as well, are you?
And as soon as I was told it was about phone hacking, literally I didn't sleep for about 3 nights because you're replaying everything in your mind and just thinking, oh, that makes sense now, that makes sense. Yeah.
Right, in hindsight now, right, with the news of the world and all of this hacking, all of this is so outrageous, yeah, if you believe the official narrative. Well, did the Dowlers know that when they raided Levi Bellfield, the news of the world were going to kill the raid by going with it a day before the raid? Yeah? So these people are putting trust in Surrey Old Bill when they got that going on in the background. Yeah? They let the news of the world come on the raid with Bellfield. Yeah? They did. That's the power that they got. But you're placing your trust in Surrey Old Bill. It's bullshit. This is a concocted story.
And then we went along to the meeting and I said to them about this instance in the Bird's Eye reception,
Yes.
and also about walking back from the station were the two things that at the time I thought, this is odd.
Yes.
Something untoward is going on.
Yes. So in your mind, you made an immediate connection with the dialing into the voicemail which you've told us about, and also a possible connection with the private walk you told us about as
Yes, yeah.
Well, I think, and the thing to remember, of course, is that the walk was nothing to do with Millie's phone. So that could only have come from...
Yeah, that was our home
phone
phones or our own mobile phones.
It was your, yes. Well, yes, thank you.
Yeah, there's the convenient lie.
And we know for obvious reasons, namely the fact of the criminal trial.
We know that, yeah, because we was on a walk and we didn't even talk about Millie's phone and bullshit.
That this was information you could not share more widely until the trial had concluded. And we also know that the date of the revelation in the press, I think, was the 4th of July of this year, so it fits into
the revelation in the press, 4th of July, 2011, and on the 5th of July, you've got the Sun on Sunday.co.uk being registered on the Whois site.
to the chronology.
Yeah, the chronology. Check it, mate. You're fucking up.
Can I ask you about some wider questions?
Of individual journalists, and of course that
What
is
the
why
fuck
they're here to
happened
give
there?
evidence to you.
What happened there, man? What happened there?
Yes.
I can't really remember that.
I think
bit further.
because at the end of the day,
You learnt from the police that the voicemail had been hacked into by the News of the World. That's right, isn't it?
Yes.
April of this year, I think.
Yes.
well, certainly by Mr. Mulcair, or I think that specifically, that was what we were told.
Yes. And what was your immediate reaction to that piece of news?
Well, we got a call from our FLO to say that the Met Police wanted to see us
Yes.
and to tell us vaguely what it was about.
Did they know that Levi Bellfield was a covert human intelligence resource for Surrey Police? Why these people are listening to Surrey Police? I wonder.
And as soon as I was told it was about...
And if not then, back at that time, how about today? How about today? Because if the Dowlers want, and I'm wrong, and I can be corrected, then do it. And I will give you all of my hacking evidence. And then you'll be able to see for yourself that what I'm saying is real.
Phone hacking. Literally, I didn't sleep for about 3 nights because you're replaying everything in your mind and just thinking, oh, that makes sense now, that makes sense. Yeah. And then we went along to the meeting and I said to them about this instance in the Bird's Eye reception,
Yes.
and also about walking back from the station were the two things that...
So you're in the Bird's Eye reception. You've gone there to have a look. You've gone there. What? Why? Messing about with the posters. You give them the photo opportunity, and also to confirm that the bird's eye cameras were facing the wall. No doubt.
The time, I thought.
But we never spoke about Millie's phone, so I don't know how they knew that.
This is odd.
Yes.
Something untoward is going on.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
So in your mind, you made an immediate connection with the dialing into the voicemail which you've told us about, and also a possible connection with the private walk you've told us about as
yes,
well.
yeah.
Well, I think, and the thing to remember, of course, is that the walk was nothing to do with Millie's phone. So that could only have
make sure you get that in there. Yeah, it was nothing to do with Millie's phone.
come from.
Yeah, that was our home phones or our own mobile phones.
It was your, yes. Well, yes, thank you for that. And we know for obvious reasons, namely the fact of the criminal trial, that this was information you could not share more widely until the trial had concluded. And we also know that the date of the revelation in the press, I think it was the 4th of July of this year, so it fits
2011, 4th of July 2011.
Into the chronology.
And then don't forget Bellfield, who's only done on the 23rd of June. Nah, just a month before. And 4th, 5th of July. Bosh, let's register the Sun on Sunday. And then on the 8th, we'll pretend like we're going to close the paper down. And that we've already registered this one. Yeah, it's as simple as that. They had to close that newspaper down. Because if it ever really did come on top for them, the police, Surrey police, whole network of people were going down with it, and they couldn't have that happen. So they've concocted this, which they didn't include me in, which I should have been there because I've had it said by a judge that a root and branch investigation needs doing based on phone tapping and phone hacking, and I'm in the fucking claims. So I should have been there. And then I could have told the Dowlers myself, here's Robert Kellaway's police witness statement. He's the one bylined on Millie's story that's done all of this. Don't you want to know? Don't you want to know that Conrad would have been now, and he'd be working with Mazza, who's just exposed a paedophile ring the year prior, with Jonathan King in it, who's got links to up here. Don't you want to know? Don't you want to know?
Can I ask you about some wider questions? You refer to the press being a double-edged sword. It's obvious, I suppose, you had to engage to some extent in order to assist the police in their inquiries. On the other hand, there was a very important domain which was private. Is there anything else you'd like to assist the inquiry about the double-edged nature of what you...
Or the double-edged nature of your story, and where did the spunk on the bed come from?
You might have
why you changed your story?
Do at that time?
Well, I think, in essence, with our situation, you have to remember we were really, really desperate for some information about Millie, and so the press were in a position to be able to help us, and they did. Get the message out that she was missing, and lots of information came into the police headquarters. But on the other hand, the persistent being asked questions and being doorstepped and everything else that's associated with it, and all the letters.
Only because people are trying to find out the truth. If you ain't got nothing to hide, then you know what I mean. You're going to understand why everyone. You'd want people knocking. You don't want to be not relevant when you're trying to find your daughter, do you?
That you get requesting books, films, interviews.
I think the point I made just now is that I follow the media over the years quite a bit more than Sally does, and certainly recognise that it was very important that we would try to be as consistent as we could when dealing with the media, and not to actually
keep your story
give
straight.
any one party a particular position or angle, for the very reason of actually not wanting to create another set of issues to deal with, because in fact in the early days, for those first 6 months, of course, we were in a very desperate situation, and in fact it's unprecedented in your normal life for most people. And how do you deal with it? How do you deal with these things? So we tried as best we could to be as balanced as we could about it, but recognising, of course, that things are outside of your own control.
Plainly well outside your own experience. You had to rely on your own judgment in an entirely unique situation. Did you get any help from, talked about police liaison officers?
Yes.
Presumably they did give you considerable assistance
Well,
at
very
this
much
time.
so. The FLOs, yeah, they were brilliant. They really helped us. And Surrey Police Press Office were coordinating things. So they took the majority of the burden off of us.
Yes.
Yeah, I bet.
And we chose that route as well.
Thank you.
That was definitely the route we wanted to go.
And I'm not going to ask you about the...
But Bob's body language is strange, man. I'm sorry. It needs to be said. This guy is very hard to watch, man. He is very, very, very hard to watch. His confusion look at everything and anything is just really making me uncomfortable, man. It really is.
The settlement of your...
I understand that there's nerves involved in something like this, and if I believe this to be real and everyone to be innocent and no one knows nothing and it's the way they're saying, I just don't, and I just don't believe it. And this, I should have been there. Why would you not want to take Robert Kellaway's police witness statement from me, man? Why would you not? It doesn't make any sense. I can't make it all right for these people. I'm sorry. I'm saying what I see.
Civil claim. But could I just ask you about, you referred to a meeting with Mr. Rupert Murdoch.
Well, that's it then, isn't it? That's it then.
Which I think was probably about the 12th or the 13th of July. The exact date isn't going to matter. Presumably that...
12th or the 13th of July. There's a meeting between the Dowlers and Rupert Murdoch. And this is going to be 2011, isn't it? This is going to be 2011. Because you got Levi Bellfield being found guilty 23rd of June. Right? And then by the 5th of July, you've got all the stories coming out about the hacking from the 4th. On the 5th, the Sun on Sunday's registered. But on the 8th, they make it look like Rupert Murdoch is going to sacrifice his newspaper. But they don't say he's opening up another one in the background. All the time it's took to register and get back and do that. It's pre-planned. That proves it. That actually proves it. So Murdoch goes and sees these lot when?
The settlement of your civil claim. But could I just ask you about, you referred to a meeting with Mr. Rupert Murdoch, which I think was probably about the 12th or the 13th of July. The exact date isn't going to matter. Presumably that was a difficult meeting for both of you. Is that right? When I say both of you, I mean for both of you and for Mr. Murdoch.
Yes, it was a very tense meeting.
Yes.
Yeah, I bet.
And he made it clear that what had happened was totally unacceptable, didn't he?
He did, yes, and he was very sincere.
Really? You know he's Ghislaine Maxwell's mate, don't you? And if these people are real and they really are victims, they've had the piss taken out of them. And I believe they're in on it. I believe Murdoch blackmails them at this point.
You referred to a letter from the then CEO of the company and a meeting with the Prime Minister, which I don't think...
Then a meeting with the Prime Minister set up.
It's necessary to go into unless you'd like to. Can I ask you, though, but both of you, about the section of your statement which deals with the future? You touched on this a little bit, Mr. Dowler. This inquiry is here to consider press, culture, practices and ethics, which, to some extent, looking back in time, it's looking at the present and will look at the future. It's also here to make some recommendations. You know, this is your chance. Is there anything that you would like to suggest to Lord Justice Levison for him to think about at this stage?
Well, I think when we went to see the three party leaders and the Prime Minister, we were asked that question at that time. And the problem that's saying we're ordinary people, so we have no experience in such a public life situation, and certainly no experience from a media control, media involvement situation. So it's always been on our own best judgment as to how we've dealt with these matters.
I think it was more we wanted the extent of it exposed, and then the inquiry could make the decisions.
Yes, I mean, it appears to the inquiry that your judgment has been, if I may say so, extremely well exercised throughout in phenomenally difficult circumstances, and we understand and appreciate that. Just if you have anything more general which you would invite the inquiry to think about, but if not, there's no problem. We'll be thinking.
I think we'll leave that up to you.
Yeah, I'm sorry, we're not.
How very generous of you, thank you.
Well, I have no further questions for you, but I'm extremely grateful for your evidence and the way in which you've kindly and frankly answered my questions.
Nope.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Mr. Sherborne, I think you're entitled to make an application as the acting for the Dowlers, but is there any other questions that you want to ask?
I have no further questions.
Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming. Thank you.
So there you have it. There you have it. David Sherborne acting for the Dowlers. There you have it. I mean, come on. A serious lack of communication going on here and negligence. You know, the convenient answer that David Sherborne gave me, oh, I had no idea about Mallet and he'd been done for fraud and I took myself off the record when he did. I mean, what a load of wank. When you could have just told him now. Brian Harvey's got Robert Kellaway's police witness statement. He's the one bylined in that. Surely that would have been a much more serious and better question to ask during all of this. So, let me play you a bit of this now, right? This is something that I put together. Milly Dowler, 20 years later, part 1. And there's 2 parts to this. I won't play anything that's not necessary. But I think that any relevant videos, let's do this now. It's recording. I want to compile a lot of evidence. I want to make it abundantly clear what my views are, where the evidence points to, and I'm just taking you on that journey with me. So this is another video that I done some time ago, and it will cover some other stuff.
Now our next case is proving very hard to crack, the murder of 13-year-old Milly Dowler. Over the past few weeks, there's been a lot of speculation in the media about one man who might have killed her. Police...
Right, and I want you to just take into account everything we've brought up, everything we've spoken about, everything I brought up and Nikki Cooper brought up earlier on, everything that you have heard thus far, my views on what I think's gone on, based on my evidence, based on what's been held back from the public domain. I want you to just remember it all, if you can, how you feel about it, what your views are already. You can't be believing these people at this point. There's absolutely no way. I can't see anyone believing this official narrative anymore. So just watch this and we'll go through it together. I'll stop when I need to stop. And even if we're covering stuff that we've already spoken about tonight, we're doing it tonight, right? We're doing it tonight. We're getting this video made tonight. with as much information that contradicts the mainstream story and their version of events. We're putting as much of it together that contradicts what they are saying, because they are collectively lying. And something needs to be done about it, right? And I'm fed up with keep getting ignored, nothing ever getting done, but I'm slap bang in the middle of it all. I want the fucking truth, and I am going to get it. I'm already starting to see what's driving all of this and what's behind all of this. And so much so now that I've just put my case is just going to help solve this case. That's what my case is for. That's what it's for. That's the right thing to do in these circumstances. That's the right thing to do. And that is what I'm doing. And in doing that, and in succeeding in doing that, we will then change how the police act, you know, and how the media act. And it's not about shutting them down, but they need to pay for their crimes. And this cover-up is massive. But they want you to just believe I'm mad. Well, you believe that if you want, but you'd be mad for believing that. I may have mental health, but I'm not mad.
Though believe there is every possibility that more than one person was involved.
Take it all in.
Just take us back a little bit. You know, you met him when you were only 24, is that right?
I had met him like previously when we used to go to a different club.
Right.
But actually had re-met him when I was around that age.
So you started a relationship.
Yeah.
What was he like?
To start off with, he was an absolute angel. You couldn't have asked for a nicer person. You know, always bought you flowers, always, you know, really nice, took you to nice places.
He had a bit of a reputation, though, as a bad boy.
Oh, yeah.
And a womaniser, didn't
yeah,
he?
big time.
Did he worked at a nightclub, didn't
Yeah.
he? Yes.
But yeah, he was a doorman.
Nothing there that made you think, oh no.
No, not really. I mean, like if you look at the pictures of him now to when I was with him, he doesn't even look like the same person. He was actually quite a good-looking man in them days.
Yeah. But so what changed then? When did you first start noticing the changes in him?
Probably about 3 months after I started seeing him. We had, I can't even remember what the argument was about, something trivial, and he slapped me. And you actually, when you first get the first slap, you think, you know, I know that's not happening, you've got to go. But they, you know, how sorry he is, and he didn't mean it, and he'd never
Also,
felt this way.
Sorry to interrupt, but you were pregnant already at this time, weren't you? At this
I'd fallen pregnant almost straight away. But, and so, yeah, you actually do believe them when they say that, you know, they're really sorry, and you think, you know, it will never happen again. And then when it does happen again, you're...
You know, had this whole start. I mean, look, you know, this woman couldn't really blame me for suspecting, because look at this. You're on the company with him. You know, he's being built up as a car clamper and a doorman. But what is this? It's not a small thing. Could this have something to do? Could this have something to do with the disappearance of Millie and what's happened? Is there someone involved in these companies? Because there's an investor company that comes into this as well, as part director. So I find it very strange that they've not mentioned any of these companies.
So involved, and you've already become part of that puzzle in the bubble. You can't. There's no.
You've got
there
a
is
baby
no.
on the
Yeah.
way, and I believe that he had children previously.
JP Called Limited director. They've all gone on around the same time. Joanna Sasha Collins is company secretary. Bellfield director. JP Called Limited director. Yeah, there it is.
Children, and he was a good father.
He was a very good dad. Very good dad, yeah. That's the sad part.
Did the post-mortem tell you anything about how Millie had died?
It didn't tell us how she died, but we knew that she didn't have any of her clothing and that she had been lain on top of the ground. She hadn't been buried. So we knew it wasn't a natural death.
Her remains were discovered in woodland 25 miles from where she disappeared. Millie's sister Gemma and her parents Bob and Sally are with us. Thanks very much for taking the time to join us. Her remains were discovered in woodland 25 miles from where she disappeared. Millie's sister Gemma and her parents Bob and Sally are with us. Thanks very much for taking the time to join us.
Right, so what are you talking about?
Right, very important now. Again, I know some of you have seen this, but this is evidence, man. This is evidence. This is evidence. This is Greg Miskill. He was a news editor of the time. He answered to Rebecca Brooks and Andy Coulson. And he is now going to tell you, with his own mouth, in his own words, that Milly Dowler was tapped. We know Bob Dowler was bugged and tapped, and there was a 24-hour surveillance team. That would have been Mazza Mahmood, which was just rolled off of the Jonathan King arrest and conviction in 2001. So you can see how it ends up over there. Now, this guy, well, I'll let him tell you.
Here is something that happened 16 years ago. Now, my recollection of something that happened 16 years ago is pretty slim, frankly. Now,
Greg, you know my job, mate. Come on, man. Everyone's protecting Kellaway because of the link between Conrad and Mazza. Come on, man.
No. I couldn't care a flying fuck about Conrad and
Well, I do, because they're very detrimental to my case. And even though you may not, all of these people are all part and parcel of this case. And don't forget, Greg, there's no limitation on criminal. Right? There's no limitation on criminal.
You were targeted, right?
I was targeted. Oh, change the subject. I've been targeted, and it goes on way before fucking 2002. I mean, we're talking all the way back with Daniela. But on paper, what I've got where it starts is February 1997. Because the News of the World were the first to print that I wasn't well and I was having a breakdown in 1997, right? And now today, they don't want to recognise that illness in the court, and they're trying to call limitation, and they're trying to stop all of this from 2002. Saying to me, I've got 6 years to bring a claim. Personally, I don't care about their claim. I'd rather go down the criminal route.
Who is representing you? I mean, legally.
No one at the minute, because Murdoch's taking care of that. It was David Sherborne. And he's showing me his power, yeah? The old bill, Scotland Yard. Scotland Yard are covering up Mulcair's notes. Why the fuck are they doing that if they're not in his pocket? They're in his pocket, everyone is, and he's been showing me that. I mean, you've even got fucking hacked off paying you and Glenn. And really, that's outrageous, because you lot were supposed to be the enemy, right? And now you've got hacked off with their fake fucking campaign, paying ex-News of the World journalists to work with them. I mean, that's not right. Peter Jukes has been round here, seen all the evidence. He's done nothing, although I've got him on tape saying, I've never seen anything like it. You may have the thing here. That's interesting that you know for definite that Conrad Brown was like that with
He only worked for Mazza.
There you go.
Which makes me think
we thought
that Kemal, this guy, I'm sure I've seen in a Mazza file. I've got all the paperwork of Mazza. I've got all the criminal charges, the criminal investigation. I shouldn't tell you that. So I shouldn't say I got it for this 2002 and 2005. So I could search through that and see if this Kemal guy's there. But Conrad Brown only worked for Mazza. I have no record of him working for anybody else. Then you're placing in date Conrad Brown and Mulcair together. Yeah. Mazza is desperate to keep away from Mulcair. Now you've got them working so close together. You may have him in
trouble, wouldn't they?
Yeah, you may have the thing. And Mazza's much more of a threat to Murdoch, by the way, than any Mulcair. Mazza was close to the book's personal friend Murdoch. Mazza would tilt to James Murdoch. Wow. They didn't interact. Brooks never met Mulcair, which he might have seen in passing, but he was out. He was deniable. Mazza's not deniable. Right. He's dangerous though. That's why, you know that Panorama documentary about him. Do you see that? Yeah. They managed to stop it, unprecedented. Kingsley Napoli, Brooks's lawyers, managed to stop it twice with the intelligence, and that never.
Brooks's lawyers, Kingsley Napoli, managed to stop the Panorama documentary on Mazza Mahmood twice. This is all Panorama, BBC getting involved in building the conspiracy of phone hacking. This is what they're doing. They're building the narrative.
That's how dangerous Mouse is. And you see, you're moving into that zone. You've got both Mulcair and potentially, I'm not promising anything, but from what I've never seen evidence putting those two together. Right. So that
you have now.
To me is for somebody who wants to, somebody want to go for Murdoch or prove the whole conspiracy within these international.
Tying them two together is
it's very significant.
No one has ever proved a link between Mulcair, right, and Mazza, and I can do that through Conrad Brown. I've got his police witness statement, and all of them, Steen, all of them.
There was no link between Mazza and Mulcair.
Well, there was, because, and I'll tell you why, because... it was you. Let me you why. You got Robert Kellaway, right? You sent it.
Yeah, it was you, Greg. You was the link.
Chinkford. He's transcribing all of his illegal recordings. I mean, if we only had that would be enough. What's he doing recording my private telephone conversations? Who does he think he is?
You know what I mean? Look, here you see, right? This is Robert Kellaway, the man that hacked Milly Dowler and has denied it. Says he knew nothing about phone hacking or Milly Dowler's voicemails being accessed. But here he is. This is just after 26th of April. I'd say 24th of April, I'm hacked. 12 days after Milly Dowler. Same time frame, same people. Here is Simon Werrett, who I told you is now hiding as a Christian pastor in a coffee shop on a Sunday, baptising people by VR. Turned into a Christian. He used to be the Essex Serious Crime Directorate. Now here he is requesting Kellaway's transcripts. If Kellaway ain't done nothing wrong, then come forward, innit? Come forward and play your tapes. And the police were requesting it. And that is what Peter Jukes was just referring to. I mean, you've got emails. And there it is. So, Robert Kellaway, if we look down the bottom, transcript of conversation between blah, 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 blah. Transcript of this call began at nearly 8:30 at night on the 2nd of the 5th, 02. And that is what is on the top of page 60 of the Mulcair notes, with Neville above it, 2nd of the 5th, 02. They all work for the News of the World. They all work for the same place. They're all on me. Glenn Mulcair's doing the mobile, while Kellaway's... And he's doing that whilst Kellaway is transcribing his things, because they're trying to lump up as much as possible. And the police are taking it. Yeah. Have a warrant from the Home Office, Greg. Right, these people have acted illegally, and I've got them bank of rights. And I plan to go forward on it. I'm not fucking about, man. I'm the one that got wronged here. You remember me, don't you, Greg? Yeah, you remember me. I still get played every year at Christmas. I've done nothing wrong to no one. I've never sold a story on anyone. And at that time in 2002, I was trying to see my kid. And yous lot got involved and set me up, sided with Natasha. She's been paid. Right? Now, I know that Surrey Old Bill, Surrey Old Bill, right, there it is, who gave Neville Fellbeck Milly Dowler's number, Surrey Old Bill around the corner from my ex-wife and their family, Reg Carnegie, who's a Freemason, right, and he kept in the background on that. Now, Surrey Old Bill gave Fellbeck Milly's number on the day she went missing. I've had that out of Glenn. He's been in my house and admitted it.
No, Brian, they didn't.
Well, why is he saying that then, if that's not true? Because it goes against the official story that they've put out and makes everyone look like a liar, Greg.
Me ranting Ravens and calling him out, he just go, no. He had Milly Dowler's number from the day she went missing up to the 12th or the 10th, up to the 10th until he instructed me. What did he do? What did he do in them days? 2.5 weeks before he gave me a number, what did he do? He was a registered police informant right, Agent George, all right?
Is that what we called him, yeah?
All right, listen, all right, he had the number. So what do you reckon he would have done if he's had the number? He's gone out and pop it himself and trophy Felbeck, all right? Put size 16s all over it, then I get it on the 10th. Hello, Glenn, I've just got the number from the police on the 10th.
He got Dowler's number from the police?
Yeah. But he told everybody, and this is on record, that he got it from school children.
School children? That's it, yeah, well.
Now listen,
See, Glenn's saying he got Millie Dowler's number on the 10th of April. Right? On the 10th. So, mine's starting on paper from the 24th. There's 2 weeks between me and Millie.
They'll go from fucking any angle, mate.
Yeah, now listen, I'm not saying he got it from the police, and I know, of course he did, all right? But he's a registered police informant.
Yeah.
I mean, how much more closer can you be, symbiotically, all right, and then say, oh, they wouldn't have
What, you mean like Bellfield?
contacted me and wouldn't give me no, of course, it'd be the first fucking thing, you know?
He's going to say that, though. He's got to say that, hasn't he? He's got to say that.
It's not. Listen, I mean, I know the far end of a fart about Millie Dowler, and I know exactly what happened, and I know exactly how the information was gleaned, and I know the workings of what happened after her, well, before and during and after her phone was tapped. It had nothing to do with Surrey Police.
Trying to cover for Surrey Police. All right. You heard what he said there. He knows the workings and the far end of a fart of when Millie was tapped. Before, during, and after. Right? Before she was tapped. So what are we talking about? If Glenn Mulcair's got Millie's number on the 10th, he's not tapping her, he's doing the voicemail. The tapping is being done by Robert Kellaway, Conrad Brown and Mazza Mahmood. Because they're in Surrey. Off the record though. And they are there, phone tapping for Surrey Police. That's why Greg is making the excuse it's got nothing to do with Surrey Police. Yes, it fucking has. Right? Because according to Glenn Mulcair, it's Surrey Police, yeah, the people that are supposed to be looking after the Dowlers, that give Neville Felbeck, their police informant, their second one, Bellfield's one as well, except this one works for the News of the World. And he's on my note, Neville, 2nd of the 5th, 02. So he's called the job on. So the bloke that has got Millie Dowler's number from the police first has called for Glenn Mulcair to do my mobile. Never thought of that before. Yeah. Interesting. There we go. And that's the same Peter Jukes you heard a minute ago, in between Greg Miskill there, the guy that live tweeted the whole hacking trial. This is one of his tweets, 6th of November 2013. Peter Jukes, Kellaway confirms he knew nothing of phone hacking or Millie Dowler's voicemails being accessed. Peter Jukes comes round, sees that. What's he said about it? Nothing. Has he corrected this? No. So he knows about it. You heard him. I've never seen evidence putting these two together before. Yeah? You can see the cover-up. They don't get more fucking blatant than that. So Kellaway's lied. This, for me, is a big piece of evidence because Kellaway confirms to the hacking inquiry, 6th of November 2013, I've got Kellaway's statement from Malik Solicitors on the 17th of September 2013. October I'm being watched, and from that point onwards, which you would, I get it, because Kellaway in November is going to say this. It's already been pre-planned. So this shows you that Kellaway is distancing himself from the story, even though he is bylined on the initial story that brings down the news of the world. So they want us to believe. But then he's given a quick get-out clause in the hacking inquiry. Oh, Kellaway confirms he knows nothing. And his excuse was that it must have been a professional favour. Well, that is bollocks, because you was in Surrey, confirmed. And you do know about phone hacking, confirmed. All right? And in black and white, your police witness statement proves that. And the timing of it. And this must have been the next job that you did after Milly Dowler. It's that fucking simple, really. It's that simple. Or is there a connection? Jonathan King, my ex-wife's parents, what's the connection? Freemasonry, Surrey Lodge, my ex-wife's dad, and Bob Dowler. They know each other. No doubt about it. That's why it's all been so cagey. And then David Sherborne splits us up, puts us through individually. All planned, so they could redact Mulcair note pages from me. Yeah. And the police let them do it. And they even blanked out my numbers. Imagine that. So when I turn up at Scotland Yard screaming and shouting, it's no wonder why, really, is it? Yeah? It's no wonder why, is it? Shouldn't really be a surprise to them. Let's call the police on him. Yeah, that'll do it. They weren't even real police that turned up, because they would have arrested me. But what for? I don't know, when I'm holding evidence to the contrary in my fucking hand. Author. What a better person to bring in and help make up the story. Ex-playwright. Ian Puddick. In with them all. Don't forget he's just made Phonecast Limited 14th of May 2002. Don't forget that.
Tomorrow, Saturday the 25th of June, would have been Millie's 23rd birthday. And as always, we will remember the happy, fun-loving and talented girl that she was, but who was never allowed to fulfill her potential. This is a gap in our lives that can never be filled. We would ask now to be left alone to try and put the pieces of our life back together and try and look to the future.
To actually see that man in court, a man capable of such a vile and inhuman crime, has been grotesque and distressing for us. The length the system goes to protect his human rights seems so unfair compared to what we as a family...
Create another scandal, another diversion away from the fact that the news of the world needed investigating further, corporately, criminally.
...have had to endure.
And that would have affected his whole empire, News International. So they narrowed it down to News Group Newspapers Limited, and all about claims, about money, and everyone's gone for it.
I hope, whilst he is in prison, he is treated with the same brutality he dealt out to his victims, and that his life is a living hell. For a mother to bury her child in any circumstances is truly agonising. But to bury your child when...
Would you really need it written down to go out and address the press after a court case like this? And this court case, what's this? So the date that Bellfield gets put in prison, 23rd of June, 2011. 5th of July 2011, Sun on Sunday's re-registered. On the 8th of July, they make it look like they've just come up with the idea to close down the News of the World. All runs through absolutely swimmingly, doesn't it? You know, perfect. Just how they planned it. Just how they planned it. And these lot have been blackmailed to be the star witnesses. And that is what I believe, and I don't care.
You know she died in such an appallingly awful way is terrible.
No comment. It's exactly what you said. No comment. Found that very...
Oh, look at this. Look on the screen. The counter. I just had to pause that, because the bit that they then cut to show you, right, just happens to have 33 on there. 222 33. See it there? You may think it's nothing, but this is how they signal each other.
Interesting, and I'll tell you for why. You didn't deny it. You didn't say, it's not me.
When this all happened 90 years ago, I was 16. I had no other choice but to grow up. I feel I have missed out on some wonderful teenage years. I waved goodbye to the happy family we were, and I realised life would never be the same again. The scale seemed to be tipped so much towards the defendant rather than us, the family who have suffered an almighty loss. It feels like we are the criminals and our family has been on trial.
I feel like that you're actually the criminals. That's my feeling.
She was the best sister anyone could ask for. She was a shoulder to cry on, a fashion guru, a person who could make you laugh even when you felt sad, and she would light up a room as soon as she entered.
And you didn't like that?
She really was a star.
Do you honestly believe that your actions over the 21st and the 22nd of March 2002 are the actions of an innocent man? Then are you an innocent man?
Serial killer Levi Bellfield has today been given a whole life sentence for murdering 13-year-old Surrey schoolgirl Milly Dowler. This ends 9 years of uncertainty for Millie's parents, Bob and Sally, and her sister Gemma, and I want to pay tribute to them for their outstanding strength and courage. The judge has discharged the jury on the attempted kidnap of 11-year-old Rachel Cowles due to the inappropriate level of media reporting. We are enormously disappointed that the jury were not given the opportunity to reach their verdict on Rachel due to the media coverage in some quarters since yesterday afternoon. I would like to pay tribute to Rachel, who showed enormous strength and courage in facing Bellfield in court.
Given evidence
What's
in
this
court
case?
brought back many memories, and I hope now I can put this ordeal behind me and move on with my life. I'm pleased that justice has been served.
That's it, all come out and read your script.
And that the verdicts will start to bring some closure to them. And lastly, I would like to thank my family and friends for all their hard love and support during this time and the last 9 years. Thank you.
There's the article. Robert Kellaway. There's the man himself. Kellaway. Some of his earlier stories. "25 minutes of recorded incriminating speech. That'd be that conversation, what they're fucking trying to refer to, 25 minutes. What about the 5 mini discs? They are, Comrade. Bought them in. They outlined what they are. Kellaway, not far away. Wouldn't mind coming to see you, because you're in Surrey. 3rd of May, yeah? Why ain't these all signed as well? Got them from Richard Mallet. Telephone conversation, 26 of the 4th, 02. Yeah? I think I've proved myself beyond any reasonable doubt. There's the original article, Robert Kellaway on it. And they change it to Sarah Arnold for TV. Don't forget that either. So that was part 1. Here's part 2. We're doing it together. We're going on this journey. We are going to solve this crime. Listen, no one else has got a chance of helping this girl. Right? I know she's beyond helping, but at least it's that, it's got to be done, man. It's not about money. It's about getting the truth out. And this truth, given the platform that it deserves, will change things in this country, I believe. I believe it, man. I believe it. It's big enough. If they're going on that was such a big scandal, the dearest court case in UK history, with a phone hacking, right? Over that, when I've got so much more, then what I've got should be explosive. And they know it's explosive. Yeah, let's carry on.
March 2002, 13-year-old Millie Dowler is on her way home from school in Walton-on-Thames. She gets off a train with friends, then starts to walk the last half-mile home by herself.
Don't believe any of that. I think that's a made-up, concocted story. This is footage from probably a couple of days before. The police would have gone in and seized all the footage, seized any CCTV, and claim that, well, outside of the station, there's no proof of her ever being there. That's convenient, isn't it? It didn't happen like that. I reckon she died a couple of days before.
She does not return home and is not seen again until her remains are discovered 6 months later in Minley Woods, 20 miles west from where she was last seen. When she doesn't return home, her friends and family are ringing her repeatedly, leaving messages for her to contact home. By the following day, her phone's mailbox is full, so it is no longer possible to leave messages.
At 3:47, Millie phoned home.
She never had credit, so we borrowed one of the boys that was in the cafe, we borrowed his phone.
Did ya? 3:47, we borrowed, did we? We borrowed. What do you mean we borrowed? So the official story they're going with is that she ain't got no credit. And I think you did need to have credit on your phone to access the voicemails. Even people that were doing it from outside of her, like Glenn Mulcair. If there was no credit on the phone, you couldn't retrieve the voicemails. And we know that to be true because the mum in the Levison Inquiry said the police put credit on her phone to retrieve the voicemails. Got me? Yeah. Because the police put some credit on there, didn't they? And that proves what I'm saying. Called from another boy's phone. Who was the boy? Who was the boy? You know, it's fucking relevant in a murder case. But you don't know.
Hey, Dad. It's Millie.
Why are you out of breath, Dad?
Her dad to tell.
Dad, why are you out of breath? What's the matter, Millie? I'm just stopping to have some chips. I'll be home for tea. You're only a mile up the road. I'm going to leave here at 8 minutes past 4. All right? Go on, I'll let you get back to your wank.
And that she'd be home late. It's something that we would always do so that they didn't worry.
Yeah, no, I'll be home for tea.
This is probably to corroborate that he's at home when he's not.
Ready, come on. Well, my sister arrived and didn't want to wait.
Because the story of this now, at home, he had masturbated in a bedroom before receiving a call from Millie saying she was fine but would be late because she was having chips with friends at the station. That is what we just saw. And this is what was in the newspaper after he changed his story. And then they get rid of DCI Gibson and bring in Jeremy Payne. Although it was DCI Colin Sutton that solved the case. Right? At home, he had masturbated in a bedroom. Big red flag there. Big one. A bedroom. Kept that vague. Before receiving a call from Millie saying she was fine but she would be late because she was having chips with friends at the station. So let's just go back and see that again. You heard the mum in the Levison Inquiry say she didn't have credit, right? And the police put credit on her phone. That was so they could do the voicemails. They needed a reason for it.
To leave messages.
Now listen.
At 3:47, Millie phoned home.
She never had credit, so we borrowed one of the boys.
What this does is to corroborate that she's at the chip stall. She's there, but we haven't got any concrete proof because there's no video evidence and we don't know who the boy is whose phone she used. So therefore, we're taking on people's word for it. that I believe are helping cover up the murder of this girl and what really happened.
It was in the cafe, we borrowed his phone.
Hey, Dad.
What do you want, Millie?
It's Millie.
She made a phone call to her dad to tell him that she'd be home late. It's something that we would always do so that they didn't worry.
Yeah, no, I'll be home for tea.
Bullshit. So she'd nearly be home by now, and he's indoors wanking. Imagine that. If she hadn't have gone and stopped off at the chips, she'd have walked in and caught him wanking, wouldn't she? It'd be another spunk dot on the bed.
Are you ready? Come on.
Well, my sister arrived and didn't want to wait around at the cafe, so she ushered us out quite quickly.
I'll see you tomorrow. Okay.
I said to her, will you be all right walking home on your own? We were all looked after each other, but we live in a nice area. It was broad daylight.
Crisis.
She was walking along a main road. Obviously, I double-checked with her, and the question itself seemed silly.
I don't believe her. She looks like someone has turned up again to make the photo shoot I'm going to do with Smash Hits Go OK. Yeah, she's one of them. That's it. There's no personality in her.
She laughed.
None of them have got a personality, if you notice. None of the friends, anyway. The two eyewitnesses that see her last. Yeah, and the chip stall that they've come out of is on the train tracks there. It's actually on there.
And just said, don't be ridiculous, I'll be absolutely fine. There was no reason why she shouldn't have been.
Weird thing to say, you know. She only lives a mile up the road. Weird, yeah. Did make it sound like, you know, we did say that at the time. Don't believe ya.
So let's look at the timing of these events, okay? Here's the headlines from the 5th of July. So some of the papers have started on the phone hacking, well, they call it a scandal, listening to people's telephone messages. That's what it is. Listening to messages that people have left, okay. Now, we've got the Independent, News of the World hacked Millie Dowler's phone. We've got the Guardian, News of the World hacked Millie Dowler's phone, and I think there's one other. So there's 3 papers there, and it's specifically the Millie Dowler case.
Funny how they've gone to press with it all days after we've just got the guilty verdict on Bellfield. So the story's gone to plan. They're moving into the next phase of the plan now, and that is to create a scandal around Millie Dowler. They all know what really happened to her because she was being phone tapped, as we now know. But this is the way they've worked it now, because they need to close down the paper in case at some point it could all come on top for Murdoch and he'll lose the whole lot, because they have been phone tapping paedophilic families, blackmailing them. I mean, so much so Sarah Payne, mother of Sarah Payne, ended up with an MBE, not an OBE. It was an MBE, and the dad ended up dead, died of natural causes. Yeah.
Okay, so it's in the media, but it's not blown up quite yet. The following day, on the 6th of July, we now find that the media have hacked, is it Jessica and Holly, the Soham girls that were murdered, hacked their parents' phones. And this is now in the Express, it's in the Mail, we've got it in the Mirror. The majority of the papers have all got this. And then we find on the 7th, when the story was at its height, it's in all the papers. Oh, and now we've got Madeleine McCann. No, so we've got Millie Dowler, then the Soham, then Madeleine McCann, their parents. To me, this is just trying to pull at people's heartstrings, these stories. They may be true, but I believe that they've been placed in the media at this time for a very specific purpose. And then, on the 8th, this is when the story broke that the News of the World had decided it was going to close because of this so-called scandal. We've got here, Murdoch sacrifices his toxic tabloid to save the empire. Shut in shame, the Daily Express. So this was the first time in newspapers that reported.
That's the narrative. I mean, if they're telling the truth, right, and they was only trying to find this girl and this was all genuine, then why are you shut in shame if you was only trying to find a dead girl? See what I'm saying? Don't make no sense. It was all orchestrated.
That they were going to close the News of the World. Now, in a story in the Telegraph, this broke late on the 7th, UK, and it says that the news of the world.
Who wrote that? Stuart Payne.
Soon before the Sun on Sunday rises. So they were talking about there's going to be a replacement newspaper called the Sun on Sunday, and this was in our media late, as I say, late on the 7th.
On the 7th? Fucking hell, it didn't fuck about with announcing it. So it was registered on the 5th. They're announcing it on the 7th.
So obviously, you're setting up...
Or beginning to.
You're setting up a new newspaper. You need to buy an internet domain name. You need the domain name for that newspaper, thesunonsunday.com, thesunonsunday.co.uk. Now, if you check...
I'm sorry, but look, you've seen some of this, but it is important that I drum it into your fucking brains, because this is the real shit. This is the real reason. And then there's a layer underneath this. There's a half-truth coming out here.
The Who Is register on the internet as to when those domain names were registered. This is thesunonsunday.co.uk.
And this is true. This is what I checked out myself, and it is exactly that. It is exactly that.
Okay, and also thesunonsunday.com. They were registered by News International on the 5th of July. So this is like really before this story had got going in the mainstream media. And I would suggest that if it's registered on the 5th of July...
But sort of a couple of weeks after the Bellfield conviction, 23rd of June, 2011. See how it all rolls along?
By the decision to buy those domain names and launch that replacement newspaper has been made before the 5th of July.
Oh, yeah.
Before the phone hacking story was even in the media.
Oh, yeah.
So...
Oh, yeah. I would say about 2 weeks before, Richard, when they were waiting for the verdict on Bellfield that they'd all concocted. Then it was safe to do it. Yeah.
I would read from that Murdoch has known that there's going to be this sequence of different people whose phones have been hacked, and then he's going to close that organisation. So for me, and it's just my opinion, I believe he's partly orchestrated that story himself.
That is ridiculous, isn't it? You telling me this ain't a plan? And the way things are rolled out, cameras facing walls, friends getting on buses facing the other way. You know, they've really fucking played a game on you all. You see it now, I know you do. I know you do. You see it. If you ever doubted it, there it all is. News of the world close to close, 7th. Yeah, you're right. 7th of July. They just let the guilty verdict on Bellfield die down.
From a business.
Look at this, look.
Telford in Shropshire that appeared to be
look at this.
Millie a job in their business.
Oh yeah, this is the news of the world.
Look, why are they blanking it?
On the 14th of April.
Why are you blanking? Look, people.
Fuck, man.
They don't want that name coming into it. Robert Kellaway.
We're ringing because we have some interviews starting. Can you call me back? Thank you. Bye-bye. The news of the world got very excited about this.
Fuck.
They thought, right, this is our exclusive. We send half a dozen people up there. We'll find her.
Tell me you see that, people. Show me thumbs up. Show me you saw that.
It looked as if Millie was alive and that she was being offered a job.
Why'd they blank that out? There can only be one reason.
Were obtained by a shadowy network of men and women. If you needed the information and had the money, it seemed anything was possible.
These are a list of probably the best known of the PIs.
Why have you blanked that page?
Or private
Why have you blanked that page?
Hired by the newspapers.
Because of what I pointed out.
Secret or privileged information.
You've got people who've got connections with phone companies, with finding out about cars, DVLA.
A major TV documentary comes on, putting Millie Dowler in the public's minds all over again, and you blank out Robert Kellaway when you know otherwise about this man and the group that was formed by Rebecca Brooks specifically for this. Yeah? You see what I'm saying now? Why would they be covering up Robert Kellaway's name? And it gets worse. They change it. It's exactly the same page. Exactly the same page. And all of a sudden he's being called Sarah Arnold. And the reason they're blanking it out in this was because I exposed that a few years prior. Around 2018. Something like that. I'd already exposed it. So by this point, 2020, around that time, they've covered up the name to play it safe.
And then people who within...
Why? We know Kellaway's lying. Why have they covered up his name? You tell me if anything else makes any sense now, apart from what I've been telling you. Why would you cover up Kellaway's name? Why has he completely got rid of his media company who's got something to do with helping young people now with music? What? Why is DCI Werrett, ex-serious crime directorate for Essex, hanging about in a coffee shop on a Sunday in a VR helmet, baptising people? What is going on?
That network are phone tappers, specialist tracers who can get hold of all records. They were providing a service which was accepted.
Comrade. Greg Miskill, one on the end is Neville Fellback. Rebecca Wade. That's Kellaway. How can you live with yourself, man? How can you fucking live with yourself? It don't get no worse than that, does it? It says it all. That's what's going on in the background. No fucking doubt about it. John Brockman, he's the one that said he see Prince Andrew getting a foot massage in Epstein's house in New York. See, they all know one another. Hillary Clinton, Esther Ranson, Pizzagate, Watkins, Esther Ranson. Watkins is Jonathan King's best mate. Childline, let's sex pests get away. That's a joke, isn't it? Yeah, you're starting to see the picture now. International moving services. Ah, look, there's Alan Yentob. Paul the man knows him. I'm sticking up for you online. Why? Yeah, there it is. You know why they blanked that out, didn't you? Yeah, that's why. Robert Kellaway. There was the same article that went out, exactly the same, the whole page, the adverts and everything over it, and it said Sarah Arnold there. And I've got it. But I've got that, more importantly, what they just blanked out from you. Yeah, there's the actual page. There's a Sarah Arnold one. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my good God. That's the man that done it. That's Comrade Brown. That's Robert Kellaway, who should have been on that article that they just blurred off. That's Comrade Brown, the fake Shake's partner. That's Glenn Mulcair. And that is the fake Shake. And they are all in on it together. Yeah, make no mistake about it. Because that is why they just covered that up. Why would you cover up Robert Kellaway's... Why would you cover it up? Because officially, Robert Kellaway says he knew nothing of phone hacking or Milly Dowler's voicemails being accessed. The fucking liar. Know nothing about phone hacking, Robert Kellaway. What's that then? Transcripts of your illegal recordings, the police knew as well. Thank you. Thank you. There's Glenn Mulcair at the bottom there, doing my mobile as instructed by Neville Fellback on the 2nd of the 5th 02. And there's you, Robert Kellaway, on the 2nd of the 5th 02, transcribing your illegal recordings of me and Reese
made by you and Conrad Brown, the fake Shakes partner, all being done at the same time Glenn Mulcair's doing my mobile phone. You are the same crew that done it to Milly Dowler. And you weren't just listening to her voicemail messages, you were phone tapping. And the editor, Greg Miskill, has admitted it, and you heard it.
Listen, I mean, I know the far end of a fart about Milly Dowler, and I know exactly what happened, and I know exactly how the information was gleaned, and I know the workings of what happened after her, well, before and during and after her phone was tapped. It had nothing to do with Surrey police.
Right, so she was phone tapped, and that has never come out, and that has never come out, Greg. Yeah. So she was destroying. You remember you hearing about it? So laptops and loads of paperwork, setting it on fire in a skip and that. Why didn't the police arrest her? Because it was in the police's interest. That's why. Just like it was in the police's interest not to ever let this come out. DS Werrett from Essex Police liaising with Robert Kellaway, who hacked Milly Dowler. DS Werrett is now a Christian pastor called Reverend Eastwood Evan in Southend. And if he's a Christian, I would say come forward and tell the fucking truth about what you know, Werrett. Tell the truth about what you fucking know. Because either you do that, or you're getting arrested, mate. You're getting nicked. I don't care if you're fucking serious crime directorate. Yeah? You're a fraud, fucking lying cunt, cover-up merchant.
So Paul McMullen, who they get to go on all of the documentaries, he's in the lineup. Okay. Yeah, I've been having a look at him recently. He's with a birthmark on his face. He's got the pub down in Brighton or wherever the fuck it is. Yeah, I need to talk to him. Sarah Arnold, yeah? Sarah Arnold. Okay. We know who Sarah Arnold is, don't we? All set up by Rebecca Brooks. So how does she not know about all the phone tapping? Well, she does, because she's made a quote within my case. She didn't want to be called to court. Very unhappy about the way the case was handled. I mean, look, Rebecca Brooks set up this Special Investigations Unit. Greg Miskill's already admitted that Milly's been tapped, so she knew. There you go. There's the phone, look, right? So, what? Look. You may not think there's nothing in it, but this is what I mean by symbolism. There's no reason for him to be doing that with his hand, showing you the back of that phone. No reason. That's Baphomet, what he's doing there, right? Right, so that one to be continued. So, right, we've journeyed through that. So now what I want to do is take you into some of the contradictions in the stories. So we've done these. 33 seconds. All right, so what we're going to do now is we're going to go to... this is something I put together, and I did this 20 years to the day, to the hour. Now, I'm not going to go through the whole thing. But we're just going to do the important bits, right? Just going to do the important bits.
I know the far end of a fart about Millie Dowler, and I know exactly what happened, and I know exactly how the information was gleaned, and I know the workings of what happened after her, well, before and during and after her phone was tapped. It had nothing to do with Surrey police.
Right, so she was... So, at this point, I just want to say, Millie was definitely phone tapped. Why? Why was she being phone tapped, man? She's 13. Why was she phone tapping her? Did that have a lot to do with the old Bill suspecting the dad? I would say yes, because it would have been the police that got the news of the world to phone tap them. They weren't going to do it. They would have had to have gone to the Home Office and got a warrant. This way they could do it off the record, and, you know, no one need know. And they was doing that. So why would you phone tap a 13-year-old schoolgirl's phone? Because we know they was doing that. So if there is a connection to Bellfield, maybe, now I'm just throwing this out there as a suggestion, if there was any truth to the Bellfield scenario, which there may well be, but he was a police informant, so he could have the police in trouble, couldn't he? So I do believe that there's a relationship between Levi Bellfield and the police. I firmly believe that. Whether I believe Bellfield is, because he's involved with Surrey police, whether that automatically means he is involved in Milly Dowler, I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure about that. I'm really not. So I'm trying to see how Levi Bellfield may come into it. And if he's running a little pedo ring, which I believe that. I believe that. And I believe he was an informant to the police, and they do give him a wide berth, if there's any truth to the Milly Dowler story, because of something that... I don't know what he's informing and telling them. What information is he giving them, you know? And what are they letting him get away with in return? If it's a paedophile ring, then it's a possibility that some officers and some high-up people, he could have them compromised. That would make sense. And in knowing that Murdoch needed a reason to bring down his newspaper, I don't solely believe that that was to do with Milly Dowler. I believe that was the excuse, which was going to cover up the stuff that we all never got to find out about. And you can guarantee it's going to be in that 10-year period when they was on all the paedophiles. So they would have been phone tapping them. And you think with the phone tapping evidence that they gained and what they gleaned from doing that, you think they didn't go in and blackmail a single person with that? Does that seem plausible to you? That doesn't seem plausible at all. So why would the News of the World tap in a 13-year-old schoolgirl's phone? That's the question. If it was to do with Bellfield, it would make sense that the police get the News of the World to tap Millie and tap Bellfield because they already knew of the paedophile ring, and maybe Millie was part of that. And I definitely believe that there was something with Millie that she could have been a risk because she's ended up dead in such a way. And I don't believe she was fake. I believe she's a real person. And this girl was killed. And to kill someone like that, it would be... but they were going to say something. They were going to say something. For some reason, I don't believe it was she got hired out to someone and they killed her and it all went wrong. I don't believe that either. I believe because the police were so sure about Bob Dowler in the beginning, that it points to that the police getting the News of the World to tap Millie, which we know happened. That means that they, well, from what we've learned, that they suspected the dad. So they would have, because it did go that way. It did go that way, didn't it? They did accuse the dad. So, and the police were hell-bent and believed that. So, and on the basis of the bed thing, which is why Bob Dowler had to change his story. So, I'm trying to put myself back where I was then. It's just gone out my head. So they're tapping Millie, and they're obviously surveilling Bob Dowler. Now, does Bob Dowler know Bellfield? Does Millie know Bellfield? Right, prostitution ring. I believe the dad would have been involved in that. You know, that kind of caters for the, you know, the odd fucking stuff that was found in his loft. He's gone out of his way to put it in a fucking loft, for fuck's sake. You know, bondage gear and magazines and stuff. So he's into securing people down while he has his way. Let's put it that way, yeah? That's what it indicates to. So, you know, he's a bit kinky, he's a bit weird. I doubt his missus is fulfilling his dreams if he's into stuff like that, right? So, this is my opinion, all right? This is my opinion. And for the police to be wanting the news of the world to phone tap Bob, they was phone tapping Millie, so that suggests they think something's going on between the dad and Millie. And I believe that that could be the information that was used against the Dowlers in order to get them to be the star witnesses in the Levison Inquiry. There you go. Right? But why was the news of the world tapping Milly Dowler? It's not denied. Pedophile ring. Right? So the way that it's gone, they've just turned it into this bloke they've turned into a demon, and he was a lone wolf, drinking partners with Michael Payne. It's a fucking shambles, and it's going to get worse. He was phone tapped, and that has never come out. Right, so let's go forward and let's see what we've got. Right, this is what jars me.
Before she went missing, we were actually sharing the same room, even though we had two rooms, because we just got really, really close.
Right, why? Right, it might all appear innocent, this talk, but there's a reason for everything that they say. Even though we had two rooms.
Before she went missing, we were actually sharing the same room.
Before she went missing, we were actually sharing the same room. Why? So let's hear a reasoning for that.
Even though we had two rooms, because we just got really, really close, we slept in the same room so we could stay up late and gossip and probably have midnight feasts of sweets that we'd stolen from the fridge.
Yeah, because that's really funny, isn't it? That's not funny. You're trying to edge us towards laughing along with you, and there's nothing funny going on here. I want to know why Millie was staying in your room with you, because you know that aligns with the dad was abusing her, and therefore she wanted protection and she came into you. And this is the story that you come with.
On Thursday, the 21st of March 2002, Millie left Heathside School in Weybridge at...
Notice there's no time code on the video apart from what they just flashed up just now, which is done by them, because that's a transition effect there. That is not the time code from the original school video. You notice that's not there. And if they dress like this every day, then they're going to look the same every day. So I don't believe this. I believe she's already dead at this point, 21st of March.
Millie left Heathside School in Weybridge as normal at 3:05. She then walked to the train station with her friend Danielle.
Right, let's have a look at this time code. No, go back. Right, we have got to take it as gospel that this here on the bottom left hasn't been fucked with. Right? That's what I'm saying. We have got to trust the police that would have seized these tapes, left no trace behind for anyone else to put it together. We've got to trust that this time code hasn't been doctored. Especially bearing in mind you've got Bellfield as a police human resource, which is fact. But years later, you're putting him away for this murder. That doesn't warrant, a bit of a time code change to suit the story, to make it, because these are the things that convince everyone. Well, see the time code and you see her walk through there, so she was definitely there. Yeah, but if you can take that a step further, and she weren't there on that day by manipulating that time, and keep talking it up a certain way, that's how you'd go about doing it.
CCTV shows the schoolgirl's entry.
Yeah, does it? We ain't gonna. These kids here around can't tell. One of them there might have had something in their hair. Well, I didn't wear that day. I wore that. Yeah, you can't identify it from this because everyone else is blurred out. And to be honest with you, Millie Dowler looks even fucking cut out there, doesn't she?
On the station and on the platform.
Can they fake a picture like that? Yes, they can. And it probably looks so fake. That's why they've had to blur out the rest of it to, distract you from fakery.
This is the last time Millie's seen on camera.
That's the last time Millie's seen on camera. There we go. There's the last picture of her. There's the last picture of Millie Dowler alive. There it is. That's what the picture looks like. That's the last image of her. Wow. This is the last image of Millie Dowler. There is no evidence, that she leaves the train station and walks down that road at all. Do you believe it still? I know I don't. If Surrey police would go as far as working so closely with the News of the World, which it's been proved that they did, it's not a far cry to think that they would help the News of the World and doctor footage, and that's what they could get found out about. One of the things. They were helping them. It's no secret. We know that. To what extent? Well, if the News of the World were phone tapping the heads of police at Surrey and had stuff on them, you can pretty much make them do whatever you want. Like bring you on the raid for Levi Bellfield's arrest. Or we're going to spoil your raid. I mean, why would the News of the World want to do that? This is the last picture of Millie Dowler. And I need a screenshot of that. So let me get that. This is the last picture of her. Pixelated. That helps if you're trying to, do a blend. It's nothing to put a bit of a shadow on the floor. Absolutely nothing. Pretty standard procedure, really. Absolutely nothing to do that. So basically what I'm saying is we've got to take the police's word for it at this point, that this is the last we see of her. Isn't it? Everything else is like coming from friends of the family and cameras turned to the wall and Bellfield and nah, man. Nah.
We'd spoken about the fact that we hadn't had a catch-up in a little while and that it was well overdue.
Right, this is the story now. This is where this bird is fucked up, yeah? Because this bird now is part of the plan where it takes Millie out of her usual journey. Because of this bitch. Yeah? And she's so blasé about it, sitting there with her teeth all whitened and that for TV. Yeah? I'm sorry, man, but I'm just fucking disgusted.
We decided that we'd walk to the train station together.
Yeah, so it's because of this fucking bitch that this girl dies, basically. It's your fault. You've decided she's going to go fucking chip thing with you, go out of her regular routine, and Gemma Dowler's best mate, who's sitting at the bus stop, is going to let her just swan off up the road, even though she knows she don't ever get off there. And that she's been sleeping in with Gemma recently. Gemma would have told her best mate that. So why wouldn't you, of course, see what I'm saying? None of it makes any sense. And is there any proof that she walked up that road? No. Apart from some doctored train station footage. Because you've got Masonic friends and they will fucking help you.
She was in a really good, playful, fun mood. The two of us were bouncing off each other.
Even that, good, fun, playful, fun mood. Didn't have a care in the world. Yeah, her handwritten letter says different though, doesn't it? But the fact that the friends got her enforced, the fact she was happy about everything, maybe she was really unhappy. And maybe she confided in this friend and told this friend about what was going on. Maybe she did that. Ever think of that? You'd tell your friend, wouldn't you? And them same friends have stabbed you in the back. Proper. Because they're all brought up by multi-generational paedophilic families as well, no doubt. That's why they get to go on mainstream TV and people like me just get to use the internet. But it's fine. It's fine.
As usual.
And none of them want to hear about Robert Kellaway, who hacked her. Strange, isn't it?
We got off at Walton. That's not normally the stop that she'd get off at. I said to her, would she like to come off and get some chips from the cafe? And after a bit of banter between the two of us, she agreed that she'd come and join me.
Well, you know, why are you talking like a fucking lawyer as well? No one talks like that. She agreed that she'd come and join me. Fucking who wrote this script for you? So she's gone and stuffed her face with chips, rung her dad, he's had a wank, now she's going to walk home. Bullshit, there's nothing to support that. There's no evidence to support that part of the story apart from you taking the word of family eyewitnesses that are all involved in this as well. These families that are probably, these kids, the mates or whatever, they would have been being phone tapped as well because they'd have been mates of Millie's. So they got to play ball as well, really. Yeah. And they have. The official version of events could not happen if Millie wasn't taken out of her normal daily routine and not got off the train where she usually does. This was all planned. They knew they was going to take the train station footage, doctor it. They had it all covered from all angles, really. Even someone to blame it on. And you can come to no other conclusion that it was Bellfield, as you're going to see in a minute when I take you back there 20 years to the fucking day, to the hour. And I'm going to show you that it was impossible for that to have happened. Right? It's impossible. Watch. Impossible.
So we went into the cafe. There were a couple of other boys there from our school, but the two of us sat together and, again, discussed more about boys and various other things.
At 3:47, Millie phoned home.
Surprised it weren't 3:33.
She had credit, so we borrowed one of the boys that was in the cafe. We borrowed his phone.
Didn't have credit.
Hey, Dad. It's Millie.
She made a phone call to her dad to tell him that she'd be home late. It was something that we would always do so that they didn't worry.
Yeah, no, I'll be home for tea.
Are you ready? Come on.
Well, my sister arrived and didn't want to wait around at the cafe, so she ushered us out quite quickly.
I'll see you tomorrow. Okay.
I said to her, will you be all right walking home on your own? We were all looked after each other, but we live in a nice area. It was broad daylight. She was walking along a main road. Obviously, I double-checked with her, and the question itself seemed silly. She laughed and just said, don't be ridiculous, I'll be absolutely fine. There was no reason why she shouldn't have been. And that was the last time that I saw her.
Millie left the station just after 4, setting off alone down Station Avenue.
So you say. Don't believe it.
At 8 minutes past, a friend of Gemma's waiting at the bus stop spotted her.
Right, 4:08. She comes out of here. Right, watch. She would have gone across here. Let's keep going. Right, let's keep going. And more than likely, she would have walked along here. This is the way it was made to look to me, right? Now, from here, this is how they made it look. Keep coming, but get the bus stop in as well. Keep coming. Keep coming. So Gemma Dowler's friend's over there, Catherine.
I was just there waiting for my bus, and Millie was walking on the other side of the road, and it must have been within 30 seconds, maybe up to a minute, that my bus came round to pick me up.
Try 33 seconds. Catherine Lanes is sitting here, and Millie walks past.
Jumped on the bus and looked out for her, and I didn't see her.
Right, so she's sitting on the bus now, right, when she's finally got to her seat. So if Millie was walking down this road, she's now gone missing between her just seeing her 30 seconds before, right? She'd be down in line with Bellfield's by now, right? Or just past it if she was walking, if she'd even been there. She's looking out on the right side because that's where they're saying Millie walked down. So she's not even walking down on the side that I walked down on the bus stop. So what's the bus stop killer got to do with anything here? Do you see what I'm saying about the way what they do here? She's looking out on the right side of the road, which is where she saw her last. Bit strange that this is Gemma's mate, and Millie don't normally get off this stop, and she's just letting her walk down. I thought it was a bit strange. Oh, you've covered that then, have you? That's your fucking alibi, is it? Right, let's carry on.
At the time, obviously, didn't think too much of it. Thought it was a bit strange. Thought that.
Right, so by that point then, just before it cuts to her, she'd be pretty much parallel with Bellfield's, right? Now, there was a building over there to the far, but just behind her there, that used to be the Bird's Eye building. So at this point right now, yeah, she's just got in her seat and looking for Millie, and has got down as far as Bellfield's opening, which is 33-second walk from the bus stop. She says it comes along a minute to what's name later. She's the only one getting on. Yeah, didn't take her a second. It stopped and started. Now, for us to be believing what they've officially come with now, which is a red Daewoo, really, at this point, should come flying past the bus while it's stationary, driving down the road, and put Millie in the car. And that's got to be done fucking quick, yeah, before this girl now is sat in her seat. She's facing the other way for a minute, getting on the bus, walking on and finding a seat. Then she sat down, looked at, bus is moving, Millie's not there. Well, she was never there. It didn't happen. Because that's what the chip stall story's about, which has also been concocted by a close friend. There's no CCTV camera footage of any of it. And it didn't happen. It basically didn't happen. So she's looking out the window. So what you're telling me, at this exact point here, Bellfield has just drove past in a red Daewoo and scooped her up. And at this precise point, the camera on the Bird's Eye building is facing the wall, yeah? That's what we're going with, is it? That's what they're telling us. That's what they're telling us. Now, you have to ask yourself if you're prepared now, after everything that you've seen, to believe that. And how the fuck does that all happen like that? It didn't happen like that. Right? So there's the car scenario. And think about it. The car is driving on the left-hand side of the road, going down this road. It should come from behind the bus. Go round the bus when it's parked. Right? In order to meet Millie. It should do. Or thereabouts. You should see it. A red Daewoo comes past. You cannot see if Bellfield is in that car or not. You cannot. It's impossible. There's no close-up. There's no, there he is in the car. Right, there's none of that. I'm sorry. There ain't none. Conveniently covered. So we don't get to see that either. And we don't get to see Millie walk down this road. You could be fucking telling us anything at this point, and you are. So, have you got the best friends to lie? Well, they've obviously got paedophilic families. You know, these people hang about together. All people think alike. You know what I mean? And this is what's going on. You know, Bob and them lot probably not the only ones. This is my opinion, sorry, right? This is my opinion based on what I'm seeing. Because nothing adds up. Yeah? Nothing adds up. None of it. It's so fucking suspect, all of it. So that's the driving scenario smashed out of the water. Unless Bellfield drove down in front of the... He was in front of the bus, right? The bus has stopped for her, but the car in front must have been a red Daewoo then. And then it's gone down now and scooped Millie up, but she's walking on the other side of the road. Unless you're telling me she crossed over as you stepped onto the bus for 10 seconds while you found your seat and looked out the window there on the right side of the road. Bellfield's driving down the left side of the road. What did he do? Pull up like fucking lightning, jump out, grab Millie? What about the oncoming traffic going, coming towards you? No one saw nothing. Bird's eye camera facing the wall. Friend didn't see nothing. It didn't fucking happen. Which means that you have manipulated that train station footage. That's what it means. Why would you do that? And take Millie out of her normal daily routine? Because you want to make it look like Bellfield killed her. Why do you want to do that? Maybe there's some sort of internal problems between Bellfield and the police because of the informant status, or he blatantly was prostituting Millie and the dad was in on it and they was tapping them because they were so certain about Bob Dowler, weren't they? So something made them that way. So you can see the picture now. You're starting to see the picture.
I would have seen her walking if her intention was to go home. But at that time, you don't really...
What do you mean, if her intention was to go home? Of course it was. She just rung her dad and told him she's having chips and she's walking home. It's only a mile up the road. This is the thing. It's not even far. It's a mile up the road. So, of course, that was her intention. She never got off that train at that station, man. There is no evidence to support it. The fucking end.
Too much into it. So that's what happened, and I just carried...
So this is Gemma's mate, who was at the bus stop. Gemma's best mate. But in another documentary, they refer to someone Millie vaguely knows. This is how they twist it.
And went home.
And she doesn't call out to her. Doesn't make any sense to me. Millie, go in the same direction. The bus was coming from that direction, right? And she was concentrating on getting on the bus. So she forgets about Millie, who supposedly carries off walking down now. Yeah, on the right side of the road, not the side that I'm on, which is the side of the road that Bellfield, had he been driving and coming along here, you'd have seen him. But he'd have been on this side of the road. Millie was on the other side of the road. Where does she cross the road? Where the tree is over there on the right? Does she? Catherine Haynes or whatever her name is, or Lanes or whatever. She ain't seen it. She only got on the bus for a second. It all must have happened in a split second. And the fact that bird's eye camera was facing the wall that otherwise would have got it. Sorry, no, too many coincidences. I'm not having that. Right? Now, she gets on the bus and she says when she got on the bus, it was between 30 seconds and a minute later.
It must have been within 30 seconds, maybe up to a minute, that my bus came round to pick me up. Jumped on the bus.
So that's taken up her time, and she's looked down there and I can't see Millie anywhere. And she's the only one there at the bus stop as well.
Looked out for her and I didn't see her. At the time, obviously didn't think too much of it, thought it was a bit strange, thought that I would have seen her walking if her intention was to go home. But at that time, you don't really think too much into it.
Don't you? Don't you? This is so convenient for everyone. Don't think too much into it, you know.
So that's what happened, and I just carried on and went home.
Oh, Millie, nothing. Don't say nothing. She carries on walking. walking. She's walking. This is much later in the day now than it was. It was bright. There's still traffic even now happening. 40 seconds later, boom.
At that time, there's not many people walking down the road. Also, it had been a few minutes that had passed since the train arrived, so the rush had already gone from people which were walking back home. So it wasn't busy, but there were always cars driving by. So you would have thought that something might have been heard or seen, but as it turns out, there was nothing.
Now, what I'm saying is that ain't the truth. That is the story that has been concocted to account for Millie's disappearance. Because by doing that, you can come to no other conclusion that it was Bellfield. And I think it's a lie. I don't believe it. Round the corner from here is a pub called the Ashley Park. And that pub, coincidentally, is 33 years old. Now, I believe that to be a meeting place. Now, we've heard that Levi Bellfield was drinking partners with Michael Payne, the father of murdered schoolgirl Sarah Payne. That happens in 2000, and Bellfield is drinking with Michael Payne in the Ashley Park pub round the corner up until 2004. They say up until Michael Payne realised that Bellfield's flat up there at Collingwood Place had been taped off and thought, what's going on here? And that he was devastated apparently when he found out that Bellfield had killed Millie, knowing that Michael Payne had just lost his... I just need to go back. Right, so here we go. So here's another thing that really has just struck me, right? Michael Payne befriended by serial killer Levi Bellfield, who was a neighbour. So when Levi first befriends Michael Payne, they're neighbours. What's Bellfield's address? Collingwood Place. Michael Payne must have lived there. It does account for the, my name is Michael Payne and I am a nosy neighbour. It really does. I'm sorry, it just does. He was a neighbour. And it makes sense. You would have weekly drinking sessions at that local pub just there if you was neighbours in that close. Right? It's coming together. It is coming together. When he found out that Bellfield had killed Millie, knowing that Michael Payne had just lost his daughter in 2000. Now, here's the interesting thing. Why would you even talk to Levi Bellfield, who's offering sex with underage girls after you've just lost your daughter? Think about it. Drinking partner. Yeah, it don't make no sense. That they bring in Jeremy Payne. All right, we know this. I'm going to push on. We do know this. 5 major blunders. Detectives brought in on the Jonathan King case. Jeremy Payne, right? Not Colin Sutton. Yeah, all the excuse now. We have some woman come up to us, go in the Ashley Park pub, don't really get anywhere. There's no point in playing all of that. Right, so let's get to Bellfield's. Right, let's get to Bellfield's. By Bellfield, and not on that date. This is Levi Bellfield's old address, 24 Collingwood Place. Allegedly, this is where Millie was taken when she was killed. This is what they want you to believe. Bellfield is hiding behind here, waiting for Millie to walk past. Right, so you've got 2 scenarios, yeah? Because they've made it feel, and especially on that recent re-upload of the Channel 5 documentary, they make it look like, on that documentary, that you can see the gap between the trees from Bellfield's flat, from the door. All right? And I'm going to show you that you can't. And he wouldn't be hiding there, because behind you, you are on full display of loads of flats. Trust me. So that didn't happen. Thing is just behind is the front view of all the front of the flats. So there's no way he was standing here waiting for Millie to come out, do that,
right, you do get people walking past. As you see, we've got a guy coming down here now. It's quite busy. It's not overly busy, but you'd really have to time it right if that's really the way that it worked. Let's go and have a look and see if we can get to the door of 24 Collingwood Place. Let's have a look at the journey that Millie would have took, right? So the official story is she's here. Bellfield's hiding behind here. Come this way with me, Lee. Right, it's a bit of a tight gap here. Right, but Bellfield's apparently hiding here. Now, people walk past here all of the time, you would have been seen. Plus, you'd be seen by that lot. There's no way a guy's going to be hiding here. You know, look at the layout. I don't think the gate was there at the time. There's no way a geezer's hiding here with all that going on behind you. Have a look, please. And waiting for someone that you don't know's coming. Already, I mean, I feel like I'm being watched here. Yeah, it don't make sense. It didn't
24,
happen.
This way.
Right, now watch.
So she's brought in here, allegedly.
So from this archway here, you'll see the back view in a minute when we turn round. You can see the gap in the bush from here. To get to Bellfield, you've got to go through here, go round to the right, and right again to get to the entrance to how you get into the flat. So this didn't happen either. He dragged Millie all through here. It didn't happen. It did not happen.
In full view of all of this. So she was able to come through here.
And now you've got to turn right.
Is it that one over there?
Right, Lee's just gone round to the right and following me back. So we've gone round to the right here now. Look, see, look, you've got to go right round here. So even if he did bring her in with a car,
yes,
round the back here, even if it did go that way, drove him through the back, you're still well on display.
So she's been allegedly she's been taken from the front, pulled all the way through here. I don't know, hand over mouth, if that's how the story goes, and brought here. So you got all these lot round here, Lee. Look at all these flats and the view. I mean, you couldn't be.
Look at
it,
it.
Really.
Look at it. No way.
Could ya?
Look, all round ya. Look, right next to you there on the entrance.
That it was. We're now filming. It's about 4:30. She officially goes missing at 4:08, and the last sighting of her is the bus stop that we're going to go to in a minute. And then allegedly he's hiding behind that bush, in full view.
Or in the car.
The flats,
or in the car.
Took her through that thing, brought her around here. Or, you know, if there's any noise, someone would hear. People in there, people up there, and then she's brought to here. I mean, look.
No way.
So 23.
Absolutely no way.
This is it. So that trade. Right, we're not going to be able to go in there. So let's carry on then. Let's go back to where we came from. Right, look at all them houses.
See, look, yeah, this is us. We've got like we're through the tunnel and right, and that's where it is. Yeah, that's where the flat is, right? Not that bit, the bit to the right there. Yeah, the bottom of that bit there. Right now, look where I've got to go back to.
You know, all of this being dragged through here.
Yeah, look, going through here.
Yeah.
And when you get to the other side of this little tunnel, you can see the bush.
Let's go back to the road.
Right, watch. Just remember, we've just come from round at the right now. Right? So look, when you get to this bit, you'll be able to see, there you go, there's the break in the bush.
Right, so over there would be the back of the hedge, right? And that's where allegedly Bellfield is hiding until Millie comes past the bus stop and she's seen walking past the bus stop by one of Gemma's friends. People on the family side are pulling up all the eyewitnesses, right? And I do not trust Bob Dowler.
Yeah, I don't. I'm sorry, I don't. Yeah, so that didn't happen. He wasn't hiding there. I think the official version of events is that they have gone with the car, the red Nexia, Daewoo Nexia. I've not seen anything there concrete to support that. You know, they start going into car crushers and all that on the documentary. So that's another useless fucking. They're just using whatever they fucking got, whoever's rode past on tape.
you know, or let's say made someone ride past and they knew they was going to, you know, rely on that and marry it up to a car that he may have borrowed once in the past. Who fucking knows? But it's not a real version of events. Now watch this. This ain't a coincidence either.
Someone would have seen cars going, well, he's done that, come on. Yeah? Now come here. And tell me you wouldn't have been seen. By all them, all of this, there's still traffic now. Yeah?
At that time, there's not many people walking down the road. Also, it had been a few minutes that had passed since the train arrived, so the rush had already gone from people which were walking back home. So it wasn't busy, but there were always cars driving by.
Right, so I don't want to, I'm not going to play it all. We don't need to bore you. Let's just do the count here where I walk down and you can see it's roughly, well, it's about 33
More.
seconds, yeah.
Shit don't add up. And that, the bus stop, let's go back to the bus stop. Let's go back to the bus stop.
Count it.
And let's time it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17,
Bit quick,
18,
seconds.
19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33. That's not good. 33 seconds. How long's that pub been going round the corner? 33 years.
So my point being that all the things that they've used within this all have some kind of 33 signature, which tells me it's Masons that I believe Bob Dowler to be. My ex-wife's dad, I know for a fact. Yeah. So we don't need to go on any more about this. You've seen the proof there. What else do I need to show you?
But then, suddenly...
We've looked at
You
that.
were in a bubble to the news of the world where the objective was...
Milly Dowler truth. Yep, that's Greg Miskill, the whole conversation. Richard Mallet, all that. We've been there. There's Robert Kellaway, same article over here on the left with Sarah Arnold on it. Yep, some more screenshots of that.
Well, back in September of 2002, when Millie's remains were discovered in Yateley Heath Woods, there was a witness who came forward and was regarded as being credible by the police at the time, who said he'd seen two men with a young girl around about the time of Millie's abduction, which of course was in the March of 2002. Now, at the time, the police felt this may be a significant...
Sarah and Michael Payne were pictured in their Surrey home in 2002. What we want to know is that in Collingwood Place?
So perhaps there was always a question mark over whether somebody else was involved in her abduction, subsequent murder. Perhaps this has been put to Bellfield, and perhaps he felt that he would finally take the rap for it himself in order to dispel any lingering thoughts as to whether somebody else was an accomplice.
Really? So why don't we see the admission? Why don't we get to see it? Why we got to hear from the likes of you, who ends up on the Sean Atwood podcast? Yeah? See, these are all the signs that tell me this is all Masonic and made up. So bloody obvious. So obvious.
So this leads to the possibility that Bellfield was being protected by the police. Perhaps it was not incompetence, but deliberate perversion of justice by actively protecting the perpetrator. Certainly in the earlier years of the investigation, we can ask the question, was Bellfield being protected by the police? When you throw into the pot more facts, the possibility of the police having knowledge of Bellfield's possible involvement grows further, starting with the fact that Bellfield was a police informer. It is well known that police informers are well protected and usually paid by the police. If they are
Something's just occurred to me. Richard D. Hall, who was exposed a lot here, I do believe. He was recently targeted by the BBC, Mariana Spring, and exposed as basically like a conspiracy theorist. That's funny, isn't it? That's funny. Try to take away this person's credibility that's actually worked out some real shit. That's what's gone on there. That's why they've done that to him.
Good asset, the police will allow them to continue in their crimes, often drug crime, which is one of the crimes Bellfield was involved with. This article, written in 2011, states, his usefulness to the Met was last night feared to be one reason the child sex monster and serial rapist dodged justice for so long.
In 2011. So in 2011, Murdoch has just done The Sun on Sunday when he knew that Bellfield has got the guilty, which they've clearly all set up anyway. That's interesting.
Let me repeat that. His usefulness to the Met was last night feared to be one reason the child sex monster and serial rapist dodged justice for so long. But all along, the maniac was registered with Met cops in Ealing, West London, as a covert human intelligence source. Let me repeat that, a covert human intelligence source.
This is why they've had to discredit Richard D. Hall. He has actually exposed some things there that really have thrown doubt over the whole thing. That's why they've discredited him.
Add into the mix that Bellfield was also known to offer men that he knew access to have sex with underage girls. In other words, he was acting as a pimp for underage prostitutes.
Yeah, and we do know that police were questioning a suspected accomplice who has been released without a charge. Does this change anything for Levi Bellfield himself?
No, it doesn't. Levi Bellfield will never taste freedom. Prior to
that, basically what that means is we will never see him again, because he's gone away for life for all of this. That's a good way of never having to show him to us again, isn't it?
Being convicted for Millie's murder, he was convicted of 2 other murders of Marsha MacDonald and Emily Delagrange in separate incidents. 2 young women in the prime of life.
They do sound like a couple of made-up identities.
In the dark, at night, both attacked cowardly from behind and both brutally murdered. Millie, of course, makes his tally of murders 3. He is...
Well, I can't listen to any more from this geezer, so I'm going to move to the next one. More supporting evidence of a pedo ring. Okay, that's that one again.
Me ran to Ravens and calling him out. He just go, no. He had Milly Dowler. He had Milly Dowler's number from the day she went missing up to the 12th or the 10th, up to the 10th until he instructed me. What did he do? What did he do in them days? 2.5 weeks before he gave me a number. What did he do? He was a registered police informant, right? Agent George. All right.
Is that what he called him? Yeah.
All right. Listen. All right. He had the number. So what do you reckon he would have done? If he's had the number, he's gone out to pop it himself and they trophy Felbeck. All right. Put size 16s all over it. Then I get it on the 10th. Hello, Glenn. I've just got the number from the police now. On the 10th.
He got Dowler's number from the police.
Yeah. But he told everybody, and this is on record, that he got it from a school children.
And they did do that. They did say they got it from school children. So I believe Neville Felbeck got the number from the police, Surrey police. So how do the Dowlers feel about that? How do you feel about that? Do you not feel like you've been fucking duped? If you are real, and if you are real, I will apologise to you, but I don't believe you are. That's my feeling. And I'm going with that feeling. And don't forget, the person here that Glenn Mulcair is telling me in my living room got the number from the police is Neville Felbeck. This is the same guy that gets Glenn Mulcair to do my mobile at the same date that Kellaway's transcribing his stuff on me. 2nd of the 5th, 02. So why is Neville, who's got Millie's number, getting me listened to by Glenn, who also done Millie? Yeah? Yeah, it says it's live. News of the World, Rebecca Brooks knows more than she ever let on. Yeah, they must know about all of this. What was being moved with these companies? Bellfield, 6 Strawberry Hill, Twickenham. This is with Joanna Sasha Collins. This is Bob Dowler.
This stuff is wrong.
Like I told you, company appointed 12th of the 6th, 02. January, February, March. January, February, March, April, May, June. So by June, he's forming a new company. 3 months after Millie goes missing. All set up by Brooks, but she claims she knew nothing. That's a lie, clearly. That's Neville Felbeck on the end. That's the one who got Millie Dowler's number from the police. And the police are getting the Dowlers, telling them, oh, you've been hacked. Yeah, you gave him the number to hack him. Fucking joke, innit? Yeah, it didn't happen like that. It's all lies. This is the address again for Bellfield. There's the checkerboard doorstep. There's the checkerboard trainers walking past at that time, symbolising the Masonic connection. Even on the drive there, going across with the black and white on the drive. Door number 6, we see Bob Dowler wearing 6 as well. You may say it's insignificant. There's a bird that is probably about the same age as Millie, walking past in checkerboard trainers. There's the companies that you would look into if you Googled that address and see that. Yeah, that's not a coincidence. Like I said to you, Google are in on it. That's how big it is. So it is an international paedophile ring, and them moving companies could be associated with that. Baby P detective sues bully police after exposing child abuse and corruption. James Fielding, who done the Andrew Ash story. Do you believe him? And, oh, look, checkerboard floor. So, probably another paedophilic family. Don't know what John Wedger's doing in it, though, look. I just don't believe any of it. Right, so that's that one. Early picture of the Dowlers. Kellaway. And my ex-wife, Tasha. The offer from David Sherborne. Prince Harry's barrister. At a time when I've just got Kellaway's statement. And based on that, you can say what you want, but that supports what I'm saying about David Sherborne helping cover up the death of Millie Dowler. And I don't care. I really don't care. I say what I see, and that is what I fucking see. You want me to take 20 grand? Because you don't want Robert Kellaway coming up. You know, they call him Sarah Arnold and blanking out his name in major documentaries. There's clearly a problem. David Sherborne. There you go. Levi Bellfield, Robert Dowler. What I want to do. There you go, look. When you Google it, BBC, look. Why he took Robert Kellaway's name out. Do you see what I'm saying? Bob Dowler, they never talk about him being accused, do they? Right, Bellfield. Back here again. Let's just find the... One more thing I want to show you, I think, and then we're going to call it a night. I think you get the idea now. Like I said, Cole Beach, Seven Vale School, occupation NHS. Cole Stephen Beach. The bloke who replaced Andrew Ash. And you'll notice that, oh, look, he was appointed Seven Vale School, Gloucester, England. This must be around the same time as Andrew Ash doing Pound Zone Land Limited. Funny that, isn't it? Oh, yes. Peter Jukes, Kellaway, you're a liar. Right? You've all been called out. You're a liar. And this confirms it. News of the World knew they was bringing down that paper. This proves it. They just left it a couple of weeks and let the Bellfield guilty thing blow over. But that's when they had their meeting, I would suggest. And then there's the one that I screenshotted today or earlier today. And it is correct. Police admit they were told Jimmy Savile was a paedophile a decade before he was exposed. Surrey police admitted they were told Savile was a paedophile in 2003. Now tell me he ain't got nothing to do with this, considering he's 5 miles down the road at Duncroft. And Jonathan King, here's your paedophile ring. And the people that would supply to the higher-ups. This is it. And once again, Surrey knew. It's funny how none of these people come up and it all gets pointed at Bellfield. Don't you even just think it's suspicious from that level? When all these people live down there, Max Clifford, Chris Denning, Jonathan King, you know, or got haunts down there, yeah? Savile, Max Clifford, Millie goes to school where Cliff Richard is. Well, you think none of these people have got anything to do with it and it's Bellfield on a situation that don't add up. Well, you believe what you want. I know what I believe. Yeah, complete commission oversaw the investigation, but cleared Surrey of any wrongdoing. Oh, what a surprise. We've investigated ourselves and there's not a problem. Okay? Jonathan King. I tend to believe he's got more to do with the disappearance of Milly Dowler than Levi Bellfield. Let's hope Robert Kellaway responds to that email. I know International Criminal Court have already. That's good.
This is 13-year-old Amanda Dowler, Millie, to her friends and family.
Right, we've done that one. Here we go with this one. Okay, let's have a look at this. This was taken from another YouTube channel.
By the end of this programme, 13 more will have disappeared. Most are found in a few days.
Right, now we are going to look at the inconsistencies. All right, that is what we're going to do. And I'm going to stop and I'm going to talk every now and then. And I'm going to point out the inconsistencies on this. And there is only one other clip I want to show you on another. Maybe we can just come back to this. Let me just see. Okay, it's on here. Okay, right. So, right, stay there a second. I'm just going to put this over the top really quick because there's only one thing I want to show you on this. And his name is Evil Levi Bellfield.
With one woman in his life was to experience both profound menace and how much fun he could be.
He was the life and soul, the parties. He was the top dog.
There's the stripes again. There's the stripes again. Don't you think it's funny that they put Sally Dowler in that? You know, it's almost like, here we go, it's a bit like the stripes going across your old doorway there, Joe Collins. Yeah. Government stooges. This woman is playing the character pretty much similar to Joanne Majelic's in the Ian Watkins case. The ex-girlfriend that, you know, dobs him into the police. Yeah.
Wanted to be with, everyone wanted to be seen around. He was like the don of like the area.
Right, this is the friend. This is the friend, all right?
Like the don of like the area.
Pete Rodriguez was to become a pivotal figure in Bellfield's life.
Pete
as a
Rodriguez.
Friend and a colleague.
I haven't got no brothers or sisters or anything like that. Maybe it's unconscious.
Rubbing his eye. Rubbing his eye.
Knowing I've got a bigger sort of brother, in a sense, looking out for you, you know, because that's the impression he'll give you. He'll be looking out for you.
He looks like someone I know called Lee Wells, Levi Bellfield, like a lot, when he was younger.
But Rodriguez would soon carry the scars, emotionally and physically, of having Levi Bellfield as an older brother figure.
So, right, now they're going to set up a scenario where Levi Bellfield hits Pete Rodriguez over the head with a blunt instrument. This, obviously, is going to tie in with the stories that they built of Levi in Twickenham, where Amelia Delagrange and the other girl was supposedly killed. I honestly don't believe he had anything to do with that either. I think this has all been concocted by Surrey police.
There are deeply unsettling sides to Levi, which occasionally appear.
After a couple of drinks, he would get aggressive. He start off enjoyable, then end up being a nightmare. He either goes to try and beat up somebody.
Bellfield takes that aggression home. His first wife leaves him after one particularly savage beating, and his next partner quickly sees the steroid-induced muscle man's violent side.
I'd bite you, burn you, kick you, punch you. Remember he split the back of my head open once because he was fixing...
Look at her and think she's lying, right? Just do it for a second.
Doing something to the car, and I didn't answer him quickly enough, and he had a tool in his hand, and he just turned around, and as I walked away, he hit me straight in the back of the head and split all my head open down there. That was one of the times.
We'll have to take her word for that.
Particularly unsettling for Jo is her husband's irrational hatred of blonde women.
Yeah, because Milly Dowler was blonde, wasn't she?
When you find a magazine and only the blondes' faces are slashed, and you know he goes mad. And I mean, when I confronted him about it, I really got a good hiding that day, and he told me straight, I hate blondes. They're all fucking slags and they should die.
Nah, it's up to you whether you believe that account that she's giving. I would bear in mind she's not mentioning anything to do with international moving services.
I don't know if it's because his mum's got jet black hair and she is the matriarch of the family and she rules with an iron rod, or somewhere along the line blondes really hurt him or something like that.
So she's guessing, she's surmising, like none of this is based on any facts.
He just loathed women, and for some reason...
Who's this bloke? You know, this is like fucking John Cusack off of Wish.
Reason he loathes women who are blonde, and on top of that, he seemed to loathe women who are young.
Bellfield's loathing of young girls doesn't stop him wanting to have sex with them. An ambition he can pursue in a job he gets at a nightclub.
He became a bouncer, I think, because it was a regular supply of...
This geezer, a fucking weasel. His name should be Jeffrey Weasel, not Wansel. Author, the bus stop killer. Who was killed at the... He didn't kill her at the bus stop. He didn't kill Millie at the bus stop. What's the bus stop got to do with it? Oh, maybe one of these other two fake victims were killed at the bus stop. I don't know. I mean, there was always a bus stop about. Yeah, fucking... People like this cunt playing into the fucking narrative, getting paid, writing books off of it, and it's all bollocks.
Eager, young schoolgirls who would line up outside the clubs he was the bouncer at.
And he seemed to take it as a badge of honour that he was targeting girls who were legally beneath the age of consent.
Who is that bloke? Like, what the fuck does he know?
Bellfield would never stand trial for some of the offences he was alleged to have committed against young girls. He would leave no DNA trace as he forced himself on some of the girls that he comes across.
He was someone who kept a mattress in the back of one of his vans, whereby he would sometimes ply girls with ketamine, a very powerful tranquilizing drug, or sometimes cocaine. He would sell them, and sometimes in exchange for sexual favors, or sometimes, even more menacingly, he would actually abuse them after they were high on drugs.
Between 1995 and 2001, a string of complaints are made to police by young girls. But
Right, so if that's true what they're saying, between 1995 and 2001, a string of complaints were made to the police about him and young girls, and they don't think to question Levi in conjunction with the disappearance of Sarah Payne in 2000, even though he's drinking partners with the dad and neighbours. Yeah? All right, let's carry on.
their memories are almost always hazy. Drugs taken unwittingly mean that his victim's evidence is unreliable. Nothing is ever pinned on Bellfield. With other, even more serious crimes to put before a jury, the sex offences were to remain on the files.
Here he is, Colin Sutton.
Action.
Here he is.
Report to the Crown Prosecution Service.
Okay, DCI Colin Sutton. The man that solved the Milly Dowler case, yeah? All right. Well, what happened to Jeremy Payne and the bloke that solved the Jonathan King case? And don't you think it's strange that they bring in a guy that solved the Jonathan King case, who's clearly worked with Mazen Mahmood, but bringing him to justice, right? But they're not working together in Surrey, no. On this case, no, they're not. I know Kellaway's bylined on the story, but no, they're not. No, it wasn't like that. I know the far end of a fart. Yeah. Now, what I can't believe is that DCI Colin Sutton, who was played by Martin Clune, is on this documentary. His name is Evil, Levi Bellfield, 2012. Obviously, this is 12 years ago, and nearly, and the story has changed a lot. And I can't believe this guy is on the same documentary as what you're about to hear in a minute. Right?
Asking for directions on a series of 5 drug-induced rapes on teenage girls between the ages of 14 and 17. The evidence wasn't there at that time.
But you didn't think to question him in conjunction with the disappearance of Sarah Payne. No, you just let Jeremy Payne get Roy White in. Yeah, that's what he did.
In the late 90s, Bellfield had begun to apply his intimidating frame to one of his jobs, wheel clamping.
Well, in the late 90s, he was already registered, right, with International Moving Services Limited. So why aren't you mentioning that? Late 90s, I would say 96 onwards. That's the date on the company from the Twickenham address.
He will have no mercy, and no matter who it is, his first and only concern is getting the money out for the person.
And when he takes on a third job, buying and selling vehicles, he uncovers a car-crushing concern that will become vital to his needs.
That was part of his modus operandi, was to, we'll have one car 1 minute, and when we have 3 cars.
How would you know, you prat?
And that car tomorrow. So if you ever wanted to try and find him, which car were you going to look for?
No, see, this is all just bungle, just distraction.
He adds a final chilling element to his methods. The nerve to approach any female, young or old, and ask for sex at any time of the night or day.
No, that don't make no sense to me. This bloke was involved in investor companies, and he could not afford to go around being a liability like that. I'm sorry, that is what makes me disbelieve that. Yeah? Simple.
Levi Bellfield was a menace to women as they drove around in a white van.
You're a menace to women, mate, going along with this. Because you've helped no one with your stupid head-jerky comments, you fucking John Cusack from Wish.
He would lean out the window, shout, leer at other women. He would wolf whistle, and he would be generous.
How do you know? You weren't fucking there. This is what annoys me about people.
Really quite unpleasant.
Bellfield rents a flat in the Walton-on-Thames area of southwest London. Soon after, a 13-year-old schoolgirl, Milly Dowler, goes missing.
she fitted his obsession.
See, now, when you get documentaries like this and they talk this up like, oh, everyone knows for definite, like this is how it was. These people don't know fucking Levi Bellfield, or maybe they do, and maybe they're all intelligence, possibly, in that respect. But not in the respect of how the documentary is being shown to you, with these comments from these fucking random people. Harry knew he wolf whistled and did this. How do you know? Well, I heard it from the ex-wife. Well, why didn't you ask her about fucking international moving services while you was at it? Supposed to be a journalist.
Millie Dowler went to school but decided to take the train home. She walked out of the station, turned right, north to walk home to her parents' house.
No, she didn't.
A girl she vaguely knew.
Right, vaguely knew now. Don't forget, this is Gemma Dowler's best mate, Catherine. Right? Now, where's Levi's car going past there now?
Was standing, waiting for a bus to take her home.
She stopped and chatted about the usual things that teenagers chat about. Boys, they recently were planning to go to a gig, and they spoke about what they were intending to do at the weekend.
At some moment between 8 minutes past 4 and 10 minutes past 4, on that March afternoon in 2002, she disappeared into thin air.
See, this is the other thing here where they try and convince you. You are, whether you like it or not, taking people from the police's word, top old Bill from Surrey Lodge, right? You're taking their word that this is the last image of Millie, right? You got to take their word for it. You don't know. You weren't there. You weren't there when they seized these tapes. You don't know what they done with them when they fed them into the computer. Yeah, they have done some blurring out on the other people there. And literally just that could be from any day of the week.
She vanished in the blink of an eye, and just exactly what did happen, what happened to her that afternoon became a great speculation and a great deal of fear.
I mean, where do they find these fucking head-wobbling people? You know, what is the point of this cunt?
The day she went missing, you know, maybe she'd run off, or like everyone else thought, you know, she'd just gone off with friends or something.
Maybe she's just right. Let's say that again. It's important.
Great deal of fear.
The day she went missing, you know, maybe she'd run off, or
right. The day she went missing, maybe she's run off, or
like everyone else thought.
Like everyone else thought.
You know, she'd just gone off with friends or something like that.
She'd just gone off with friends or something like that. No one thought that because Millie's sister's best mate saw her at the bus stop, remember? She'd gone off with friends. She didn't see her going off with friends. She see her walking home. Yeah or not? So why are you trying to put in people's heads another story?
I think everyone hoped, obviously.
Oh, you're changing that. Everyone hoped, obviously. Okay.
Had she run off? Was she with friends?
Well, what was edging us to start believing something like that? This letter that was found. Very odd, strange letter. Either she's wrote that, right, which I believe she's wrote it, but under duress. That's what I believe. I believe she'd been made to write that letter as an option of which way they're going to play it. Because that clearly shows that she was made to write. This 13-year-old girl has been made to write basically a suicide note for the public and the mainstream press. That's happened. Who could make her do that? It's got to be the dad. He's having a wank as he believes she's about to come home and come in the door. What's that about? In a bedroom, not his bedroom, her bedroom. Why was Millie sleeping in with her sister? Why does the sister's best mate leave it so vague about seeing Millie when she knows she don't get off that stop? Why is it someone close to the family is the last eyewitness? Why is there no CCTV footage of Millie actually coming out of the train station and going that way? Because it didn't happen.
Or had Levi Bellfield's obsession claimed its first victim.
We're going to throw another spanner in the works in a minute, and you're not going to be able to believe what you're about to hear.
If they rejected his advances, he would exact a very extreme form of revenge, this hammer attack.
No, this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. These people, these talking wobbly head fucking wish John Cusacks that they pull in to bulk out these fucking stupid documentaries that they make, are causing more damage than good. Look at that poor girl.
Police are searching.
She was found a skull and bones. That's all.
For Millie Dowler. By 1997, Levi Bellfield's second wife, Jo Collins, had taken enough of his beatings.
But she's still on the companies with him.
She had left him. He soon moves on to wife number 3, Emma Mills.
Someone said earlier, Emma Mills looks like AI. She does, doesn't she? She does look like, hello, I'm Emma.
On returning home from work on March 22nd, 2002, the day after Millie had gone missing, she sees Bellfield doing something he'd never done before.
See how it all happens in coordination. So let's just go back and get that again. What happens? They let what happen first?
Mills. On returning home from work on March 22nd, 2002, the day after Millie had gone missing.
Right, the day after Millie had gone missing. So once they got that far in the plan, right, now we're going to use the fake girlfriend, the Ian Watkins's Joanne Magellix, if you like, number 2.
She sees Bellfield doing something he'd never done before, changing the bed.
All the bedclothes.
Right, and what time do they refer to him changing the bed? 3:30 a.m. 33 seconds from the bus stop, and the pub round the corner where they all drink and meet up with fucking Michael Payne has been there 33 years. It's got Mason's print all over the fucking thing. And this geezer with his stupid tyre is making me feel like he's one of them.
Been removed. The sheets,
Jeffrey
duvet
Weasel.
cover, everything.
Jeffrey
and she
Weasel.
Says to Levi, what's going on here? He said, oh, well, the dog had an accident on the bed. Which he thought was rather strange because the dog was extremely well house-trained.
But what he was really doing was he was disposing of the mattress that was at the property.
6 months after she went...
It's bullshit. It didn't happen. It didn't fucking happen. All we've got is people close to the situation feeding us this story. Yeah.
Missing late in 2002, the body of Millie Dowler is found 30 miles from the train station where she was last seen. She'd been dumped in woods. Police don't suspect Bellfield.
No, of course they don't. Human intelligence covert resource. And then I'm going to just cut to the chase for you. The thing that links him to this is going to make you laugh. It's another person close to the characters in this, and it's his girlfriend again, the ex-girlfriend. Oh, he used to come here to go show jumping with me, and that's where they dumped Millie. I'm not having
the
this.
The difficulty the police have, or had, was that Millie Dowler, there was absolutely no forensic evidence whatsoever.
Hands. See that? You saw it.
There was no soft tissue remaining on her body. It was simply bones. No one had seen anything. Not a single witness had seen her go.
Bellfield was very forensically aware. He knew that if he turned off his mobile phone, they couldn't trace him using triangulation of his mobile phone signal. His phone was off that day for 9.5 hours.
Yeah, of course it was.
You shouldn't underestimate his cunning. He wasn't educated, but he was very intelligent, and was...
Right, so here we go. DCI Colin Sutton again. I'm glad he's on the same documentary as what this guy is about to say in a minute, because it's brilliant. If that doesn't start warranting questions, I don't know what will.
Cunning enough to think very quickly how to extricate himself from difficulties that he had.
That cunning meant that rather than drive a car on the day Millie disappeared registered to his own name, Bellfield borrows a friend's.
It was a Daewoo. He told me that he lent it to one of his cousins, and I said, well, you better get it back because I'm fed up with her having my car.
Richard Hughes, long-time friend. Why do I not believe this story? I don't know. I don't believe this story. I just don't believe it.
And then that night he come home and told me it had been stolen. Well, we all know now it wasn't, was it?
Right, so the convenient lie there would be for me that he's borrowed this car and now it's been stolen. So we've never actually seen any proof that it was this car, and bullshit.
Because he'd been in the buying and selling car business was...
Well, what about international moving services? You know, you're not mentioning that, Mr. Weasel.
Also into the scrapping car business.
Oh, was he? Scraps cars now, so yeah, he got rid of that. Listen, all I'm telling you is all they've done now is, where's the proof of anything? Apart from someone's word on a documentary. You know, Andrew was David on Panorama. That should tell you everything you need to know. Where's the proof? Exactly, there is none. Just like there's no proof Millie ever got off that train station on that day.
And so he would have been perfectly within his capacity to have the car crushed, literally dismantled into tiny parts.
They're just making the story up for him, you know what I mean? This is a coordinated plan to bring down the paper. And all of this stuff is making Bellfield fit. It's a lie.
Without a moment's hesitation.
Yeah, that's a really clear picture of Bellfield driving that Daewoo, isn't it? Eh? I mean, fuck me. As soon as I saw it, I thought, fucking hell, that's it. We've got him, lads. What absolute bollocks. Some random car that fucking pulls round. Now we've got to get the close friend in to say, yeah, it was my car and that. But then show us it then. Well, we didn't show us any logbook, any documents. We just got to take your word for it. And now, you know, fucking Mr. Weasel here is talking about it being crushed. I mean, what? Again, no evidence.
Months later, when poring over street footage, they see the red Daewoo cruising the area, but they make no connection to Bellfield.
No, because there was none. And if there was, then that would have overtook the bus, would it not? And scooped Millie up, wouldn't it? Well, where is it then? It's probably been crushed.
His name didn't quite come up.
And when he drove down and scooped her up in that motor, the bird's eye camera's facing the wall. And Catherine didn't say nothing. Yeah? Yeah.
Police also didn't know just how well Bellfield knew the area where Millie's body had been found. His horse event jumping second wife did.
Where Millie's body was found from the horse show.
Oh, this is also convenient now. Former friend, former partner. Yeah, and now she's going to give the alibi for, yeah, we used to go show jumping there, make it look like, you know, she went there all the time. And now this is going to be the final thing where they clinch Bellfield for it now. You know, absolute load of fucking twaddle. And notice, it's all people close to the people in it that are giving you the information. There's no evidence of any of it. We are taking these people's words on trust, and I don't trust one of them.
Literally walking distance, and when I used to go there and jump, he used to disappear off through the woods, and where we used to walk the dogs was actually the area that they found Millie.
Yeah, do you believe that? I don't believe that. Right, it's too convenient for the story. It's made up. It's bollocks.
But Joe Collins didn't put two and two together. So Levi Bellfield had got away with murder, and he...
Well, what was you moving? International 001 International Moving Services. You're both on the company. Just tell us what you were moving. What was you moving?
He still retained his irrational hatred for young blonde girls. February 2003, and a girl is on the way to her home in southwest London. She's blonde.
And it's right near Bellfield's Twickenham address.
18-year-old girl. She went with...
Colin Sutton again, right? He's going to push this official narrative. Do you believe this happened to this girl? I know it sounds harsh, but no.
18-year-old girl. She went with her friends to see a film in Kingston.
And you can whip out some fake parents to have a go at me if you want. My answer's still going to be the same.
Got the bus home.
Marsha could have known nothing of the danger she was in as she neared home.
Yeah, we'll take your word for that.
Went out to the cinema with 2 friends, caught the bus home, got her home just after midnight, about 17, 18 minutes.
More like the police have been surveilling this girl. They went in and done it and had an excuse that, you know, done it near where Bellfield's living in order to stitch him up. It's simple. They stitched up the red car. They've done it all, right? And they've he's a fucking police grass himself. This is just so bad.
It's past midnight.
She got off the bus and almost made it home. And she was literally, 10 doors down from where she lived when she was attacked.
He was driving along around bus stops where people would get off. So he would perhaps be able to see them when they're on the bus, spy somebody who was on their own, and then when they got off, drive alongside them for a bit before getting out and attacking them.
No, I don't believe it.
And she was killed about 40 yards from the front door.
See, I get it, yeah? It's because I'm so close to this case that I can see it. I can see how other people would watch these documentaries and believe it. Because why would all these people lie? I've shown you why.
She was hit over the head with something heavy.
She died in hospital within hours of the attack.
Right, so basically, that's one girl now they're going to pin on Bellfield. Right, this is what I want you to hear.
To have disappeared from the streets. Levi Bellfield, once again, has covered his tracks.
This is going to blow you away.
And he's about to cover his tracks again. This time after a violent incident when he asks his friend and colleague Pete Rodriguez to share a flat and its costs with Levi.
He says to me, oh Pete, come back, because I've got some DVDs I want to show you. And I'm going, okay, fair enough. So I've gone back to the flat and stuff. Next thing I know, 6 weeks later, I wake up. Obviously, we had an argument in the flat and stuff. I've gone downstairs, he's followed me, hit me over the head with a mallet, and he left me for dead.
I mean, I got a scar on the back of my head. I could have said, I knew Levi Bellfield growing up and that. He threw a brick at me, couldn't I? If you're not going to question it, then, you might as well use me.
In seconds, literally, of it happening, Levi is on the phone with a stage whisper saying other people have committed the crime. Now, we think it was him. There wasn't enough to charge him with it.
As he lies in bed recovering, the confused Rodriguez does not know what has happened. He suddenly gets a visitor, Levi Bellfield.
He said to the hospital staff, oh, I'm Peter's brother, I'm going to see him. And he made up a fuss and commotion and all this and this of it. Yeah, so much so the actual hospital security escorted him out of the hospital.
Bellfield's visit to his former friend coincides with an attempt by someone to end Rodriguez's life.
He's tried to...
It's all getting a bit dramatic, innit? You know what I mean? It really is.
Trying to come back to turn off the machines, basically, for me. And then, like I said, that moment onwards, I had the 24-hour police protection.
Police take no further action, not for the first time. They lack evidence.
They didn't take what I said to them seriously enough.
If they had arrested Bellfield for the attack on Pete, police may have picked up on the possibility that he was responsible for the disappearance of Milly Dowler. But at this stage of the investigation, in 2003, the only thing the murders of Milly Dowler and Marsha McDonnell have in common is the youthfulness of the victims and the fact that they were close to bus stops when last seen. There's no linking DNA, no witnesses, no apparent motive.
2003, and notice, after all of this, and the news of the world gets back on its feet. The next thing to come along is the Soham case, I believe. 11th for the 12th, 03 is my last Mulcair note, which is page 58. And that is very close to the time Ian Huntley and Maxine Carr get done. And how would they have found out about him? That would have been through phone tapping as well. And I've got serious, you know, I'm not going to go into that one. It's for another time. But there's loads of things wrong with that as well. There really is.
Police face a tough task.
A blitz killer who kills at random is very difficult to track down.
The blitz killer is on the loose, unsuspected, and he's on the hunt for another young blonde girl.
She supposed to run over me. He ran over you twice? Yeah. And I really hurt.
In 2004, friends of Levi Bellfield noticed some odd behaviour.
2004.
He's begun to have a series of panic attacks. On holiday with close friend Richard Hughes, a poster for a murdered Spanish girl causes a strange reaction.
I would ask Richard Hughes now if he ever met Michael Payne. That'd be my first question for him. Because Levi Bellfield was drinking with Michael Payne up until 2004, till they tape his flat off. So this bloke must know Michael Payne.
Oh, the waitress at the table said a 14-year-old girl was murdered yesterday on the beach. And he got up out of that table and left the restaurant, gone. When we got back, he was in the hotel. I said, well, what was all that about? He said, oh, I was just having an attack. He said, it must be the heat.
He's nicked my hat, that bloke, isn't he?
In hospital, still recovering from the vicious attack he'd suffered, Pete Rodriguez hears of an horrific attempt on the life of a young blonde girl. A man had randomly driven his car at her.
Well, he ran her over and reversed back over her and punctured her lung, and lucky enough, she survived.
Kate Sheedy, again, who...
See, notice again, it's all close friend, close pal. Right, see the patterns.
Had been on a bus late at night. She'd just left school, that very day, in fact.
Oh, fucking hell, Jeffrey Weasel. Jeffrey Weasel's found a bus stop and he's got a fucking angle for his book. He's going to get some new tyres.
As she walked up the road, she was aware that there was a vehicle parked on her side of the road. It was a people carrier. It was white. It had blacked out windows. And the engine was running, but the lights were off. And she... It was a sixth sense, really. She wasn't sure why she was frightened of this vehicle, but she knew she was.
This time it was a Toyota people carrier that was caught on CCTV cameras at the local pub. He simply turned the car rapidly in a U-turn, drove over her, and then backed over her again, just for good measure.
He stopped in between the wheels of the car. It then reversed, so the front wheel went over her again.
With a punctured lung and struggling for every breath, Kate manages to make a call to emergency services.
And where does it hurt? Everywhere. The car stopped and took me out. Yeah. But then me again. He supposed to run over me. He ran over you again? Yeah. So he ran over you twice? Yeah. And I really hurt.
It was the most moving piece of tape you could want to listen to. She had every rib broken, she had her spleen ruptured, she had damage to her spine, she had, horrific injuries, but was very, very tough, very spirited, and got through it all.
Pete, recovering from the attack he'd suffered, suddenly realises when that incident had happened.
Here it is. Listen.
I think that was the same day as when he came to see me in hospital.
Rodriguez consults a map. So far, he's realised that someone's killed Millie Dowler in a place called Walton-on-Thames. Marcia MacDonald is murdered near Twickenham, and a young girl has been targeted near the hospital where Rodriguez is recovering. On each of the occasions, Bellfield's been nearby.
I felt it was too many coincidences.
Here we go.
The one in Twickenham, well, Joe lived 2 minutes away from that one. One in Walton, again, because of the flat in Walton Bridge, and he liked to fish off Walton Bridge. It's a bit of a coincidence. Millie Dowler got abducted under Walton Bridge.
That particular area...
What? And DCI Colin Sutton is a part of this documentary. Did you hear that? Bearing in mind, this documentary is 2012, and they think you've forgotten about things like this. No, I've got no doubt that a girl may have been run over, but at every given chance, they're going to throw that at Bellfield. You know, that girl, that did sound very distressing, that phone call. I'm not going to lie. It doesn't sound fake. I don't get a fake feeling from that call of that girl that's been hit by a car. But it's questionable whether that's Bellfield or not, and convenient for their story. You've got to admit that. I'm going to play this again. Please listen.
Came to see me in hospital.
Rodriguez consults a map. So far, he's realised that someone's killed Millie Dowler in a place called Walton-on-Thames. Marcia MacDonald is murdered near Twickenham, and a young girl has been targeted near the hospital where Rodriguez is recovering. On each of the occasions, Bellfield's been nearby.
I felt it was too many coincidences. The one in Twickenham, well, Joe lived 2 minutes away from that one. One in Walton, again, because of the flat in Walton Bridge, and he liked to fish off Walton Bridge. It's a bit of a coincidence. Millie Dowler got abducted under Walton Bridge.
That particular area of southwest London, he knew...
Millie Dowler got abducted under Walton Bridge. Not Station Avenue, then. And no one's ever mentioned about a flat on Walton Bridge that he fished over the bridge. What the fuck was that? And Colin Sutton, who solved this crime, allegedly, is a part of that? Discrepancy? It's a bit more than that. I think it's a bit more than that.
Literally like the back.
Underfish off Walton Bridge is a bit of the flat. One in Walton, again, because of the flat in Walton Bridge, and he liked to fish off Walton Bridge. It's a bit of a coincidence. Millie Dowler got abducted under Walton Bridge.
That particular area of southwest London.
And he liked to fish off Walton Bridge. It's a bit of a coincidence. Millie Dowler got abducted under Walton Bridge. It's a bit of a coincidence. Millie Dowler got abducted under Walton Bridge. Bridge is a bit of a coincidence. Millie Dowler got abducted under Walton Bridge. Walton Bridge again.
Look at the time code.
In Walton Bridge, and he liked to fish off Walton again because of the flat in Walton Bridge, and Walton again because of the flat.
Time code.
Bridge, and he liked to fish off Walton Bridge. It's a bit of a coincidence.
21:33, as they talk about Walton Bridge. There's 33 again on this mainstream documentary that has got the guy in it that allegedly solved the case. It's official mainstream. There's the 33 again when they talk about Walton Bridge.
and he liked to fish off Walton Bridge. It's a bit of a coincidence. Millie Dowler got abducted under Walton Bridge.
That particular area of
Sorry, it's my stomach rattling. I mean, if you really want to go there, on the time code, after 9:40, you have got 2 3s that could become a 6, and a 9 that you could turn up the other way, and you would have 666 there, and that wouldn't be the first time that you've seen that number within this case. The 6 is all over it. I can't believe what I just heard.
One in Walton, again, because of the flat in Walton Bridge, and he liked to fish off Walton Bridge. It's a bit of a coincidence. Millie Dowler got abducted under Walton Bridge.
I just don't know what else to say. So, I'm going to move on from that now. And that's what I wanted to show you on that. Walton Bridge. I don't get that. That is a complete different narrative, isn't it? It's just a complete different narrative. I just don't know. I fucking don't know. None of it makes any sense. And it's lines like that that make me what? So what's happened to the Station Avenue? You know, Bellfield, the car, the flat. You can't account for how any of it happened. You've solely relied on people within the circle for your proof that this is the real story. It's not, is it? So what did happen to Millie Dowler? Who killed her? And why? Because it weren't Bellfield. And I don't believe he killed them other 2 girls either. I do believe he was a police grass. And something has come on top over there and you've had to stitch him up. And you've used this opportunity, along with Murdoch taking the opportunity to close down his paper, because you lot, with the help of the police, were phone tapping paedophiles, blackmailing them, and then you use them in the Levison Inquiry as star witnesses. And Bellfield story is a distraction from the real VIP paedophile ring, who, along with Bob Dowler, I'm suggesting, this is my opinion, are the ones that really done this to Millie. That's what I'm seeing. And I cannot understand why that family don't want Robert Kellaway's police witness statement to at least add to their own bundle to get a fix on what really, really did happen. And anyone that had any inside knowledge, like Robert Kellaway and Mazza Mahmood, why have they never said anything? Why are they keeping quiet? They've been told to. Maybe it'll all come out when Murdoch dies. But you heard it here first. Whether we're ever going to get any real admissions, well, we'll have to see how my case unfolds, because I'm carrying on. I'm not looking for the money. I'm not. I don't think I'm going to be able to take any money. Even though I deserve to be compensated for what they've done, this has now become more about this. And this to me is a sign, I believe, because I started this and I wanted to help. So me doing a 8-9 hour live stream, driving the points home as hard as I can and showing you the evidence as to my way of thinking, I think I've solved this case. Not entirely. There's still questions to ask. But that is going to come from a private criminal prosecution against all these people that were involved. At least the ones that done it to me, because that gives me the in that I need. I've already proved that they're liars. And they know, everyone knows more than they're letting on. And I do not believe this Levi Bellfield story one bit. And tonight you have heard my reasoning for that. And on that note, I think I've had enough. I've been on there long enough. So, live for 9 hours and 5 minutes. We've got 30 seconds to go and it'll be 9 hours and 6 minutes. I think we should just hang on for a minute and let it go past any 9/6s or any fucking bungle like that, right? So I ain't getting mixed up in that. Right. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to play this clip. I want to leave you on this. I want to leave you on this one more time.
I felt it was 2 minutes for coincidences. The one in Twickenham, well, Joe lived 2 minutes away from that one. One in Walton, again, because of the flat in Walton Bridge, and he liked to fish off Walton Bridge. It's a bit of a coincidence. Milly Dowler got abducted under Walton Bridge.
That is just a bombshell. Bombshell right there. Make your mind up, get your story straight. You know, it's just bad. This is bad.
In March 2002, while on her way home from school, she vanished.
No. We're going to get justice for Milly Dowler.